7 minutes, leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We thank you so much for being with us. A lot to do today. We'll break it all down for you. But first, let's bring in the other two good ones. That's going to be three good ones now that we call the Good Time Gang to get you through this kickoff hour. I am Speedy. To my left is Greg, and to my right is Helmsy. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Yo.
What's happening?
What's happening?
What up?
Today we will have Coach Bruce Pearl on the show. And
Bubba's daddy right out the gate.
And look forward to having him on. He'll be on via Zoom for those of you that get the YouTube version. And so be looking for that today. In a couple of hours from now, we'll catch up with Coach Bruce Pearl and talk about something that you might not think he's involved with, but he is, and it's a great story. We'll tell you all about that a little bit later today as we get things cranked up for the Rick and Bubba Show. 1 hour from now, it's the main show with Rick Bubba. Adler comes in, and then we'll get you all the way till mid-morning, 10 o'clock a.m. Central Time live if that's how you get the show. If not, you're streaming or you're listening to different parts of the day, welcome in. We're excited to be here today. You know, there was one thing that we were talking about prior to the show, Helms, and I'm just going to say this to you because Greg and I admit that we continue to keep forgetting, and we shouldn't, but that Mike Leach is not with us anymore. Yeah. And Mississippi State announced that Saturday, when they host Southeastern Louisiana, September the 2nd, they're going to honor Coach Mike Leach during the opener of that game. And every time I hear anything about Mike Leach, I just forget. Sadly, I forget that he's no longer with us. Yep. It's just such a personality.
He gave us a lot of material to get through football season.
He sure did. And it's just...
It was fun to watch.
Man.
Like, you remember when was it last year he got mad at his receivers and went and folded all the chairs up and wouldn't let them sit down?
Let's just look at it this way. College football is the most popular sport in our area. Mm-hmm. Everybody would agree?
Oh, yeah. Not even close.
He was at the forefront of that every single week.
Yeah. He was
even when he was a part of bad teams.
Sure.
Yeah.
He was still at the forefront.
He was one of those personalities that does that. No matter what his team was doing, he transcends it. He's still news.
That's right.
You want to know what's going on with him if they lose every game.
He's the only guy I would watch a show where it followed him around walking on campus with a cup of coffee.
Thank you. Yes. And a lot of people don't realize this because they think of just his personality. His little coaching tree, he's been doing this for quite some time. He's done an unbelievable job of bringing up assistant coaches to go on and have really great careers. But he died December 12th, 2022 at just the age of 61. Spent 21 total years as a collegiate head coach, racking up 158 career wins, 2 National Coach of the Year honors, and really known for the mastermind behind the air raid offense that we've all become accustomed to. And, at his time at Mississippi State, he had them with his 3 seasons with them at bowl games every year, and just a successful coach. And I just wanted to bring that up because it's in our show prep today because I forgot again, and I shouldn't. And when I say I forget, when his name comes up, I know, but I just...
Yeah, it's not like you thought he was still alive.
Yeah,
it's just putting it back in your mind.
Yeah.
And then with football season here, it reminds you because we had so many quotes.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you think the playoffs and all these new bowl conference realignments, you think he wouldn't have had fun with that?
Yeah, he would, for sure. But as college football, I know we had some this past weekend, but as college football gets kicked off Thursday, I just wanted to bring that up. As Saturday, they'll be honoring him before their home opener and kicking off the 2023 season, which it's exciting, but it's sad because it's exciting that the season's starting. It's sad because that means it's going to be over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
I'm
hearing again on the way in. We're not going to get off in this rabbit hole, but am I hearing Stanford and Cal to the ACC again? I heard that this morning.
I'm hearing that too.
Yeah.
And then the Pac-12 had 2. Because they got 4 right now.
I believe she's going to end up folding.
Boy, they're going to have to hurry up and make some kind of announcement because it's.
Might as well fold that 10 up, boys. The show's over.
I don't know what you would do.
Times are changing.
I mean, you could go grab maybe some lower tier Pac-12,
Sounds
Big
to me
Ten
like
teams.
everybody
or
there has
something.
just accepted the fact it's gone. They're all looking for somewhere to go.
I guess so. It used to be
Mountain
that
West doesn't seem to be jumping out of there going,
No.
hey, and no, they're not even going, y'all just come to us. There's no talk there. It's strange.
regions used to mean something. I mean, Pac-12 was West, the West.
The late game.
Yeah, it's the late game that we hardly ever saw, or we fell asleep watching.
I might watch kickoff, and then I'd be asleep by the middle of the first.
But regions mean nothing anymore.
Nah.
So, I mean, if you don't believe me, USC and UCLA's in the Big Ten.
The money's got so big now, you can't use the travel as an excuse anymore.
No.
Yeah, it's going to be expensive, and they're going to miss a lot of time in school, but the money sure is good.
It sure is good. It sure is good. And there's been commentary, and nothing new about the super conferences. That it looks like that's where the college football is going. But we'll break all that down as college football cranks up this week. We'll have Dr. Lou in Thursday to have fun with that. I can't talk to Dr. Lou yesterday. He was writing some of his scripts, so be ready for that Thursday. As also UAB opens up their home opener. Coach Trent Dilfer, I saw him at an event, and he's fired up.
Have you got your flame breathing down?
I'm ready.
Are you working on it?
I got to go back by the football office today and meet with him a little bit, but it is real and it is here.
Get you some pure grain alcohol. Look, get your mouth full.
Rick said he loved the idea.
I think you could actually be taught how to do that and keep it safe.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, getting that signed off on might be tough, but maybe I could just do it and ask for forgiveness.
Give it a shot.
Gene Simmons does it every night in Kiss Show. Been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah.
Caught his hair on fire a couple times. You don't have to worry about that.
True.
Oh,
goatee may take a hit.
Oh, yeah, you got to watch that. All of a sudden, somebody starts smelling some burnt hair.
Yeah,
it's my goatee. All right, we're good. We're off and running. Here we go. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you want to join in, please do so. There'll be unscreened phone calls, but be looking for that as we move along this hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why we say you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yes, you can post for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without them.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at the top of the next hour for the main show. Today, Coach Bruce Pearl will be with us, Auburn's basketball coach, and you might not know what he's involved in. It's pretty interesting. He is actually sponsoring a musical, and we'll talk to Coach about that.
Okay.
And a whole lot more. Catch up with Coach Bruce Pearl today on the Rick and Bubba Show. We just flew by the ACC, according to sources, trying to continue their momentum as other conferences are on adding teams, and it looks like, I know we mentioned it, but just to sit there for a second and talk a little bit more about it, a decision on the ACC expansion is expected this week, according to sources with ESPN. And it looks like the ACC is going to be adding Stanford, Cal, and SMU to the league. Now, this is according to ESPN sources. After a weekend of conversations, a source told ESPN that details of the potential additions are only in pencil, but it's trending in the direction of happening, they say. One of 4 ACC schools that had previously objected to the additions, Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina State, and North Carolina, needed to change its vote, and that is expected to happen this week to get everybody in line and then officially announce that those teams are heading over to the ACC.
Strange world.
So,
well, that would put them at, I believe, 17 teams, and plus you have that partial that Notre Dame does that's weird, so that would make it 18.
Yeah.
And I honestly think those 3 teams in the landscape we live in now, the way it looked, I think it actually helps the ACC kind of stay intact too, because I think you were about to have some teams leave
as
well.
True.
So maybe this kind of settles that down a little bit.
Boy, I bet you I'd love to hear some of these meetings that are going on.
I would like to know what guys like Florida State's coach and Clemson and Dabo's coach, Dabo has to say about this, because to me they would benefit getting into the SEC.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if they're happy with this. Do they think it betters them?
Yeah.
This is kind of crazy because some of the, according to ESPN sources, details are in this story. It says the ACC officials are still dialing in how to divide the money up, and that pool of money that comes from the revenue of TV deals and all this kind of stuff, that the ACC team members would split after the three schools join. They're saying SMU's expected to join the league with no broadcast media revenue for 7 years.
No.
And Cal and Stanford.
They still think it's worth it.
Yeah, and Cal and Stanford are expected to initially join at approximately 30% of shares. That's expected to create a pool of between 50 and 60 million annually to divide among the ACC schools. So all that's, I guess, trying to be dialed in before they make the official announcement. But they said either way, even if this falls apart, they're going to announce something within.
So they're saying instead of everybody coming in being fully funded,
yes,
we got to ease into it.
And that's how you keep Florida State and Clemson.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And make
they got to split it so much.
Yeah, they go, hold on now. We'll make this work.
And these schools have, if it goes through, have run the numbers and they go, still worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All three schools would be expected to enter for the 24-25 season in all sports. The potential move comes after Pac-12 has spiraled in the wake of departures of 8 schools in recent weeks, which means there would only be 2 remaining. And I think it's not on paper here, so I'm just having to remind so it was Washington State, it was Cal,
Oregon State,
Oregon State, and Stanford. Those are the 4 remaining. So
what's Oregon doing?
They're going to the Big Ten or Pac-12. Where are they going?
No, they're not going.
I forget where.
Big 12. Aren't they?
I don't know.
They're Big 12 or Big 10. Which one?
You keep saying Pac-12, but you mean Big 12.
Yeah, Big 12 because they're in the Pac-12.
Correct.
Good night. So I think they were going to the Big 10.
Oh, are they?
Were they going Big 12?
I don't know.
I thought
they were going Big 12.
Somebody Google that real quick. But now there'll only be 2 left, right? Washington State and Oregon State.
I think they were going with who's the other team? Where's Colorado going? Big 12.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I thought they were going.
Okay.
Are
they going there?
Same.
All right.
Oregon State's the other one that's kind of sitting out there.
Yeah.
With nowhere to go.
Okay. All right.
Washington State, Washington, Oregon, and Utah. Where's Utah going? They go anywhere?
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, they are. Y'all, who's on first?
Yeah.
It's really, because we've known these conferences for so long, it really is going to be a deprogramming for us because it's going to be hard to figure out where the heck everybody's going. See. All right, Big Ten. Oregon and Washington will have a new home come the 24 college football season after the Ducks and Huskies both announced their intentions to depart the Pac-12 for the Big Ten.
Okay, there it is.
Let's see. Now, okay, yeah. So there you go. So that's Big Ten. All right, now go to the other ones. I don't know. We got to figure this out.
We got a couple years to figure it out.
We actually need a spreadsheet.
Just forget it.
We need a laminated spreadsheet.
Pac-12's gone.
Yeah, right.
That we know.
Now we have 2 teams left.
Yeah, you can't have a 2-team.
No, now they're standing in the backyard with nobody to play.
Yeah.
Everybody's going home, and you're like, well, now what do we do?
Utah and Colorado will be Big 12 East of it or West Division.
Okay.
So,
all right. And then so now Cal and Stanford will now go to the ACC, which think about that. So that's on the complete opposite side of the United States.
Are we talking about Oregon State and Washington State not having a home?
That's the 2 remaining that haven't made an announcement.
Well, I hate it for the Beavers.
Yeah. They're all alone.
I know.
I wonder what Bucky thinks about it.
I don't know. We'll have to maybe get a comment from him.
Oh, Bucky.
So anyway, that's some news. Speaking of news, when it comes to sports, we'll have this during the main show to look at, but just to discuss it. So the Braves are on their West Coast tour. They're playing, all the West Coast teams. They still got the Dodgers to play and all this kind of stuff. Right now, they jumped over to Colorado to play the Rockies at Coors Field. And Monday night, Ronald Acuna Jr., who plays right field for the Braves, suddenly in the middle of a game, two fans jumped the railing and took off to right field. One made it all the way to Acuna and started hugging him and wouldn't let go. So security starts chasing him.
Come on.
All right.
So he's got him in a bear hug.
Yes, which is, I mean, it's funny, but if the fan wanted to do
if this would have been someone wanting to harm him, guess what?
Yeah.
He's got him.
Yeah, and that's why everybody was laughing, but they were like, okay, this can't happen.
Hey, security.
I know
good job, security.
Yeah, I know that the Coors Field security's probably had a everybody up meeting.
But
So
they
then-
hire those guys that's supposed to be watching Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, the ones that are supposed to be checking on him.
Right.
They're over there staring up in the air, and
That's what
this
they
guy
did.
runs by and tackles Acuna.
And somebody was sitting there daydreaming, looking up. So
Drawing a check.
then here comes the second fan,
so
and
we got
and
two
the
that
second
like
fan's
Acuna.
getting there, and now we got one security guard that's literally trying to pull the fan away from Acuna, but he's got him in a bear hug, and he won't let go. So then the other one comes out, and they start to try to tackle him. Well, it knocks Acuna down to the ground. And here comes the other outfielders trying to get to Acuna to try to figure out what's going on. They finally get the two fans under control. One goes peacefully. The other one starts fighting them. And I don't know. It looked like they just loved Acuna and wanted to get to him. But to your point, if they wanted to do harm, they could. It was just a wild scene that you see. Normally when fans rush the field, they rush the field and they just run around in grass, you know, and all the players just sit there and watch them and laugh.
Yeah.
These went straight to Acuna and wanted to get to him.
And bear hug him.
If you had to run out of the stands today at any sporting event and hug one player, what player would it be?
Probably run out there and probably hug Aaron Rodgers, ask him how he's doing.
How he likes New
That's
York.
a good one. That's a good one.
How he
I
likes
like
New York.
that.
Yeah, or Dak Prescott. Or no, Baker Mayfield. I would go ask him
That's
what's
you,
up.
buddy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com RickenBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at RickenBubba.com.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Protect your home with the latest innovation from Simply Safe Home Security 24/7 Live Guard Protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, warning them that police are on the way. The new Smart Alarm indoor camera is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. 24/7 Live Guard protection and the Smart Alarm indoor camera work seamlessly as part of the entire Simply Safe security system to keep your whole home safe from break-ins, fires, floodings, and more. Our listeners get a special 20% off when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for joining the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We're doing exactly what the hour's called. We're kicking things off for the day. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at the top of next hour. Coach Bruce Pearl on the show a little bit later today. We're inching a little bit closer to Thursday, and that's when we'll have Dr. Lou in and officially kick off college football for the 2023 season. Don't forget, it's a best of on Friday and a replay on Monday, Labor Day. Hard to believe it's already Labor Day, but it is. And so we hope all of you are looking towards having a great weekend. We've got college football about every day, starting Thursday all the way to Monday. And then I think the NFL kicks off next Thursday night with the Chiefs. There's something that's I don't know if I should be concerned or not. I think with this staff I should, but I'm not a big shoe guy. In other words, my shoe game is really low.
I love shoes.
Okay, I don't go out and have shoes. My boys, I don't understand this, but some of you do that are in this world. They'll buy shoes and never wear them.
That's my wife.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
And it's like
I've never seen her wear.
Yeah, but son, why aren't you wearing those? Well, Dad, those are Jordans, and they can't have creases in them. And
They can't have creases.
And I'm like, what are you talking
what
about?
Do you put them on a shelf?
What are you doing? So you're just going to get them and put them in a closet? And I do know some friends that they do that. They're like, yeah, I like to collect shoes.
I will never have a shoe that I don't wear.
Yeah, and here's my shoe. Here's my shoe story. I'll grab a pair of shoes and I'll wear them to work out in, to run in, to wear to work in, and they get pretty raggedy. And then at some point, Terry finally says, "Hey, you need some new shoes."
I can stretch them out forever.
Yeah, and I think the last few pair of shoes, she's just gone out and bought and said, "Hey, here's you some shoes," or she's ordered some. Well, she's done it again. She has ordered me some shoes, but I'm afraid y'all are going to make fun of them. And I know this one might over here. But she has these type of shoes, the women's version, and she's got the little frou-frou colors and all this, but they're extremely comfortable, and she claims I would like them.
You've been wearing them?
No, they haven't come in yet. They're supposed to come in today.
But you're going to wear women's shoes?
No, it's the men's version of most
Sure about that?
most shoes have women's and men's, and they're the same shoe, but they're
with the exception of high heels.
Yes,
Yeah.
But when it comes to running
So you're
shoes,
wearing high
tennis
heels.
shoes, or something like
That's
that,
the reason I said that. It's like-
most have different colors. Women's version, men's version, or whatever.
Well,
she has this name brand shoe, and she says, "Hey, they're so you're gonna love."
What's the
them.
name brand?
It's the On Clouds.
Oh.
But it's a different
fine.
version to where it looks like
that's-
it's a thick sole.
Why are you so worried
and
about this?
Because I just think this one here.
No, I won't say nothing about it.
Now,
I
Greg,
might
what
like
did you
them.
just say? Greg,
I'm
now
saying I
that's,
might like
you're
them.
going
Did you
the,
just
you're,
say?
you're
Yeah, if
going,
I don't like them, I'm
you
gonna
went
say
too far
something.
with that
Here's what
comment.
let me rephrase that. But it may not be negative. Was my point. I may like them,
Well, Terry's comment to me.
but I will comment on them. You're right about that.
Terry's comment to me is, I think you're going to like these, but you might only work out and run in them. I don't know if you'll wear them to work.
Really?
And I said,
What
why?
color? What color?
They're just
I like
white
those
and black.
you got right there.
They're just
Whatever
white
they
and
are.
black.
I don't know what I like those.
Yeah. Well, thank you, brother.
Are
I
those the
appreciate
golf?
that.
Are those the golf?
A little jealous.
These are
of
some foot joys.
I'm a
here.
little jealous of those.
But this place here, we've talked about it. It
Yeah,
could just be
shoes
a
ain't a
standard
big deal.
shirt, and you get made fun
I
of.
used to care. I don't anymore.
Yeah, and Terry said, and you
just
also
become
need to
numb to it.
You also need to up
I
your
only wear
game
3
up
shirts
with your
anyway.
golf shirts. You wear about the same 10 golf shirts all the time. And I said, well, those have been the ones that have been approved at work.
Yeah.
I know that if I wear them,
Yeah.
they're not going. It's not we're not going to be made fun of.
True.
But this place here, even my wife said, yeah, you might wear them to work out in and run in, but I don't know that you'll wear them to work. I think
can't
you
wait
might
to see those.
because I think you'll be very comfortable in them. But I just don't know what Greg's going to say.
Well, I can't wait to see them.
So but
Bring
that's
'em
how
on.
far things go when it comes to
Yeah.
buying things.
Look,
You're overthinking this one. I think we're all gonna like them.
Well, if they're comfortable, I mean, yeah, I'll just wear them. But it's not like there's some gaudy color. I think they're just
Yeah.
white and black. I think they're pretty much white shoes. Greg, remember you had those cheerleader shoes, those white
they all
ones?
claim they were.
Now I
haven't
think
worn
I will
white
say
shoes
this.
since.
I think shoes can be too white.
Yeah.
Right. That was a good one.
I
Greg.
used to always have white tennis shoes, but then I got away from that.
Right.
That used to be my go-to.
Yeah.
Of course, there was a day where you only didn't have much choice. They were white or
Yeah.
black.
You know, I've never been a black shoe guy, and
You got solid
and,
ones.
and then I put some on a couple weeks ago, and I love them. And I'm like, why have I've missed out on this for
Yeah.
a few years now.
Well, I got some. Terry got some Brooks for me. Is that what you're wearing,
Yep.
Greg? And boy, they're comfortable.
They are.
And she said this is kind of it's the on cloud version of those.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I just warning. They're supposed to come in today.
I hope they look ridiculous.
Well, I don't know about that, but
No.
I just know this place here. It could be something that's not ridiculous, but yet you'll still be made fun of. And I'm not. That's not new.
Speedy.
So I'm just telling you.
Greg can actually like them, and he's still gonna make fun of them.
Yeah,
he got some
new shoes. Nothing wrong with a good pair of shoes.
Yeah, all right. Nothing wrong with a good pair. I like with a straight face when he claims he's not going to say anything. I'm not going to. I promise I'll be fine. I'm not going to say anything.
I ain't big on them big squared off ones everybody's got.
The squared off ones. Hey, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
my kids there right now in each of their rooms there's shoe boxes that have brand new shoes in there that have never been worn.
Well, did they go plan on?
I don't
at
know.
Some time.
I don't
wearing
get
them?
it. I just don't get it.
I mean, I'm not getting it.
I don't get it, but apparently it's a thing.
Just get a picture of it and put it up. That'll
Yeah.
be better, be cheaper.
You know, I was talking to Hubie, and he said that he's the same thing. He's got shoes that he doesn't really wear, but he has.
I've got a good many, but I wear all of them.
He's like, well, Dad, what if we ever sell them and they got creases in them? We're not gonna.
Who's selling them?
Buddy?
You sell your
There's
own
a whole shoe market out there,
Hey,
Greg. You don't know about.
Man, yeah.
Why would I buy them from an individual and I can just order them out?
Because you can't find them.
You
In other
can't
words,
find 'em. We
no.
got shoes that are
a
so
lot,
awesome,
a lot
we
of
can't find
a
'em.
lot of the brands and sizes you can't find.
Look at this one.
He doesn't get it. I mean, I'm just telling you what it is. I mean,
There's a whole.
So you want to collect shoes like baseball cards?
I don't, Greg.
There are people
I just,
that do.
Yeah, there's
That's what
people
I'm
that
saying.
I get
do.
that, but
I just said I just said I don't get it. but it's a thing.
That'd be like buying a car and not driving it.
I know. That's
People
what I'm
do
saying.
that too. By the way.
I've never agreed with that. I used to work with a guy. Listen, bought a brand new vehicle, but he kept driving his old one. I said, "What are you doing? I don't want to drive it." I said, "What'd you buy it for then? Why don't you take a picture of it?"
Do not understand.
Why
that.
would you buy it and park it and never drive it?
Yeah.
I ain't talking about classics. I get that.
I know,
I'm
yeah,
talking
I
about
know.
just a regular new car.
Yeah. I
And
don't.
he
I
was
don't
the
get
same guy that wouldn't wear his new boots he bought either. Until I thought, why'd you buy them then?
Yeah.
If you're still gonna wear them old ones.
I've had discussion with my kids about that. I was like, well, I don't understand. Why aren't you wearing them? Because I'm like you. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
I'm just
Because I've already told you how I
Now,
wear shoes.
I will say this.
I wear them too long and probably need to get rid of them.
Mine go from I wear them to here to I work in the yard.
Yeah.
They become work shoes.
If they ever become work shoes in the yard, then that means they're officially done with the rotation.
You go in my garage and there's a shelf in there, and there are tennis shoes from the past all up and
There
down
you go.
it. And I'll still dig them out every now and then. I go, hey, there's some darn Nikes I had years ago.
Look at that.
Look at there. I'm gonna put them on, cut some grass.
I don't really know what to do. It's like we got some shoes in the garage, and I don't really know what to do with it. I guess we just throw them away.
I do too. I need to get rid
Well,
of them.
you know,
I got boots.
there's.
I got more rubber boots than a human should have.
I normally throw all of ours away. There's an occasion, and I know y'all make fun of this, but there's an occasion where I will see that the kids have just simply outgrown a shoe, and it's not that bad a shape, and I'll give it away.
Oh, yeah. No, that's good.
But there's something about somebody getting dirty old shoes that's like, is that really worth it? So now I don't give them my old stinky, shoes, but I just toss those.
But you're right there.
work shoes.
It's like the shoe
yard
that's
shoes.
teetering right there on the edge of being too dirty to give away, but yet they're still in really good condition. What do you do with them? But I've donated some before where we just go, hey, we hardly even wore these things, and the kids outgrew them or something. Well, I need to clean out a number
that
of
shelf
things.
in the garage. Now that I think about it, I need to get rid of a lot of those.
I
and you
would-
remember we used to go on all these hunting trips when we got rubber boots
Yes,
every year.
yes.
I bet I got 8 pair of rubber boots.
Well, I have so many pair of rubber boots that I was able to let each kid wear some.
Oh yeah.
And now they've gotten grown and they're men, and so they've all outgrown the sizes. So now you're sitting in there with rubber boots that you can't
I've got
wear.
them on a shelf, and I don't wear but one pair, so I might as well throw the others away.
It's funny that we both label hey, once they've made it to the yard, they're out of the rotation.
Oh yeah, I can't even bring them in the house. They have to be
Yeah.
kept in the garage. And some old dirty socks.
Dirty socks. All right,
Dirty boots.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba are here. Adler will join us shortly. Don't forget Coach Bruce Pearl on the show a little bit later today. We thank you for being with us. It is the kickoff hour, and that's what we're doing. Kicking things off and just shooting the bull, hanging out with you. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to wear them in here or not. I don't think they're that bad. You might see them and laugh and go, Speedy, there's nothing to these. But you never know with this bunch. You just never know.
Rick and Bubba.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy, Risankism of Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Sky Rizzy, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no 2 people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotics Assessment in Walmart today, now in the foot care aisle.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. When you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Metashare. Maybe you've heard switching to Metashare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Metashare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Metashare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune in to your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by SimplySafeBubba.com, the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. Did you know the average break-in lasts about 8 to 10 minutes? Did y'all know that?
I never knew that.
So having fast response is crucial. I think we can all agree on that. And now with the time we live in now, there's no filter when it comes to what people will do. It used to be that was the case. There was always been bad people out there, but now it seems like they'll rob anything, break into anything. It don't matter. Sure. Makes no difference. So you need protection. This new smart alarm indoor camera they're talking about is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. 24/7 live guard protection. And the new smart alarm indoor camera works seamlessly to be a part of the entire security system that can keep your whole place safe from break-ins, fires, flooding, and more. It's been named the best security for 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. And right now, you can get 20% off any system when you sign up for a Fast Protect monitoring plan with Simply Safe. This huge offer is only available for a limited time, so visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button, and there's a link of all of our national sponsors. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com, so stay safe and have that fast response. It's crucial to keeping your place protected. All right, so as we roll along
Real
here,
quick, I got a question. All right, long socks or ankle socks?
What do you mean?
Ankle.
For what?
Anything. Like, what do you go to?
Ankle.
Ankle socks?
Yeah.
Really, no matter the situation?
No, if I'm wearing boots or something, I'm long.
Sure.
But that's about it.
But your everyday's ankle socks, me too.
What about in the winter?
Black ones.
What about in the winter when it gets a little cold?
I'm ankle the whole way.
Normally
unless
I am, but I got some others.
I've noticed that I will go not long,
Crew.
but maybe mid shin.
Crew
the
socks.
crew, yeah, maybe.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a couple of knee socks.
I don't pull them up, but I wear them and to kind of cover the ankle if it's freezing.
I got a few of them.
Yeah.
Every
You just
day,
want to be like me. Don't
everyday socks. Do you go black, white, gray, or all the above?
Lately, I'm black. I used to be all white.
Yeah.
Now I'm all black.
Yeah.
I got an arrangement: gray, black, white. It's all whatever's dry. I mean, clean.
Once I went black, I never went back to the white socks. It's like I don't know why. I just never did.
I didn't either, and they say that.
Right.
Yeah, I've heard that saying before.
But
Speedy.
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I'll just go buy a pile of them at Walmart.
Right, yeah, exactly. Now, every now and then I'll wear some white lows playing golf, but it's normally black.
I have some white ones, and they're kind of thick around. They're ankle, but they're kind of thick. And
Yeah.
I got these black shoes. And I told you I was jogging one time, and Lisa told me, she goes, seriously, you don't need to wear those white socks. You know, everybody's riding by is probably making fun of you. I said, it's not that big a deal. I mean, I used to be all I wore. But I still wear them when I run, though, so they're real thick. I'm trying to be sharp.
You hiding them, keeping them from us? Who's typing over there? Somebody's getting after it.
I love typing.
You do?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, yesterday
love it.
I almost got washed away in that 4 inches of rain that you don't know nothing about.
I've
Speedy,
never
you're
seen.
going to have to stop getting
no.
frustrated with us talking about things
Here's
in
what I would
Jacksonville.
like is that, it's nice to make eye contact when you're talking with people. You know what I mean? So, like, if the three of us are sitting here and we're just in here just talking, then you every now and then can look over at me and not act like I'm not in the room when you're talking about Jacksonville State. Okay?
Well, we had some
I'm
rain.
just saying. I am
honestly,
having fun with y'all, but
I
hear it did rain over there.
I had a big ditch in front of the house, and it'll get full.
You don't weed eat? And Lisa's mad
one,
about
but
it.
No, it's actually weeded good. But y'all don't understand.
I do.
I've never
I was there.
seen. I've lived there 15 years. I have never seen this much water that fast.
It was nuts.
It was unreal.
Yeah.
I was like, uh-oh.
Ruined my practice.
And I was.
Go ahead. I'm not in this conversation.
Okay.
Go ahead. Apparently, I wasn't over there.
And when I stand on my front porch as the water was rising, and we've been doing a little remodeling, and I got to look around, and I just realized I need new front doors. Anybody out there in the door business that loves the Rick and Bubba show, give me a holler.
You need new doors? You've had new everything. It's like you've done everything but frame the house.
So it took 4 inches of rain, and you staring out the window to realize you need new doors?
No, I was standing on the porch, and I looked back, and I went, you know what? We need new doors. No, at least it already brought it up before. But I was,
we got new doors in the back.
It's a double
Buddy,
door.
You don't have to have what he has.
No, what I'm telling you, we got new doors about a year ago, and the dogs have destroyed all of them.
Oh yeah, I went through that. They jump up and scratch on them.
Yeah, I mean they're all just destroyed.
Yeah,
thousands of dollars wasted.
The one in the garage.
I don't know why we buy anything.
That's what happened to the one in the garage. And but yeah, anybody in the door business, give me a holler.
I got you a guy. Hey, I got you a guy. I got you a guy, Greg.
Okay, you got a good
that
door
will
guy?
actually go pick the doors up. You can buy them online. Pick the doors up, and he'll come install them.
Now you gave me some advice one time. It didn't turn out very.
No, this is No, we both. No, I did. This guy's legit. This guy is legit. Yeah, what a waste that guy was.
And I was very surprised.
Yeah. And he
Very
listened to the show and a big fan of the show, but I don't care anymore because he did horrible work.
He really did. And,
wow.
No, he
would
did.
show up and work an hour and then go to lunch for an hour and a half.
I honestly gave him a pass when it was just me, but then when it started affecting others that I had recommended him to, that's where I drew the line. Yeah. What a joke.
What he did for me worked out, but the work he was doing for Mom was ridiculous. And she still.
I had to
that
pay
against me.
somebody else to come behind his work.
Yeah. Anyway.
But this guy's legit. This guy's they did that, all that remodeling we did last year. They did all of it, and they're good.
I just need to purchase a door. See which one I like. Well, let me rephrase that. See which one Lisa likes, because it ain't.
What we did was we went to several places and looked and picked out one, and then he went and picked it up and come install it. We didn't even have to mess with it. It was kind of nice.
Yeah, I can get it installed. I just need a good door.
Let me know when y'all through talking through me, and
All right,
I'll
go
join
ahead.
back in.
Go ahead, buddy. You're back.
No,
Talk
I mean,
about them shoes you got coming. He
It's
showed
the
us a picture of them.
It's the sole. It's so thick that I think you're going to claim I have special
It looked
shoes
like
on.
corrective shoes.
Now, they're about the size of your Brooks. I mean, they're close to that.
They almost look like them Yeezys. Or Yeezys. That's what they were. You remember all that stuff he had?
He's like a dog. Just let it finish.
Yeezys.
You know?
You remember the more puffy looking shoes that they had? It's kind of like that.
Greg, you got to be nice.
That's not being. I mean, those are considered fancy shoes. If you want to be fancy, like Gene Simmons, come on, with your stacks on. They're a little thick on the sole.
Yeah,
maybe it's just a picture.
That's fine. Keep it up. I'm just letting you finish because you got to let a Burgess finish. You can't jump in.
I will say this.
I think in person I'm going to like them a lot better.
I saw the picture. If you'd walked in here, I would have simply said, "Hey, I like your shoes." That looks
you
good.
would have.
Yeah.
Right, because yeah. I was going to say.
Did you go with white?
Yeah. You want to know why? And I was
that's fine.
again.
There's nothing wrong.
Terry,
Well, you said Terry picked them out.
I wore
was gonna
white
say,
shoes
Terry-
till y'all ridiculed
Terry
me so much
said
I
that-
couldn't wear them again.
that all the other colors, she said you never would have worn. I'm not a bright.
And that company
color.
has a lot of bright, different colors.
Yeah. Oh, got your oranges and your weird colored purples and blues and stuff. She said you'd never worn them.
Chartreuse.
I'm pretty basic when it comes to shoes. Probably pretty boring, actually.
I'm pretty basic when
Me
it comes
too.
to everything.
Yeah.
Because nowadays it's hard to find a basic looking shoe.
Yeah.
They all look like Yeezys.
He just likes to say it.
You ever seen some of them?
Yeah.
Big puffy foam looking shoe.
So they just said that the tropical
Hurricane
storm is now a hurricane.
We knew
Hurricane Idalia.
It's not Idalia.
Now here's
Yes,
where
it
everybody
is.
acts like we've
Yes,
never.
it is. It's an E and then it's Dahlia.
I think he said
Spell-
Dahlia.
No, it's
Yeah.
Dahlia.
I think
That's
he
what the
said
Weather
Dah.
Channel's been saying.
Well, so you take that up with Spann when he
Ask them
doesn't
this.
talk
Why
about
didn't
it
they
later.
pick a name that everybody could say?
Either
Well, they don't never think about
Idalia or Idalia. Either one. It's close enough. It's now a Cat 1, and that portion of
warm
Florida,
water, get ready. That warm
around the
water.
Tampa Bay area, it's going to get serious. We'll take a break and come back. The main show will start. Rick, Bubba, Adler are all here.
What about that
And
warm
don't
water?
forget Coach Bruce Pearl in a couple of hours from now. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Greg, let's go talk about the weather.
Just
Did
don't.
you hear it yesterday, Jackson?
Oh, my God.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Shining star.
Yeah, there's a few more elements in that, but we didn't know it at the time.
Well, we didn't.
Yeah.
We needed Galileo, I guess. Still to come on the program today, Deputy Director of Communications from the White House today, Adam Kennedy. He's Deputy Assistant to the President, and we'll touch on a number of big stories going on with our country and the Trump administration. We understand the president in one of his rallies last night got really fired up again.
Boy, did he.
He did. So we'll talk to Adam Kennedy coming up first segment, second hour, or next hour, better way to put it by now. And then Max McLean will be with us later on. If you don't know who Max McLean is, you may be familiar with his work and the organization that he put together and is the founder and director of a New York-based Fellowship of Performing Arts, and they've done a number of great productions. 3 of them are on the road right now. We'll talk to him about one in particular and mention the other 2. C.S. Lewis on stage, The Most Reluctant Convert. And the reason why I went to see him when he did the Screw Tape Letters, the reason why I think it's important to have him on right now, because if in the time we're living in, if you know someone that says, I want proof, I'm in that camp that I want it to be proven to me that God is who he says he is, that redemption truly is found in this person of Jesus Christ, and is this whole gospel thing that we've been told, is it true or not? I think it's so important to invite somebody or take family members to go see this when it comes to your city or near you, because the title of this says it all. C.S. Lewis, believe it or not, was considered to be a most reluctant convert. Somebody that most people, if they knew him, said, "Oh, he's never going to convert to Christianity."
Isn't that something?
And then went on to become one of the more influential voices in Christianity, and wrote a book called Mere Christianity, which is a must-read. Usually anytime somebody's going into seminary or somebody's going to get into ministry, they say, well, first of all, let's start you with reading Mere Christianity if you want to know all the things about the faith. So anyway, I think, and he plays C.S. Lewis, and we'll talk to Max about that coming up later in the program. And the Screw Tape Letter is also still on the road, and we'll talk about that as well, because some of the cities have an opportunity to see that. If you haven't seen that, that's a C.S. Lewis book about the strategy of the adversary, which is also very good if you haven't seen it. And these productions are top notch. Bubba, we now, last night, the Sweet 16, Gonzaga advances Purdue, Texas Tech, and Virginia. So
yeah, well, my bracket looked like a car wreck, long
south
before that. But yeah, I'm surprised. I thought Tennessee, especially matching up with the teams they had, would move on, and I know it was very close last night. They made a great comeback and then crazy ending. I didn't see it. I was long in the bed, I guess, unless it was
No.
lunch,
Listen,
and I missed it.
Most people, including my son, had given up on Tennessee, and they were getting throttled, guys. Purdue was just laying it to them, and all of a sudden they come back and. Exciting finish. It did go into overtime, but Tennessee had it won in regulation. Kid shoots a three for. I hate this too. I don't like this rule, but it is what it is. Kid shoots a three with only seconds left and gets fouled. So you get 3 foul shots.
I know.
And he makes 2 of them, which sends it to overtime. And Purdue just absolutely owned the overtime. Big man fouled out for Tennessee early in overtime, and it hurt them. And they had an injury towards the end, or I guess towards the end of regulation. It kept a guy out for a few minutes, key player. But good job coming back. They just couldn't get it done. And then Gonzaga, they showed you why they're number one. And then a surprise to me, Texas Tech beat Michigan. And not only beat them pretty badly. And then Virginia squeaked by Oregon.
Yeah, Bob, I'm looking at the lineup last night. The only game that might have had a shot for you was Gonzaga, and it still was dicey because it started at 7:09.
Hey, where is that school?
I'm looking at Bubba. What if Bubba was
out on the West Coast, isn't it?
What if Bubba was an Oregon or Virginia fan? You didn't start to 9:59.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! There's no way.
But
There's
anyway,
no way.
Yeah, where's Gonzaga? Where's it at? Where's it located?
I thought it was out on the West Coast, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Washington.
How big a school are they?
And by the way,
they're just a basketball school.
We've been hearing different ways to say it. Is it Gonzaga? Is it Gonzaga?
I think it's Gonzaga.
They're called the Zags. So wouldn't it be Gonzaga?
Well, I'll tell you, Beth Moen says Gonzaga.
Gonzaga.
The Zags.
I tell you who I like in NCAA tournament is Gonzaga.
We had a guy in an email tell us it was Gonzaga, which I think that's completely
I've
wrong.
never heard it.
I haven't either.
Not one time.
I think if they're called the Zags, I'm gonna go with Gonzaga.
That's what I'm gonna do.
If they're called the Zags,
and they are. That's their hit, Zags. It's not Zogs.
What
it's
time?
Zags.
What time does Auburn and North Carolina play?
The same. I think it's the same.
5:30,
yeah.
somewhere in there. Well, that'll be a big matchup.
No, I'm showing 7:29.
I need to look.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Brand new hour, brand new day. National Anthem gets us started. is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Well, we will run through the stories again today as we feel the obligation to be your source to actually hear what's happening in the real world while making sure you're aware of what is also being said by the fake world. We walk you through that again today. We look forward to chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you've never found the Rick and Bubba Show before, we're glad you're here. Where Seinfeld was a show about nothing, you have found a show that is about anything. And you'll see that if you'll stick around again today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy gave you a taste of that in something we call the Rick and Bubba Kickoff Hour. They're already here, stretched out, warmed up, and ready to go. We've got Eddie Van Adler. He has joined us. He's got the YouTube experience for you, live and archived on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. All you have to do is subscribe to it and join the over 100,000 who have. And then you get alerts when the live show starts or any live content starts on the program. And, of course, the archive content is there as well. There's no reason anymore you should miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba Show. Audio archives and video archives available for you Monday through Friday every single day. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Your two fat buddies on the radio, hanging in there.
Here we go. Money and fame bring a man shame. Ain't no doubt about it. There ain't no doubt about it.
You about it.
A story as old as time.
Yep.
Money and fame.
It continues.
Bring a man to shame. Bubba, I'm looking at the things we got to cover today, and wow, there's a lot there. But kind of rising up and kind of taking center stage is, I just want to be sure I have this right, that we're going to interview Coach Bruce Pearl of Auburn University today, who's been on before, not about basketball, but about a musical.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Is the musical about basketball?
I think so.
I think it's called Hanging on the Pontoon.
Is that what it is?
Well, there's a lot of topics when Bruce Pearl comes to the show, and like say, basketball is usually one of the big topics.
Usually prominent.
We might could cover tornado damage or pontoon boats, or one thing or another. Goat Island,
Last time anybody's been to a musical. That's something I feel like I would enjoy if I would go more.
When I've been to New York, I like going to see them, but I
like it less if I went more.
I don't go enough.
Yeah.
Last time I went, it was probably my last trip to New York, which has been I'm going this weekend. We did try to work in something this weekend because Camtastic's going, who's never been to New York, but the schedule's just not going to allow it. But I would have been able to come back and tell you I probably saw one this past weekend.
Have you ever seen them in New York?
I have not.
Oh, you need to go see that. I've probably seen 6, 7, 8 of them, maybe over various trips over the years.
And every person that goes, and most of the people that I'm like, you probably won't like that, they end up loving it.
Yeah, well, I will say this, and it's going to shock you. There's all the correct stereotypes that go with musicals and the flamboyance and all that.
Sure.
But I will say this: now hear me out. When you think about what these people do, and don't miss, they do 8 shows a week.
Yeah, they're really good at it.
Yeah, it's something like 8 a week, and they every time, and all of it's live.
Yeah.
None of it's recorded, and they're very, very talented.
Yeah.
people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They put on a good show.
Yeah.
Every time I leave a Broadway play, I go, that was really good. I want to go see another one.
Yeah.
I just don't get up to New York.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, now you want to do your background and know about it from
Yeah,
going there,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's
You can get some
just like any
bizarro
movie,
stuff, yeah.
just like any movie, just like any documentary, whatever. You might want to know what the topic is and what they're hawking, But
Can I tell you my
But the old
least-
classics are really good.
Can I tell you my least favorite one I ever saw was Cats.
I don't think I went to see that one. I think Sherry went with some women to see that one.
I mean,
I don't.
It was okay. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't near as good as some of the other ones that I had seen.
Yeah.
There was 2 I remember that I really liked. One was called City of Angels, and OK, and they both were really really good.
I saw of the classics that I saw that I couldn't believe what they did on the stage in the room was Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, yeah.
I couldn't
believe
believe what they were able to pull off. Like one time I looked and he's in a boat going across the stage. And
yeah.
But,
I'll tell you another good one. I saw Martin Short's one-man show.
Funny.
And that was really funny.
I bet that was
I mean, it was a knee slapper. But City of Angels, if I remember, it's been a long time since I saw it. It's a story about a writer who's trying to write a play, and he's over in the corner of the stage the whole time.
Wait a minute, yeah.
So as he writes the play, they act it out.
Yeah.
And then he'll decide he doesn't like it, and he'll take a piece and throw it away, and they have to do the whole scene in reverse and go back to where they were.
Wow.
And I thought, wow, that was. And they do it in fast speed when they go in back.
I'll go ahead and tell something I did one time. One of the most romantic things I've ever done.
No.
Oh, really?
So Sherry and I, we had not been married long. I can't remember how long we've been married. Well, Sherry at one time was in her school's production or Jack State's production, I don't remember which one, of Kiss Me Kate, which is a classic show. I didn't know about that, but I'd heard about it. And so I surprised her with a trip to New York to go see Kiss Me Kate in New York.
Hmm.
And it was
Kiss Me Kate.
That was kind of sweet, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Uh-huh.
Very sweet.
Wish I could remember what the play was like, but I remember how sweet it was.
Yeah, I know. I've heard a lot of people say that's a good one to go see.
Yeah.
Who was the actress?
I don't remember much about it.
I can't think of her name. The female that's real famous, and she married one.
I'd wait to narrow it down.
No. I'm going to tell you. She
She
married probably one of the top playwrights, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Sarah. Gosh, I can't remember her name. We saw her in a couple of plays.
Yeah.
Very talented.
Yeah, isn't she like one of the most?
Sarah Brighton. Isn't that her name?
I don't know.
Something like that.
is.
You
Like
what-
Rick, it's been
You
a
left my area
long
of
time
expertise.
since I have been to New
Yeah.
York. Okay, but
But
we
it's-
saw her in several.
Well, I'm going this weekend.
Yes,
Going
you
to
are.
the trying to get there before they shut it all down again. But the going there for the wedding, and that's coming up this weekend. So I'll be in New York City, Lord willing, this weekend. So I can come back and give you an update on New York.
New York City.
New York City, New York, New York.
I'd like to have Rick at least on Thursday all New York City themed.
Done. I'll get as many New York songs as I can. I'll start, of course, with Ace Frehley.
Right. Which I was going to suggest.
Yeah, that's right out of the gate. Remind
and
me
then
of
the
that.
Eagles, or the drummer, did his solo version of it. I like that one.
We're getting down to that thing now where all of our stuff needs to be ready to go, including all the suits that I have that don't fit anymore.
Well, better to be bigger than too small.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Very
Trump
proud of
update.
myself. You can't always get what you want.
Incredible. And look, nobody does a rally like Trump.
So the Michigan rally has produced gold, including one we'll have to beep here. When I first heard what the president said, I thought, is Bubba in Michigan? did Bubba go to Michigan and open up for the president again?
You remember what happened?
And work the people into a frenzy, which then worked the president into a frenzy? It's
happened before.
He doesn't need any help, guys. He doesn't need any help.
Helmsy's put together some of the gold. We'll listen to some of the gold, including one that I'm going to have to beep.
Yeah.
Let me get my beep button ready.
You got to beat that one.
Yeah. I'm get it ready. I've been practicing.
And Greg says,
Well, it's a common farm term.
Because this one has two words in it. It involves, like you said, Bubba, a farm animal and what farm animals leave behind. So let me.
And to be honest with you,
Greg says it's not a bad word.
Well, it drives the point home. I mean, you got to admit that.
It does. It does. Our father.
It's an exclamation point like you've never seen.
It would fall under slang, but not appropriate for this.
No, yeah.
For this get together.
I mean,
I'm trying. When you're referring to people and things that they do
For
that
this
you think
environment.
that you don't like and are incorrect.
Oh, it does.
My dad had a
nothing says it more.
No.
Greg, our dad had some things in his holster.
Oh, that was one of them.
And this was one of his favorite. And nobody said this word better than our father. And in all fairness to the president, he doesn't either. But it's close.
It's close.
It's not as good as our dad. When our dad said on that first one,
Rick. You can feel it.
Yeah. My dad put a little more pause, and he said, "Let me tell you what that is." And it had just a bam, bam. It had a rhythm to it.
Y'all need to cut the.
Right, yeah.
We used to get that a lot.
So
this is some.
Hey, you and your brother, y'all need to cut the. Yeah, man.
And then if his team was doing what he considered to be Bush League, he would give you Bush League. Let me tell you what this is Bush League, and then you would like. So here comes the president. I will, all of you prepare. It will be a slip beat, but I think I can get it because we can't find a version that they've already edited.
Everybody's so proud of it they will not.
So here it is from the Michigan rally.
Nobody likes Trump. No, but we have a lot of great support. We really do. We have a lot of great support.
We really do.
Far more than you think. But where we really have the support are the voters that pull that handle or whatever the hell they're pulling. They're pulling it for us.
It's already on the roll.
So the Russia hoax proves more than ever that we need to finish exactly what we came here to do. Drain the swamp.
Keep in mind, this is in Michigan. He's not in Alabama again.
Get ready, Rick.
I'm ready.
The Democrats have to now decide whether they will continue defrauding the public with ridiculous
Look, he's letting it breathe.
partisan investigations, or whether they will apologize to the American people and join us to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, bring down the cost of health care.
Okay, there he is. Okay.
All right. Probably wasn't written in his speech.
No, I doubt his speechwriter wrote ridiculous.
You don't see that on the
They got
teleprompter a
inside.
lot,
They're going to
you know.
continue this ridiculous. And then he stands there and lets it breathe a minute.
Oh, he loved it.
It's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
He knew he delivered it.
Oh, he did. He's got a lot to work with right now.
Well, technically, a lot of the things like the new Green Deal and stuff that they're pushing out, I mean, that's only one way to describe it. He hit the nail right on the head.
Yeah,
Well, like we said yesterday, he's got a lot of things falling his way right now.
Yeah.
So, we had Avenatti, charged with crimes on two different coasts, and so he's had a good week. There's no doubt.
And I don't know that.
Of course, there's always next week
because we have to try to find it in there. We don't know what he said around it, but he did have some fun with the new Green Deal as well.
Yeah,
and I like when he said that he'd rather not talk about it too much tonight because he said I don't want to talk about it too soon because I like campaigning against it.
Yeah, he didn't want to beat it down too bad.
And then he went, no more airplanes, no more cows, one car per family. I don't think one car per family in Michigan plays too well. Do you agree? And of course, they go well. Then he does his famous, not too well.
Not too well.
As they're going crazy.
Not too well.
Right. So anyway, he goes, I just can't get fired up about a car that every 160 miles you got to say, darling, can I get a charge? where we go? "21 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. What do you say? Come on. Lord above for answering her prayers. They ain't living in sin no more. 22 minutes past the hour as we work our way back. Still to come on the program, Spann will update us on hurricane now, right? It is a hurricane?
It is a hurricane officially.
Have we got, is it
Idalia?
Idalia?
Yeah. Cat 1.
Cat 1.
Expected to go to 3, but Spann said you always brace for a number higher.
Well, and also be prepared, and we'll talk to Spann about this, watch him get angry. Here come all the climate alarmists now, but you have to hear exactly what they're saying. Even though we've had hurricanes much stronger than this one, even if it elevates to a 3 or 4. But we're being told it's historic again.
Well, let me give you one of the headlines.
Please just
Idalia,
please listen to this headline. Listen to every detail of it.
Idalia could be the strongest storm to hit the Florida Big Bend in a century.
Yeah, probably.
In a century.
In a century. So
as it officially becomes a hurricane. 14 million under severe weather warnings ahead of 150-mile-an-hour winds and 12-foot storm surge. Hurricanes are dangerous. They always are. Rick, I was in a tropical storm one time, and I thought we were all going to die.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
It was horrible. I don't want to do that again.
Nope.
And, you know, hurricanes hit Florida, come across Florida all the time, every year. To say this is the biggest one to hit the bend, I mean, how?
Well, how many have ever hit the bend?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's probably been a lot of them, but
right.
I just the way they narrow this down so they can write some crazy headline. Look, do you need to evacuate? Do you need to make plans? Yes. There's already declared state of emergency. It's going to do damage. It's going to take power lines out. It's going to flood things. We know that.
This
it
isn't
happens.
new. It's not new.
Happens every September time frame in that area. I mean, that's just hurricane season. But you try to prepare for it, and you try to get early warnings. And if you're in a position, you can go to higher ground. That's always a better thing to do.
I love how they get real specific. Now, we're specifically talking about the weather history of the Big Bend.
The Big Bend. Not the state of Florida, not the U.S.
Not the U.S., not the world.
No.
And by the way,
one particular
area. We're talking about climate change.
It's hard for hurricanes don't normally hit the same area multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just saying that isn't that big
they're
a
so
stat.
wide. They're so wide too. I mean, you can say that it's causing damage in an area. It may not be where the eye goes across.
A thunderstorm.
And then we claim that it's going to be the most powerful. And you go ever? No, not ever, but in
the Big Bend area.
In the last century. So there actually be one in the Big Bend area even this strong as well, just 100 years ago. So
some years are last year wasn't very active. Am I wrong?
Well, you won't hear about the non-active years.
I mean, I think we had one pretty good one, but I don't remember.
Well, it cycles. 4 or 5 years ago we had a bunch of them.
Right,
and it wanes and then it'll come back again.
The year before Katrina got all the press, and deservedly so with all the flooding and all, but the year before that, I remember it. It was unreal how many hit, because I was working on one and another one hit, and they just sent us from that one to the other one.
I remember they were like three of them lined up, out in the Atlantic coming across. So
it was Ivan, Dennis, and all them. I remember the names.
Well, the problem we're living in, and Bubba, I hate you're having to live in it, because on our show you are the one who loves science the most. Science is. It is being abused, and it's over. I watched last night, and what's happening. I watched this really good documentary. I can't remember, was it on Amazon Prime? And the documentary was, "Is the Book of Genesis true history?" And it's a long, very detailed deal of Genesis versus what scientists who you think there's no geologists, right. no scientists of any kind. No paleontologists. You just think that none of them have a biblical worldview, but they do. Some do. And to watch them and what they said, what's wrong with science, he says, and we've said this 1,000 times, but it's happening with climate, it's happening with the pandemic, with this virus, is we're leaving science. Science means I'm continuing to look for answers. And even willing to say that I finally found stuff that means the hypothesis I had is wrong. He said, but that's not happening anymore. He said what's happening is they go ahead and get to what used to be a process of the scientific method. They go ahead and make it scientific law, and then they look for evidence that supports their conclusion, and any evidence that doesn't fit it, they just throw it out like they didn't find it.
Right.
And he said, that's not science. And all of them were saying, that's not science. And of course, I tell you what was so incredible is, guys, if you finish that documentary as in science, the notion that anybody thinks evolution happened, evolution has been debunked by science so many times There's so much missing that even Darwin himself said, now, if we can't find these things, then my hypothesis is dead.
Right.
And it's a lot. Evolution is a ridiculous notion. Okay, I'm talking about macro, not micro.
Right.
And that's all Darwin did. I see micro, but what they're pointing out is even when he was looking at Galapagos, when he saw these animals, he saw microevolution of them adapting to their environment, but he never saw the evolution of kinds evolving into other kinds. There's evolution within the birds. There's evolution within the turtles. There's evolution within, but none of them ever left their kind and got halfway in between one kind and another kind, then became another kind. Yeah. He said all these things have had, he talked about sharks. He said there's been a lot of microevolution of sharks and different types of sharks and the adaptation, but they're all still sharks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And every fossil we find, they're just sharks. They sharks that can do different things, but they're just sharks. And the same thing with birds, same thing with, none of them have evolved from their kind, like all of the different canines. All God did was make a kind. And then there was different versions of canines that then came out, but they're all canines. They're all felines. They're all birds. They're all fish. They're all, reptiles. They're all what are frogs? Amphibians.
Amphibian. Yeah.
And he said none of them leave their kind, and they never have throughout the entire fossil record. So you'd have to find that, and he said not only have we not found it, he said they talk about. I love this one guy's line. He goes, "Don't believe this garbage of the missing link. That all we're missing is the missing link that gets apes to humans. We're missing links in all the kinds. None of them have the link that they need to show evolution. It's not just one link that's missing. There's animal links that are missing everywhere in order for evolution to have actually happened."
You know where we've got away from this, and if you go back and look in history, these scientists would come through and they would have a breakthrough, and it would be considered the way it is until somebody came up with a better. When you watch the movie Oppenheimer, Karl Heisenberg, the German physicist, he had wrote a paper in the 20s and all that, and then Einstein's things changed all that.
That's right.
It got it more clarification.
That's the scientific method working through.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Charging.
Yeah, he's on a roll right now.
Yeah.
You know what he's like? You know how they say, like in like some of the Greek mythology and whatever, there's certain things that like the Kraken will feed on and get stronger and stronger. Yeah. I mean, right now there's just fuel pouring into Trumpness.
Oh, Rick!
If you think Trump is a monster, the monster is eating and growing.
I mean, it's just I
mean, he's stomping buildings, knocking stuff over. He is. He's so on fire right now, and because this is what he lives for. If you ever get him where he kind of thinks he's right, he's somewhat dangerous. But if he ever thinks he's got confirmation that something either he is for is correct or something against him is incorrect, he's unstoppable.
Watch him.
Then a whole new confidence rocks in there.
You better be ready for anything.
Did you see some of the merchandise they were selling at the rally? There's some stories showing that.
Do I need a license? Because I could come up with some great ones. I mean,
they have the deplorable button. That's a big one. Stuff like that.
Right. Thank Hillary for that.
They have one. They have a shirt on the back. It says Trump 2020. Stop this ridiculous. Is that one on there?
I don't know if they got
They're printing them as we speak.
How about this? I bet you could move them.
Oh boy,
couldn't you? Look at you, Greg. You're picturing your booth set up, aren't you?
Oh, I got one on right now.
Got one on
right across the back.
And you could go. You could, if you want to. You could just put dots where the second part.
You could blank it. Bull.
Can anybody document for me, like in our entire history? And I could be wrong. In our entire history, has there ever been a president say that at a rally?
I don't think so, Rick.
I don't ever remember a president being documented saying that at all.
Yeah, even off camera.
I don't remember one saying what he said in Huntsville. But I'll be honest, I kind of like it.
We'll revisit some of this.
I don't want to be a liar,
Nah, I'm with you. We'll revisit some of this with Adam Kennedy coming up next hour. Next, we'll take your phone calls. You can talk about this or whatever's on your mind. 9 of the 10 lines are available. Skunk Baxter's got you screened up, ready to go.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Deputy Director of Communications and Deputy Assistant to the President, Adam Kennedy joins us. Adam, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Well, look, boys, anything going on?
Just a couple of things. It's been a relatively quiet week. We just had the president completely exonerated and vindicated. We had the Democrats' principal policy goal of the new Green Deal go down in flames. They couldn't even vote for it. And we saw the Democrats once again try to keep our borders open, which they failed at.
Yeah. Adam, we thought you may oversleep this morning. We thought you may have been out in Michigan partying last night.
Boy, Michigan was rowdy.
Oh, it was good, but please, I would have missed the show. Come on, guys.
Adam, I was telling the guys here, I had the pleasure of being at a Trump rally in Huntsville and actually being part of the program. But, when you go to a Trump rally like you had in Michigan last night, it's different than other political get-togethers, isn't it? I mean, and I know you've had to have been around politics for a while to have your job. Isn't it just a strange feeling of it's more like I don't want to even say a concert, but there's a certain excitement there that you just normally don't have with politics.
I'd say it does. It has kind of almost a fun, almost party vibe to it where everybody's having a great time and everybody is kind of into it. I don't think a concert is too off base. Everybody is kind of focused and transfixed on the stage.
Let's talk a little bit. I mean, you mentioned a number of topics, but I want to focus on the one where the battle continues. Some of these others, I know the battle, they'll still keep denying it, but we have at least some things that seem to have come in on the collusion, scam, and then some of the other things you mentioned. But on the border, this is a crisis, and I know it's a political game. I've got it, but the Democrats are trying to deny us addressing this as if there is no crisis, but it's almost like them telling us, the emperor has clothes on and we can all see that he doesn't. Are they just going to continue denying that this is an issue? What's going to happen here?
So I think the Democrats are stuck in kind of a tough spot. So we've seen a big surge in illegal immigration at the border. But Democrats know that if they recognize there's a crisis, the logical conclusion is to support the president's policies, which they refuse to do because we have elections coming up and they don't want to make the president look good. So what they're stuck with is essentially denying reality. We have a house on fire and they're saying, don't look over there, the house is just fine. And that's just not going to play. It's not going to fly with voters. They're too smart. They're going to see right through it.
Yeah, I think there's a point because, first of all, they've been on record, when they were in power, that there was a crisis that needed to be addressed. So it really
they voted for a wall twice.
Yeah, and it really is coming across to Americans, and I think even if everybody. We're back, 35 minutes past the hour. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba show, man, that's been a combination for years now. ReliefFactor.com. Go there right now. Get your 3-week starter pack for $19.95. And it's all natural, made from 4 botanicals. All these botanicals in scientific research for a long time actually have shown great promise, naturally helping the body with a natural inflammatory response. And then they put them all together into one pack, and wow, the research showed that this would be outstanding, and they started testing it really on the aging process. But then things like Nancy from South Carolina says, my husband has been in horrible foot pain for the past few years. Heard about Relief Factor on the program. He really was starting to walk around like an old man, like Tim Conway played on the Carol Burnett show. But now, a month after taking Relief Factor, his pain is 90% gone. More importantly, he's working more than he's home now, and he walks pretty normal again instead of like a penguin. Thank you guys for bringing Relief Factor into our lives. Well, Nancy, thank you for the email, and hopefully it'll work for you. The majority of the people that order the Quick Start Pack, they actually order more. Why? Because they're seeing results, and you will too. So get yours by going to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba, you were we are getting ready to move forward, and we will talk to Bruce Pearl about a musical. We have talked a little bit about all the different things with the hurricane. We'll get a better update with that coming up from Spann at the top of the hour, and hopefully somebody else's dog Spann again, because maybe we can watch him again.
That's James fired up. Maybe my favorite James of all.
I'm going to tell you this, that I'm kind of, I don't know if I'll be able to. I won't be able to, because is it coming up this Saturday? Is Mississippi State opening this Saturday? Oh gosh, I was hoping they were a week off, because I'm not going to see it, because I'll be on the road to New York for the wedding, and the way our travel is lined up, there's no way I'll see any college football Saturday. My only hope would be maybe Saturday night. When does State play?
They play at 3 o'clock on the SEC Network.
Yeah, that's when the rehearsal dinner starts. So anyway, but I can imagine it would be emotional. I wasn't prepared for how much I was going to miss Mike Leach.
Yeah, I know. It's tough.
I mean, I didn't mean that to be cold like that. I didn't think I would, but it's bothered me more than I thought it would because of what fun he was, and plus, just having a tie through one of my sons to Mississippi State, and Speedy and his family to Mississippi State, and really we have many. Greg, we've been childhood friends with the Maniscalcos, and their son played for Mississippi State in baseball, and we've got a lot of Mississippi State ties. We've been on there for a long time, and I just feel like, because of the pandemic and all the chaos we've had over the last 3 years, that we never got to really see Mike Leach settle in. And coach that team over multiple seasons, you know?
Yeah.
And see.
I'm so glad we got to have him on the air a few times.
I am too. And so it says Mississippi State will do a tribute to Mike Leach during the opener Saturday.
Yeah.
That'll be emotional.
It will be.
Are you going to get a chance to go or see it?
No, I hope to be able to see it with UAB playing Thursday night. That opens up my Saturday. I don't know what we got going on, but hopefully I can go over and see that.
Well, I will tell you, Big Love graduating from Mississippi State he had a great experience there. I loved our time at Mississippi State. Just such good people. They loved the show, which I love that.
Yeah.
And but I remember that when our oldest son played for Auburn, when we would go on the road to Mississippi State. Unlike some places you would go, they were always so accommodating, and so come on over here and tailgate with us, and just a great place. And of course, we've been on 96.1 there for a long time, and been in that market. And I do have news that we'll share in a couple of weeks, maybe less than that. That we're going to bring the Man Church Conference to Starkville.
That's great.
In 2024.
That's great.
So we're going to add an extra date and do one in Starkville, and we'll tell you about that in a couple of weeks. But because tickets will go on sale for that, so I've been back over there getting ready for that.
Yeah.
And spending some time there on the campus, and just it was also the first time, because the only experience we'd had with going and tailgating, on a campus was when Big Love was at Mississippi State, because when Blake played for Auburn, I wouldn't tailgate because I couldn't. That's just too long a day. And we would go just to the game, and of course I was had angst about the game and all that.
Right.
And so I remember so vividly telling her that, and then of course young Broderick went to Auburn for 1 year, and then his entrepreneurial spirit made him come to the conclusion that he didn't understand why he was there. So he went into his own business and is doing fine. But we got to do a year of that with him there. And the first time I had to tell Sherry, I said, "Baby, I know that we've gone into this tailgate group and they're good people and this is a lot of fun and I love being here, but I just must prepare you that to our son on this campus right now, we are the least interesting people here."
Yes, that is correct.
And I said, we have driven 2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, we have brought our part of the tailgate. You have dressed as cute as you can be in your little Mississippi State colors, and you're going to see your son for about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah,
I just want to prepare you.
Well, he's
for that.
got places to go.
You're right.
Yeah.
I just
things are happening.
And I said, but be glad. See, that's the thing you try to teach him. It's good that he's not hanging out here, because that means he's actually starting to make some friends and all that. Just like I tell her, when she went into their bedrooms and stood there crying, I said, no. What would be bad if they were still here?
Yeah,
this is good that they're not here, but it's okay to miss them. But we had a great time there. That was 4 wonderful years, and I loved the Mike Leach thing, and I just felt like we were almost robbed that we didn't get to see him solidify. He had some good moments, but you could almost see. But it was always under chaos.
He hadn't got settled in. Like you said, Ricky,
pandemic. Hey, all this. It's
you got to have 5 or 6 years.
Yeah,
to get everything lined up.
Yeah. In his 3-year tenure, they went to a bowl game each year. But you're right; it seemed like they were continued to build. But Coach Arnett, who was the defensive coordinator and promoted to head coach, is doing a really good job, because they were extremely close, of course, when he came over from San Diego State. But he's doing it right as far as getting behind, honoring Coach Leach, and knowing that legacy is there.
Does he talk about raccoons and things?
No, I don't think so. And walk to the football building, drinking coffee and talking about life. I don't think he has that type of personality.
I said this
There's only one Mike Leach.
I said this in the kickoff hour, and I truly mean it. College football in our part of the world is the greatest sport. It's what everybody waits for when it comes to sports.
Yeah. Right. I'm getting giddy about it.
And every single week, no matter what team he was a part of, he was at the forefront of it.
Yeah.
He was at the forefront of the conversation. You had a clip, you had a documentary of him walking with a cup of coffee to
press
conferences to what actually was going on. He could coach. Let's not forget that. His offenses were awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. So think about the personalities in college football that we see week in and week out, and he was at the forefront of that.
Yeah,
that's pretty special.
Well, college football, that is the larger point, is going to miss Mike Leach. Mississippi State's not the only one. Like I say, he was only there for 3 seasons. But his imprint on the entire game, I mean, he was one of the few people that could garner attention to Washington State.
Yeah.
And put good football teams on the field, but he was always at the forefront. Now, let me ask you guys a X's and O's question. Do you think that his bizarre personality, and it was bizarre, and I don't mean that in a negative.
Yeah.
His personality was bizarre. Do you think that took away for the appreciation of how good a coach he actually was?
Probably a little bit.
That he's not appreciated as an X and O's guy like he should be.
Yeah,
because everywhere he went, he put together great offenses. I mean, Valdosta State, Kentucky, and before he ever got into head coaching, So, do you think that gets overlooked sometimes with all the
it could.
raccoon stories and
it
aliens
could.
and Bigfoot and all that?
But I think you got to look at the whole pirate.
Yeah. But we enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll tell you one thing I liked about it. It seemed like, now he may have been different on the field, he seemed like he did realize that this is entertainment.
Right.
It's not a religion. It's not a cult. It's actually entertainment. And I thought that was a breath of fresh air too, that he didn't take himself too terribly serious.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean he'd put up with garbage. I'm just talking about,
No.
but because I don't think he did. But
no, he didn't. Remember, he put what's his name in a closet.
Well, you know what? I forgot about that. So that probably won't be part of the tribute.
Probably not.
Probably not. Probably not.
But he'll be missed.
Was that when he was at Texas Tech?
Yeah.
Which was another one that had unbelievable offenses.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I'm going to miss Mike Leach. There it is. I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Amen.
If you just look at offensive records for Mississippi State, almost all of them I can find glancing here were in the 2021-22 season, right in that run. So,
do you know what the new coach does? Does he stay in that same philosophy, or is he different?
I know that they have a new offensive coordinator, and I think it's going to be very similar. I think they might run a little bit more, but I don't know enough of it to talk because I might be just going to make people mad that do know.
Yeah,
but,
I thought with your inside, what I really mean is your dad would know.
Yeah, and he has told me he's pretty excited about it. Right. Now they got Southeastern Louisiana, but then. I mean, there's no fluff in their schedule.
Real.
They go Arizona, and then the third game is LSU. And there is no holding back from there. Any SEC West team, and East too now, but that schedule is awful.
It's awful.
It is awful.
It's your big boy.
It is every week. Everybody's really excited about what things are going to look like.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Take our political sunglasses off. I mean, we can't really deny this exists because everybody, both parties have acknowledged that it does. It looks like, as you just mentioned, so I guess that's where we're going to land, they don't want him to be able to fulfill this promise for political reasons only.
Absolutely. I mean, they voted for a wall or barrier in 2006. They voted again in 2013. And, in fact, in the CRs passed in 17 and 18 included wall funding. So this idea that they're against the wall based on principle is just simply not backed up by their own voting record. And let's not forget where this all started. Well, not all started, but let's not forget what Nancy Pelosi said during the shutdown. She said not $1 was going to be used for border wall funding. Well, the president got us to about $8.6 billion.
That's true.
Yeah, it's been a battle, but the wall is being built. So, every little bit helps for sure. Adam, let me ask you on a broader scale. there seems to be, well, it's not seems to be, we realize that that there's folks in our country who are moving further and further to the left toward socialism. And when I was in school, we studied democracy and we studied capitalism and fascism and communism and socialism. And, you know, socialism was kind of a dirty word at least when it was imposed on you by the government. It was a forerunner of communism, and it seemed like that was something that didn't work. There were just no examples of it. And I've joked here on the show, there's really not a socialist hall of fame, is there? I mean, is there an example of where this is working in the world? And why the push to that? I don't get it logically at all.
You know, I think you're right. There is no socialist hall of fame. It would be a pretty empty hall if there was one. I think we're looking right now in Venezuela at the results of socialism. We're seeing a country on the brink of collapse that needs Russian soldiers, foreign soldiers, to prop up the government. Now, in terms of why is it becoming popular here, I think what the Democrats are essentially trying to sell is a free lunch. Now, I was always taught that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and I don't think there is. But what the Democrats are trying to tell the American people is, oh, trust us. We're going to give you all this free stuff, and you're not going to have to pay a dime. Well, that's simply not the case. I think if you look at all of their proposals, you see that they come with huge price tags. You don't pay for it at the register. You pay for it come tax day, and that's the unfortunate part.
So here's the big question, Adam, and we've asked it on this show a number of times. Does even the opposition party, I'll put the whole party, not individuals, does the opposition party truly believe what they claim they believe? The new Green Deal is an example. We say on this program, and it's a biblical truth as well, if you want to know what somebody really believes, you have to watch what they actually do, not what they say. We can all say one thing and do another, but we end up living out what we really believe. So the new Green Deal comes up for a vote, and even people who co-sponsored it didn't vote for it. So it looks like to me, if I thought the world was going to end and we had to do major things right now, or we're all dead in 12 years, and we have one of our fellow members of our party comes up with the kind of Green Deal that we all keep screaming we need to have in order to save the earth, and they get a chance to vote on it, and politically they do not find it to be expedient, so they don't. So they can't really believe it then.
Yeah, I think the Democrats are kind of adrift right now. I don't think they know what they believe. I think you're exactly right. I think you have a bunch of people just trying to scramble around and throw something against the wall, hope it sticks. This new Green Deal was something, I mean, this is a world we live in now where Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, called it a political stunt to have a vote on their primary piece of policy, the new Green Deal. He called it a political stunt to have a vote on it.
So
vote. Like the president, it's like the president saying, "Oh no, don't vote on my tax cuts." That's a political stunt. Well, unlike the Democrats, the president stands behind what he says. We did have a vote, and he got those tax cuts. And the facts are that the Democrats not only don't have the votes for a new Green Deal, they won't even vote for a Green New Deal. So it's hard to know what they actually believe.
Adam, could you believe the new Green Deal when you actually saw it the first time?
Did you think you were being punked?
I thought it was like a Saturday Night Live skit that we were given an advance copy of. I mean, I couldn't believe that grown adults, much less someone representing elected to Congress, could even put that on paper.
Well, I knew there was trouble right from the beginning when they put out all this material on it and then immediately said, oh, no, that's not our material. We must have been hacked, or that was old material. That was draft material. They put up all these, frequently answered or frequently asked questions, all this material to say this is what the Green New Deal means. Because if you look at the legislation, it doesn't say a whole lot. So they had to kind of explain what it meant. And then as soon as people started poking around and they started getting tough questions, they said, oh, no, we don't actually believe that. They had to back away from the explanations of what they believed even before.
Here we go. It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Keep in mind, looking around for members of the Rick and Bubba Show or connected to the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy will be the stadium guy Thursday night. UAB hosts North Carolina A&T in Birmingham, Alabama, Protective Life Stadium. So if you're going there, catch Speedy Thursday night. That same night, from themanchurch.com, Lee Moore will be at Calvary Baptist Church in Union City, Tennessee. So take time if you're in that area, men, to go plug into the men's discipleship strategy. He'll be kicking it off there in Union City Tennessee. Then we get back, Lord willing, from Labor Day. That week I'll be headed to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. I'll be speaking at the Next Man Church event there on Saturday night, September the 9th, and I'll also bring the message for both morning services the following Sunday morning on September the 10th there at Sand Spring Baptist Church, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Find all that at rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So, Bubba, we got some Biden stuff today. It just
got
continues.
some dandy stuff today.
Continues to go.
Where did he go?
Biden
Where'd he
stuff.
go? Anybody know?
Oh, Basement Joe. So what's the latest with Joey?
Well, published reports today, Rick, say the National Archives and Record Administration has acknowledged they're holding about 5,400 emails, electronic records, and documents suggesting President Joe Biden used pseudonyms to message family members, including son Hunter, while he was vice president. The existence of the collection of emails came to light in response to a Freedom of Information Act, which was submitted in June of 2022. The emails are connected to the aliases Robin Ware, Robin L. Peters, and R.J.B. Ware, all names that the 80-year-old president was known to utilize while serving. The documents could potentially demonstrate instances where Biden forwarded government information and discussed government matters with his son, Hunter, and other individuals. This could be a landmine type situation for Biden and a possible impeachment. You'll hear a lot more about it.
No way. He'll never. I'm just to the point that if you're some old corrupted Democrat, nobody's ever going to touch you. You're untouched. That we couldn't touch the Clintons. I mean, there's two different standards when it comes to D.C. and their pursuit of removing administrations, and it's so obvious and glaring. I mean, you said it in the break before we started this hour, and I think I'm ready to join you on this. Is it possible the Bidens are more corrupt than anybody we've ever had? I mean, more corrupt than even the Clintons?
You know,
I mean, because he's just been embedded down there so long.
Oh, I know, and you know, the longer you're there, the dirtier it gets.
I mean, the
deeper the swamp.
He just smells like a swamp. You know, I mean, he's just been there so long.
I mean, he has been on record time and time again saying he did not discuss matters with Hunter. We know Hunter was out there influence peddling.
Oh, yeah.
We know that money was coming in from foreign nationals, to get access to the big guy.
Yeah.
And if these come out and they show that he was discussing this with Hunter and no telling what, it's a lot of smoke. Let me put it that way.
But I mean, is anybody going to do anything really?
Well, the Republicans could impeach him. Now, would the Senate remove him? I doubt it. No matter what he does.
Right. What about those of you out there that are hoping the Democrats stay in power? What's y'all's plan for 2024? You're not going to rotate this guy back up there again, are you? I mean, y'all don't mean that. I mean, not only is he
they are concerned in the back rooms.
Yeah. Not only does he not really know where he is and his cognitive skills are fading, which we can all plainly see, he's also got a lot of baggage tied to him. Got a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah.
So here is how about 3A, Adler? 3A. Here's Peter Doocy. It's not exactly this, but it's the whole issue of
Hunter
Biden and Secret Service and now this. I mean, can y'all tell us what's happening? So here's Doocy, and he's going to press Karine Jean-Pierre on all this. So here he is.
The Secret Service is paying $16,000 a month now to stage near Hunter Biden in Malibu. Who's paying for that?
That's a question for the Secret Service.
Okay, Hunter Biden is reportedly selling art to pay for his $15,800 a month rent in Malibu. How can you guarantee that people are not going to be buying this art to gain favor with the president?
That is a question for Hunter Biden and his representatives.
It's a
I
question
know. I hear.
at the White House. We know
I
that
hear
one of
your
the art
question.
buyers got a job from the Biden administration. Can you guarantee that there is no quid pro quo?
I hear your question. I'm not going to get involved in this. That is a question for Hunter Biden's representatives.
But we know that from a Hunter Biden associate now that he sold the appearance of access to then Vice President Biden. Are you confident that he has stopped doing that?
That is a question for Hunter Biden.
If somebody is selling the appearance of access to the White House, that is a question for the White House.
No, that is your I don't know how you're perceiving that.
Sworn testimony by Devin Archer. He said.
I am just not, Peter. I'm just not going to get into this. I'm just not.
So, this testimony, since the last time that I was in here, Devin Archer talks about how he and Hunter Biden tried to profit off the Biden brand. What is the Biden brand?
I'm not going to get into it from here. I'm not going to get into it from here.
Isn't that her job?
It is. It is her job.
It goes back
Rick,
to
unless you can't, you have no answer,
Right.
Because it's going to be incriminating.
She feels like the woman that I had to bring a light to, and she actually agreed with me with Delta that time. Well, sir, you know I don't run. I know you don't run the planes, and I know you're not in the tower.
Right.
But when they said my flights have all been changed and my trip to France has been turned upside down, your number's the one they gave me.
Right. It's kind of where they pointed.
I don't know what else to say. I wouldn't be. I'm sure your job is very hard, but you're the one they told us to call.
Rick, the whole thing stinks to high heavens.
Right.
Okay.
It just
and like you said, maybe a bigger profiteering corruption scandal than we even have seen with the Clinton.
This makes Clinton Foundation look like nothing. You know it.
Now I heard, I think it was Newt Gingrich been interviewed the other day, and he claims the Clinton Foundation, when they opened that up, he said, "You ain't seen nothing."
Oh, really?
He said it's going to blow this out of the water.
Do you think
that's his opinion?
Will we ever get it opened up?
I don't know, but he claimed he said it's going to be.
How does it feel? Listen to this. How does it feel? Because all I think about every time is Hillary Clinton. Of course, I know she said it was a fake election and it was stolen from her.
Absolutely. The Russians.
She sounds an awful lot like Donald Trump.
Yeah,
but
you talking about what he got arrested for?
Right, but how does it feel if you're Hillary Clinton? You were so unlikable, you couldn't even do what Joe Biden did. At least Joe Biden found a way to win.
Yeah,
I mean, how about you couldn't find a way to win against the same candidate? I mean, if you look at Joe Biden and go, you mean y'all picked him, but y'all wouldn't pick me? I mean, how does that even? I mean, that's got to be tough to get up every morning. That's got to be tough to get up every day.
All right, so yesterday too, this is worth noting. The federal judge set Trump's trial date for election interference the day before Super Tuesday.
Of course.
Y'all, you at least need to not look so obvious.
Move it a few days.
Doing.
Yeah. We'll be back. James Spann next.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, are you tired of all the cleaning products you use around the house always smelling like nasty chemicals? I don't know about you, but sometimes I'll even come in and it'll cause my nose to stop up or something. But not anymore, because our house now uses Naturally It's Clean, and that's not happening anymore. Would you rather be using something that not only smelled better but was also made out of natural products that you could trust as well? Well, that's where Naturally It's Clean comes into play, and they've got a product to clean whatever needs to be clean. And the wives of the Rick and Bubba Show have fallen in love with it. Their products are made with hospital-grade cleaning solutions that are going to smell great every time. Bob Vila said that Naturally It's Clean. He wasn't paid to say that. Naturally It's Clean has the most eco-friendly carpet stain remover on the market today. Now when I start talking about eco-friendly and natural, don't think that this is some kind of woke company, because they're not. Had the pleasure to talk to them personally, and they share the same values that we all do. They're just saying we did some developmental research on these botanical oils, and they actually do a better job without the potential baggage of things that may not be all that healthy to you and me and our homes and our environment. So if you'd like to find out how you can try these products for yourself, and you're going to love them, go to naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. That'll get you 15% off on their essential starter kit. That kind of sends you, here's a variety of some of our products. Try them. It's one of their top-selling items, and these products are made all right here in the United States of America, and they do support the conservative values. On top of that, they also offer 2-day free shipping. So right to the door. So go get yours right now by going to naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. You're going to love these products. naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba.
Or they were willing to vote on it. I mean, these people were all over the map from the beginning. I thought it was more like the Twilight Zone. I didn't know quite what was going on.
We're talking to Adam Kennedy, Deputy Director of Communications and Assistant to the President. So is it the best thing for the Trump administration that Ms. Cortez continue to talk and continue to run and continue to put legislation forward and behind in places, as Jack Nicholson said, you don't talk about at parties? Do the Democrats wish she would go away?
It's hard to tell because I think there's a major divide within the Democratic Party. I think you have a lot of new members of Congress, a lot of people in the grassroots who support AOC, who support Omar, who support this more radical fringe of their party. And then I think you have the older and more kind of out-of-step leaders who are just trying to hold on to power. So I think you have a major divide in the Democrats right now, and I'm not sure how they're going to bridge that.
Adam, thanks for being with us today. We appreciate you taking time. I know you got a lot going on, and hopefully it won't be the last time you're on the program.
I hope not as well. Thank you guys for having me on.
Not a problem. Adam Kennedy, Deputy Director of Communications and Deputy Assistant to the President, talking about all the items that are out there right now. These are interesting times, and for the Trump administration, everything seems to be falling into place right now. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, all right. So talking about sports, but what's this thing with renaming?
Well, we have venues that are iconic in our history, and you also you see in sports now a lot of teams and schools they sell naming rights to their stadium. Well, there's one that is causing a bit of a ruckus, Rick. The University of Southern California, they have sold the naming rights to the L.A. Memorial Coliseum, and they're being criticized as dishonoring the historic stadium's dedication as a memorial to soldiers who fought and died in World War I. The University of Southern Cal, which got control of the L.A. Coliseum via the L.A. Memorial Coliseum Commission several years ago, and is also the home field for the USC Trojans, has sold the naming rights to United Airlines. And the rumor is that the Coliseum will be known as the United Airlines Memorial Coliseum. They can sell the naming rights all they want. People are still going to call it the L.A. Coliseum. I mean, they always have.
But if Memorial's still there, what have they really changed if it's still a memorial?
I think it's disrespectful.
Because it's an air. Well, last time I flew on United, I find it disrespectful as well. But
I think, Rick, they just don't like the name being tampered with. But I would tell them to and look, I understand both sides of this argument. It is such an iconic place. You think about everything that has happened there, the events we have seen. We've had 2 Olympics there. We've had 2 Super Bowls there. It has been the home for multiple pro football teams, the USC Trojans. You think about all the people who've played there. It also has been a place of other events. JFK, his acceptance speech for the 1960 Democratic presidential nomination happened there. Pope John Paul II conducted Mass there. Nelson Mandela has spoke there, and numerous other
things. Didn't Evel Knievel jump there one time?
I'm sure he did.
Well, seems like I remember coming down.
Can't all that still happen? Who cares if it's called United Airlines Memorial?
Here's the thing, though. This thing is 100 years old.
I'd be more embarrassed to be tied to the city of Los Angeles.
It's 100 years old, and they are going to redo the whole thing. They're going to renovate it to the cost of $270 million. $69 million of that came from the renaming of the stadium.
That's where it came from.
There you go. Well, it's got to need some work, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's iconic, and you get in that battle of, hey, it's old. Do we keep fixing it, or do we start a new one? Do we tear it down? But I think it'll always be known as the.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. As you heard, the gang's all here, but we'll add one this hour, James Spann.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann.
Bubba, we got a hurricane.
Official.
Here's another hurricane.
We have ourselves a hurricane.
Here it comes. Updates on the hurricane.
James Spann, tell us the latest on, is it Idalia?
Yeah, we've decided that the pronunciation we believe is correct. It's Idalia.
Idalia.
Like Dallas. Like Dallas.
Idalia.
Idalia.
Right. Idalia.
My name is Idalia. Okay.
A lot of weeping and gnashing of teeth over this name pronunciation.
Oh, we must get it right.
We don't want to get people hung up in the name of this thing. I mean, the impact is all that matters. And so we have a hurricane this morning, as you guys know.
Oh, we do.
And it's beginning to move north, and it's beginning to get its act together. There's been some shearing over the system, which has kind of prevented this from getting too strong, but I'm afraid this could ramp up pretty quickly today. The latest advisory that just came out, the top winds are 80 miles per hour, and the system is south-southwest of Tampa Bay. The track from the hurricane center has been nudged a little to the west overnight. Landfall will likely come tomorrow morning, about 24 to 27 hours from now, southeast of Tallahassee in what's known as the Big Bend region of Florida. And it's somewhat sparsely populated, but there's some marvelous villages and communities that are there. And the storm surge will likely be 7 to 12 feet in that region, places like Cedar Key. And remember, as you look at these maps, and if you hear people talking about it, the main impact in terms of wind, rain, flooding, storm surge, isolated tornadoes is going to be along and to the east, to the right of that center line, which puts the peninsula on the dirty side, not the panhandle, but the peninsula. The hurricane warning is in effect from Indian Pass, and Indian Pass is just east of Cape San Blas and east of Panama City. From Indian Pass down to Tampa Bay, down to Longboat Key. And so that's where people need to prepare for a major hurricane. The Hurricane Center at the moment is calling this to be a Category 3 at the time of landfall. We encourage people to plan for a hurricane, maybe a category higher, in case it ramps up and it's stronger than forecast. So we're encouraging people in the hurricane warning to plan for a Category 4. And once it gets inland, it will be curving up through southeastern Georgia. And a lot of wind, a lot of rain for Jacksonville and Savannah and Charleston. Later Wednesday night into Thursday, then it comes back out into the Atlantic. So again, obviously some evacuation orders are underway in the hurricane warning zone down there. We hope that people listen and pay attention. And we hear this a lot. Some people are saying, well, it's only a Category 3. It's not a Category 5. Goodness gracious. Listen, I've been through a lot of 3s in my life.
Yeah.
They're nasty. In fact, on this date, a Category 3 hurricane hit the Gulf Coast, 2005. You guys know what storm hit on this date in 2005?
Katrina.
Yes. That was a Category 3 at the time of landfall. Now, at one point, it was a Category 5, but it was a Category 3. And we all know what happened. We had the levee failure in New Orleans. Mississippi's coast was ravaged. Yeah. Ask our friends in Mississippi on the coast, Biloxi and Gulfport and Bay St. Louis, what's a Category 3 like? And they'll tell you about Katrina. And the death toll from Katrina was over 1,800. And, of course, a lot of that was the levee failures in New Orleans, but that's an example of what a Category 3 can do. So I hope our friends that are in that zone take it pretty seriously, because it'll be a pretty nasty storm when it comes in tomorrow morning.
So, and then you get into, I don't want to stir you today. We're getting into it's unprecedented, first time ever that, what do they call this area, Bubba, you said today?
Big Bend. Big Bend.
The worst tornado to hit.
Worst hurricane in a century.
To hit Big Bend in a century. Well, that also tells us that a century ago there was one as bad. But here comes the hyperbole that we must also not just be concerned about people when bad weather comes. We must also start showing everyone this is due to man-made climate change.
Yeah, I would caution people to not use national media as a source here.
Right.
And listen, it's like we've lost our ability to think critically. Reporters, it's like they're bots. They're programmed to say this over and over and over without even thinking about it. I heard a national report last night. It said the entire Gulf Coast of Florida will be ravaged by this monster storm. That's idiocy. That's absolute lunacy. Yeah. Who would listen to this? Pensacola is going to be on the offshore flow side. There's hardly no wind, no rain. This is the Gulf Coast of Florida.
Right.
It's like they are programmed to say things, and they can't even think critically or fact check what they're trying to say here. So my advice would be not to use any of these political channels that you see on TV, the CNNs and the MSNBC and even the Fox, all these things. Use the National Hurricane Center. Use a reliable source for information, and just try and phase out that noise, because this is a serious hurricane.
Sure.
But this is late August. This is when they happen. If we don't have hurricanes in late August, that's unusual. So this is what we expect this time of the year, and just try and phase out the noise and the political mess that gets involved in this, and just focus on the impacts. And we're afraid that sometimes when all this stuff starts, people that are in the hurricane warning, they begin to lose their focus a little bit. So I would advise sticking with a good, reliable, credible source like the National Hurricane Center. And the other thing I want to point out, guys, is that even this forecast can change. When it comes to tropical weather, if you're working with old information, you're working with bad information.
Right.
So what you heard at 5 o'clock this morning might be different at 11 o'clock this morning.
Right.
And again, here's the other thing. A lot of people are saying, well, I'm in Panama City. Do I need to evacuate? Well, no. You're on an offshore flow. The wind is coming in from inland, blowing the water out. So there's no storm surge issues. Yes, you'll see some wind, you'll see some rain, but the concern, it's along and to the right of the landfall center. And again, you just need to focus on that hurricane warning area starting at Indian Pass. You guys ever been to the Indian Pass Raw Bar?
Yes. How was
it's that Port St. Joe, Cape San Blas area, baby.
Yeah. I love that. Cape San Blas is one of my happy places.
It's my secret place.
Cape San Blas is not in the hurricane warning. It's not. It starts at Indian Pass and then goes all the way around that Big Bend. So that's where you got to be concerned, and just kind of, do what you're told to do. And hopefully we'll get through this without any loss of life or major, injuries.
Well, James, all the national weather folks are all headed down there. They're already on the beach this morning, so I know we'll have a lot of coverage.
Yeah, and my concern, it's a lot of these YouTubers and the TikToker guys.
Oh yeah,
a lot of these are teenagers, and they go down there expecting to get millions of views and make a lot of money on Google AdSense and the Creator Content Fund. Some of these guys, their lives are going to be in danger.
I know
that is a tough part of Florida to do live video from.
Bubba, do you have that proverb I gave you last week?
Yes.
But anyway, that's all I'll say.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes they get filtered out.
Right. I wish they would
we got to
listen.
get that framed.
I wish they would listen to older, wiser people like Spann that are saying just because you got a TikToker and YouTube page doesn't mean that you're qualified to go and stand in the middle of a hurricane and give reports.
No.
Yeah, and listen, guys, this, I don't know if you've ever been, I have not spent much time in that region, but there's not much there. And it will flood in a heartbeat, and water will come in a heartbeat, and you could be swept out really quickly. And there's not, there's no big high rises. This is not like Panama City Beach or Destin. Again, this is the most desolated part of the Florida coast. And if you get down in there in some of these rural roads and get out there on that coastline, it's extremely dangerous. And for the seasoned veterans, they're fine. They've been trained. They're meteorologists. They understand what's safe and what's not safe. But we have great fears now with this new legion of YouTubers and TikTokers that there's going to be some problems down there.
Well, that's
so
legitimate.
These kids know what they're doing.
Yeah, because they're not going to know the warning signs. They're not going to know what's too close. They're not going to know any of that.
Hey, James, your spaghetti model there is always impressive, but who is that one that's got the prediction way off to the left there, over to the west?
That's I think that the TCLP is not a dynamic model, but a statistical model. It's based on what systems have done in the past, and I don't even know why they include that. It's garbage. Throw it out. The interesting possibility to me, you do have a few credible members of the ensemble here that loop this thing around and turn it back to the east coast of Florida in about 5 days. Now, wouldn't that be something? You take a hit from a major hurricane, it goes back in the Atlantic, loops around and comes back. We don't think that's going to happen. We think the upper air steering currents will take this thing out into the Atlantic and it will dissipate there. But, you got a few members and the idea is on the table, and that would be a horrible situation.
Well, James, thank you very much for updating us, and we'll continue to get updates from you this week as you are available. And listen to what James is saying. Pay attention to credible sources. Heed warnings. And if you got a YouTube page or a TikToker thing, don't go down there. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Looking for an in that story, but I will tell the people who are upset in Los Angeles, which it's odd to me that anybody in Los Angeles is upset. I'm actually kind of hopeful when I hear that somebody in Los Angeles would be upset about making sure we're still honoring our veterans.
Oh, I know.
That actually makes me feel good, but...
Well, I see both sides of the argument, but I think the naming thing is something that is a part. I think it's a good thing. I really do. I think it's a great way to raise money. It's a great way to advertise. But I think there's some venues, because of their history, that you're never going to successfully rename. And I know it's aggravating when they keep changing the names of them year to year and all that.
Oh, I hated when the Titans got away from Adelphia. Did that company go out of business?
I guess.
Does that company go under? But I'm going to tell you what, that used to be so cool.
You know,
the strength of the Titans.
I think they're going to have
power of Adelphia.
I think they're going to have to modify it for the L.A. Coliseum. I just think you're going to have to call it the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. Brought to you by, and they're just got to put a memo out and say, look, when you say that, say brought to you by United Airlines or whoever.
Well, I'll go to this. Let me tell you, all the taxpayers, this. Let me tell you what you can't have. You can't have it both ways. You can't cry that we got to give tax dollars to raise money for the renovation, and then they said, well, we could get nearly $70 million of it from the advertising.
Yeah.
And they go, well, no, we don't want no advertising, but don't ask us for the money. You can't have it both ways. Either use advertising to raise the money, which I would prefer as a taxpayer, by the way, or you got to come off your hip.
Yeah.
It's one or the other.
You know, one of the things you don't...
Or just leave it like it is.
You don't see them selling as much, or maybe I haven't seen. They need to sell the name to the parking lot. I think that would be, more people would be talking about the parking lot anyway.
That's true.
Hey, where are you going to park? I'm going over the United Airlines section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably get a little cheaper, too.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough revenue. Do I want to sponsor the parking lot? People are not happy there.
A lot of them default to they'll name the stadium, then they'll name the field.
Right.
We have a lot of that.
Oh, yeah, sure. But I
name everything you can.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I wish there was a concession stand named after me. I'd love that.
By golly, there should be.
There should be. But
if I check out first, will you see to that, please?
Done.
If USC, especially when they were owning it, and I always thought, well, they play in that. I know it's a nice historic place, but it's a 100-year-old stadium.
Yes.
You always wonder why they didn't build a new one.
Well, I think because of where it is and the history. We went to the Rose Bowl, which is over in Pasadena. Oldie. It is. It's very old, but the section we were in
they renovated
had been redone, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
The thing about the Rose Bowl that shocked me, and I haven't been to it a lot, so pardon me if you have, and I'm looking at it incorrectly, but it was.
Sorry, we just saw a highlight that was really awesome.
I thought I said something.
No.
You thought you said you dropped a cuss word, didn't
we
you?
drove through a neighborhood to get there.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what it's like so y'all can relate. It's exactly like driving through Vestavia up here to get over to Highway 280, and you drive through all that, and boom, there's a big
stadium.
There's a big stadium down in a field in between two mountains, and it's really cool.
It's a pretty area.
The venue around that thing is just unbelievable, and the way the sun sets, and you see snow-covered mountains and all of that. But it was a handle getting there. It really was. I mean, you literally went through a 2-lane road.
So you don't have
with
a big
stop
major
signs
highway?
on it. No, the way we went, you didn't. So, but it was so cool when you got there, and they'd redone it. They had an escalator going up, and they had these murals of these great moments that had happened at the Rose Bowl, and you see all these historic players, and I mean, it was really, really nice. And I know they were renovating more of it at the time. But
let's talk parking.
They had a lot of parking, Rick.
Good.
It was like in the middle of a pasture, and this was what I thought was odd, and I think I mentioned this to y'all when we came back. There's a golf course next to it, and they let people park on the golf course for the game. So I mean, you drive up and you're parking on a green. I thought, well, that can't be good for the green.
I don't think it's good for the green.
No,
probably not.
But it was so big you could have parties out there.
Look at that shot.
Both teams had an area fenced off where they were having a pep rally on different sides. So it was really a neat venue. I would say this: if you've never been to the Rose Bowl and you get a chance to go, you need to go see a game, even if your team's not playing.
I would
just go to the game.
Just go.
Yeah, because one thing, some of the modern stadiums, guys, do y'all not ever take in account that people need to park somewhere? I mean, you got to think that through. I mean, people, if you're going to bring tens of thousands of people to a place, most of them are coming in some sort of vehicle.
Yeah.
And you got to have somewhere to put them, these vehicles, somewhere.
Yeah.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so working through the stories, Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. What a bizarre scene here. Right fielder for the Atlanta Braves. You know, when you have to ask, has the world just? I know we keep asking every day. Does no one know the basic standards of behavior? I mean, no one. So thankfully these fans are not dangerous, but
if they were,
if they were, it'd been problematic. But what I don't understand is how someone doesn't realize if I run onto the field to hug a player that I like, once security has come, I just need to say, I just wanted to hug him, I'm good. What kind of mind continues to cling?
I don't know.
Is that someone maybe that has some sort of mental challenges, or I mean, is it?
Watch the one when they're removing him and he's fighting. I mean, is he fighting so he can go hug him again?
What he has queued up first here is the Atlanta broadcast, kind of recapping what happens, and then we'll show the actual footage from a fan's perspective. But they're showing Acuna here, and this is what the Braves had to say.
The one fan went away relatively peacefully. The other one, though, was just irate, jumping up and down. The three security guards could barely contain him, and then finally they got him to the ground and got him under control and off the field of play. But I've never seen that.
It stopped the game, and everybody was trying to make sense of it. It was kind of a bizarre moment, to say the least.
Right.
And so it looked like somebody was in the upper deck and actually caught it. Here we go.
All right. So and they're out there just hugging Acuna.
Acuna, yeah.
Acuna Matata.
And so now they got him off, and here comes another one.
Right.
Knocks over Acuna, so he's on the ground now. So now they're on top of two fans. And looks like a bullpen catcher's coming. Other position players are running over.
So where did these people come from?
How did they get on the field?
Well, that's probably was in a meeting after this. It looked like one came from. Yeah, this guy on the bottom is not going easily. I couldn't figure out what the deal is.
What's his thing?
Look at him.
I don't know.
That guy's laughs.
Why would he behave this way?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is he on drugs? Is he mentally challenged? Is he?
Acuna plays right field, so I'm assuming they
that's
came
where they
from.
need the old Billy stick to straighten him out.
Yeah. I guess they jumped there over the wall.
Where was this?
Right
at?
field in Colorado at the Coors Field.
You know, every time I see something like this, I go back to 50 years ago probably when Hank Aaron hit that 755 and those guys rounded the bases with him in the field. People just came onto the field like it was nothing. And you think about all these when we storm the field with players and these things. This day and age, man, it's a different time.
He could have been hurt right there because he falls over one of the security guards that's on the ground trying to get this guy. But I mean, he could have easily
wanting to break.
He could have easily been hurt just trying to get away from him.
Well, and they all, because
that'd been good. Lose your best player.
Yeah.
The video we have when someone finally joins, the first person is already there hugging him. And they said that person just seemed to come on the field to hug him. It's the second guy.
Yeah. I don't know right here, he's pointing at him. What's he doing?
That nobody understands. And they said he's the one that it all went awry when he came on the field. I mean, you can't go on the field and hug a player, but that was going to be that was pretty much going to be a peaceful end to it. But this guy,
look at Big Boy holding him there like a.
Yeah, Biggins got him. The fireman's
got him.
carry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's holding him like a child.
But I don't know how they got. Now I understand if somebody was to jump a fence, jump the wall, and take off full sprint, they could run right by you and you not see them. But my goodness, to get all the way to him.
Yeah, I mean, there was a delay. If you see somebody going on the field, you think somebody would be chasing them at that point. I mean, they got out there locked up with him before anybody got out there.
Well,
not a good deal.
You've mentioned it, Bubba, and some of the announcers have mentioned it later. The sad thing is, and we hope and pray nothing like that will ever happen, but the sad news is if these people, especially the second guy, if any of these people meant to do harm to Acuna, they could have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The first person who's hugging him could have done whatever they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Speedy could have took Ace Frehley out that day.
I knew it.
It always.
I knew it. I think it applies.
Yeah.
I knew when you started grinning over there. That's what you were gonna say.
I'm just saying, if you were crazy, you had Ace. You had him.
Yeah.
You were standing right next to him.
But it looks like the first person out there had a much different attitude than the second.
Almost like
did
he
they
wanted
know
to,
each other?
Almost
or
like he wanted
two
to
separate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Almost like the first one. You see, he had his phone in his hand, like he almost wanted a selfie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it says here he did try to get a picture with him.
Did he?
But I'm just wondering, this guy see him in draft with him.
So what have they done to him? What is the deal? Do we know?
I'm not sure.
What have they been charged with?
Acuna's talking in the locker room here. He's going to have a translator with him. Is this? I haven't heard this. Is anything to it? Do what? Hold on, Adler. Go ahead.
He was just saying what you were just saying, Speedy, is that the first guy tried to get a photo, and the second guy actually tried to get a photo too, and that's what he was yelling.
Oh, okay.
Is that his translator?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that second guy really wanted a photo.
He really
even when they had him taking him out, he wanted his picture.
I don't know whether this has to do with the people that came on the field or just how bad the Rockies are, but he had a great game. He went 4 out of 5.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
At one point, Austin Riley hit a home run, and at one point you started hearing the chants that the Braves normally have in Atlanta, in Colorado.
When your fans start cheering for the opposing team, that's
when they start doing the tomahawk chop, that's a little much.
Yeah.
Well, they are America's team, right?
Yeah, they always were.
Yeah. So I don't know, weird story, but unfortunately nowadays, does this story feel that weird? I mean, everything else we report
everything is weird. It's weird times 2, you know.
All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll go to the phones for the first time today to find out what is on your mind. It can be about the topics we've already discussed. It can be something you want to discuss. It's up to you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get the real Greg Burgess on the phones, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because most people like to go to stadiums and not feel like they've accomplished something, like they've climbed to the top of Everest. They'd like for it to be a pleasant experience. You don't want to have to say I survived going to a game at fill in the blank stadium.
That is beautiful.
That is very nice. They let you park out there on that green stuff out there.
I'm telling you, people parked on that golf course, and I was looking around going, surely this is a fight.
I will. They probably kept them off the actual greens.
Helms, I'm telling you, people were parked everywhere, and you're walking between cars. You go, well, this looks like a green here. What?
Surely not. Did you putt once?
You may have to walk over one.
I'm telling you, they were everywhere.
What if you got stuck in a bunker?
Everywhere.
But it does seem odd that the way golf course people act about the golf course, that you'd let people park on one period.
I know. I hear me saying that.
The Rose Bowl.
No, I believe they parked on the golf course.
I understand.
I just can't believe they would let them do it on a green.
I can't believe
Not
that
even
they have
a
a golf course there and let people park on it.
Yeah,
that's
the Rose Bowl was there, and it said, "Sure, if y'all want to have a golf course." But the Rose Bowl
trumps it.
Yeah, it outshines the golf course.
By the way,
we're going to park on it.
By the way, there's
eat that.
There's got to be a very, very annoyed groundskeeper there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he can't.
And
when
I
football
bet,
season starts,
they wouldn't even let you
I
park.
bet he's fit to be tied.
Rick, they wouldn't even let you park on Stony Brook. Come on.
It's inside, but it's good.
Hey, it's looking good. Went by that other day.
Oh, no. It's kind of sad.
Is that looking dandy? Look, there they are.
Look at that.
Is that where you parked?
I didn't
Right there
park
on
there
the
because
18th
we came in on a bus, but we went to like a pep rally down on one end, and we had to walk through this, and I'm like, this looks like people are parked on the golf course.
They're clearly parked on the golf course.
They are.
And you see how they're lined up. The rows that they go in and out. I mean, that is the whole golf course. They're not parked in the rough. I mean, I thought.
Yeah, they are in the fairway.
I said,
They're out there in the middle of the
whoever
fairway.
keeps this up, man, this is a tough course.
Yeah, there's a groundskeeper that,
Especially if you get mad when your team loses and you spin out on the way out.
oh yeah,
You're driving mad.
what about when you're leaving the game driving mad?
Oh, I'm mad.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great weekend. We'll chat with you, Lord willing, on Monday. If you got more Rick and Bubba today, we'll do a top of the hour break, and more will continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us as well.
Bubba, I was going to hear that.
Well, with big rocks.
Always give it a shot.
I love the National Treasure stuff,
Yeah,
and there's a couple of movies I can't think of the names of that I really like. It is interesting that this particular story, you know how you're always interested on what reference they'll use when somebody has a big catalog.
Yeah,
which
he's
one?
got a huge
Well, Craig, this is what's what they call him, the face-off star.
Yeah.
Face Off.
See, I think Con Air.
I do too.
Of all the things, what about National Treasure?
Yeah.
National Treasure probably should have been it.
It's probably the most well-known by the most people, right?
Here's the thing about Nicolas Cage.
What
he'll
else has
be
he
in
been
a
in?
big money blockbuster, and he'll be in something that you've never
Some
heard of.
C-level movie.
I mean, he will
does
not
them
turn
all.
a movie down. When you see he's been married 4
Well,
times.
that's about to say. I'm going to tell you why. Is because Nicolas Cage now, for the 4th time, now this one is even dicier than the 3 prior, because this time he's calling for an annulment 4 days after he got married.
Now, look, don't forget it. I
Four
don't think
days.
we did the story, but earlier this week, the story was he was drunk at the where they were getting
Yeah.
married at.
Yeah.
Well,
and he was hollering stuff out and carrying on at the Justice of the Peace, wherever they were. I'm not sure where they were.
But Greg, of his entire catalog, they refer to
The
him
Rock
as
is what I was thinking about.
That's a good one, too.
That's the
It
one
is
I
good.
was. I don't
That
know
is a
why I
good
said
one.
Con Air, but I was. The Rock is what I
My
was.
wife, for
man.
some reason, watch anytime Con Air, and that's so not like her.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but I've come in. She watches Con Air every time it's on.
Well,
I
probably
don't know why.
Do y'all
because,
realize-
she
It's a
knows,
good
probably
one.
because she knows who the character's based
Well,
on.
that's true. The great Tommy Digby.
Don't get me started on Tommy Digby.
I love it.
Are we supposed to even be talking about that?
No.
I knew it was going to come up.
Yeah,
I
But
was
that
just
is
waiting.
You can't
that's
bring up
tied to
Con
that
Air
movie.
I know.
And Speedy's twin, Cyrus the Virus.
Right. Do you realize who else he's been married to? I mean, he's been married a lot.
I forgot about. I read the one about Lisa Marie, and I completely
forgot about Lisa Marie
because
Presley.
it didn't last long. Did it?
Well, I think they made it a whole 3 months.
Hey, that's better than Michael Jackson.
Here comes the only list they offer us. Patricia Arquette, which that one seemed to be one of his longest, 1995 to 2001.
That's a record.
Rick, 6 years for Nicolas Cage is a lifetime.
Then y'all hit with Lisa Marie Presley that we all forgot about.
I forgot all about
They
that.
got married in 2002, and Bubba or Greg, one or whoever said it, y'all were right. They did the secret wedding in Hawaii. It rocked on for 90 days.
Yeah.
Nicholas, do you think you just have to marry people? You know,
You should be married longer than you can get a payday loan for.
exactly.
You know, you really
That should be a requirement.
You should.
He also went on to marry Alice Kim, a waitress working at a restaurant that he frequented.
Okay,
Now,
that's
you know,
probably a great decision.
What you have
That
to
went
love
on for
about
12 years.
Nicholas, what you have to love about him, he
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we come back, carshield.com/Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba. Whether it's a road trip you got planned upcoming this Labor Day weekend coming up, maybe it's just simply trying to get back and forth from work every day, dropping kids off, running errands, trying to get to church on Sunday, carpooling. Whatever the case may be, your automobile is crucial. Nobody wants that automobile to be down for the count. And did you know that if you don't have warranty on your vehicle anymore, you're going to pay for it? So carshield.com/Bubba is available to offer protection plans that include 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, a rental car while yours is being fixed, and then they pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly on a covered repair. If you'd like to find out about the protection plans, we can get you 20% off by you going to carshield.com/Bubba or mention our code Bubba when you call 1-800-451-7776. CarShield protection plans are available so you can drive that all-important vehicle with a peace of mind even if your warranty is over. To the phones we go to Dusty in Talladega. Dusty, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. I hope you're doing well.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm going to handle this very carefully. I shot you, Bubba, and Speedy a copy of a menu of a restaurant that's there in Birmingham. It's a vegan restaurant. And it has a very, I would say, salacious name.
Yes.
And a very inappropriate menu. And it's funny to me because they even have a kids menu on there.
Wow.
I cannot imagine walking in there with a child and ordering chicken tenders for them and then turning around and ordering something off of that menu. And if you gentlemen have read or seen that email, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it because I heard the commercial yesterday during your show. I honestly thought I was having a mild stroke. And I know you don't control all of the commercial programming there for 104.7, but it just blew me away.
Yeah, I saw multiple emails on that yesterday, Bubba. I saw you responded. I saw the sales manager locally is looking into it. The funniest line was one of the guys say, I'm not complaining. I'd like to know what salesperson got a vegan restaurant to buy time on Rick and Bubba.
Yeah,
you need to give that person a raise. But
I think we of course did not hear that. The way our setup is, a lot of times, depending on where the commercials are coming from, we did not hear that. We saw the emails. We sent those up the chain. They were being looked into, and if I'm not mistaken, I saw an email that said it had been pulled.
Oh, really? Okay. So I saw the emails of them searching for it. That is interesting. I haven't seen the menu, but so I must have missed your email, Dusty. But I saw the deals about it. But yeah, you're right. We don't have anything to say with what the local stations run locally or sell. The only thing we have a say on is if we're going to lend our voice to something or endorse that. And all we hear in the studio are network commercials, so we don't hear all the different local breaks, or have any control over what they do. But it looks like they did look into it, and as Bubba just said, you thought you saw something.
I believe I read that this morning, scanning through the email.
Not the PR the vegans are looking for. Yeah, but I mean, be honest. I mean, if you think about this, you're worried about children. Do most vegans even have children?
Rick.
Well, I mean, some may. To the phones we go.
The last one.
I can't even keep a straight face on my own joke.
The last email.
That one got me.
The last email I had, Rick, said that it was it had been pulled for now.
But I have to agree. We got to go to that salesperson. That's a good salesperson. Yeah, they didn't really think it through. But let me tell you, as far as getting a vegan to buy on this show, that's pretty impressive.
Last email I saw, they want a client lunch. I don't know what that
Well, I'll have to take a hard pass on that one. We continue. Let's go to Barry in Alabama. Barry, go ahead.
Hey, guys, good morning. Speedy, this is for you specifically. I was out behind your house the other day, Saturday morning.
That's scary.
And out in that subdivision.
Right.
And I saw
Did you have a clown
coyote.
outfit on?
No clown outfit. But I saw a coyote running from his backyard across the back road.
Yeah, you're going to have that in
You
any
might want to be aware of that.
Yeah. Shoot me an email.
I was
Speedy,
going to say, couldn't we have just started with there?
Speedy at rickandbubba.com, and maybe in the email be more specific because I would love to know. But we coming out especially during, and thank you for thinking of me enough to call. But the time of day that we leave, I see them from time to time.
Oh, I see them in my neighborhood. Every neighborhood's got them. Every neighborhood's got them.
Right.
We continue.
But thank you for calling.
Let's go to Bill in Alabama. Bill, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was watching that Rockies game last night when the two came on the field, and that one that was cutting up so bad, he looked like Andy and Barney trying to corral Ernest T. Bass.
It did. It really, really did. Robert in North Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Good morning. I was curious as to where I might be able to hear your testimony and the rest of the guys' testimonies if they're available.
Bubba and I have done a podcast that he told his testimony, so you could go find that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Wasn't
archive.
that We Answer Questions Part 1?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was. You're right. Yeah, so that was only about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as me, if you go to burgessministries.com and click on watch, there's all kinds of messages that have been archived that I've done at various places.
And there's not one that you sit down and go, okay, here's Rick's testimony only. But a lot of those messages include my testimony. I'm not sure which ones do. But and I may have also done that on a past podcast, but I don't remember the topic of it. But as far as the other guys, Helmsy,
I got into mine a little bit on the when y'all interviewed on RBU.
Yeah.
I was going to say individual.
The interviews with the guys on RBU when we interview them, you'll find some of it there.
Yeah.
So all those sources should help you. And
I got one last question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just didn't
fired up.
hang up. I was just interested if you ever got that email from India.
I did not.
Rick,
I did not.
I'm concerned about that call.
I searched it yesterday, Robert. I still don't have it. No, I don't.
That's an opportunity waiting to happen right there. You need to go ahead and look into that.
Okay.
I'd hate for you to get charged erroneously.
Well, the good news is I don't have a draft on that one. So they can charge me all day. I just won't pay the premium, and I bet they'll drop it then. What do you think? Yeah. The good news for Sherry, if I die right now, she double dips.
You got the multiplier on there.
Oh, buddy, she's going to do great.
I've always thought about that,
Yeah.
getting life insurance. Oh, wow, doing pretty good. Wait a minute, I'm not here.
Feel bad. Yeah, feel bad for Israel right now because he's going to ask a question. Then it's a question he should ask, but he's dealing with me, which makes his life tough.
Oh, no.
Israel, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I was just going down 431 right through the middle of Gadsden, riding in a dump truck, and I almost went through a Jack's parking lot when Rick asked the question, do vegans really have children? I thought that was awesome. Hey, guys, I love the show, man. I'm a long-time listener. Y'all bring a smile to my face every morning. If there's ever been a time that's needed, it's right now. But I really enjoy your show. Thank you for what you do for the kingdom, man. You're appreciated.
Thank you.
But,
thank you.
I was just going to ask, Rick had said something earlier about a documentary concerning the theory of evolution. Do you have a name for that?
You know me, I just kind of I find myself in situations and I'm not sure how I got there. I'm pretty sure that it was on Amazon Prime, down on their documentaries. And it was saying, I think the title of it was, Is Genesis History? I think that's the name of it. I think. I'm so sorry.
All right, sounds great.
All right.
Hey, man, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, buddy. Everybody else on the show would have had all that information.
Yeah,
you picked the wrong one.
Yeah.
Am I right on that? I was right. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Is Genesis History Amazon Prime under documentaries? There we go. I'm getting a thumbs up from the booth.
There it is.
Let's go to Bobby in Mississippi. Bobby, go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, Bob.
33 is there, Bubba.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out a little bit, but go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I was talking to Greg about Calvin, that guy down there in Pascagoula, that the alien guy.
Yeah, Calvin Parker.
Calvin Parker, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did you guys do a podcast with him or just interviewed him?
No, we did a podcast.
Yeah, we did a podcast.
It's one of the very first ones
I think we did both. I think we did both.
We have done both.
It was like number 3 that we did.
Yeah. Let's go to Jimmy in Tennessee. Jimmy, how you doing?
Good, Rick. Just wanted. I live in Union City, Tennessee,
Good.
and had the man church coming up Thursday, and I really just kind of wanted to know, basically how do we dress, and what's the program? I mean, is it a
Yeah, it's a worship service. Yeah, it's a worship service for men. Dress is casual. And one of our speakers and teachers, Lee Moore, who's on the team, will be there. He's great. You're going to love it. And they'll do some praise and worship music. He'll give you a message that'll be a high challenge message to men. It'll be a worship service for men. And then you'll have an opportunity that night to plug into one of the small groups of they're using one of our 4 curricula. And I'm not sure which one they're starting with, probably Pursuit, but don't hold me to that. And you can plug into one of the small groups on Thursday night, and then you'll be in a small group for the 40 weeks out of the next 52 weeks.
okay? But if you choose not to do that, you would still get a lot out of just going one time.
You can, but you'll be missing a key component. But it'll still be of some value.
I understand.
It'll be of some value.
I understand.
You'll be challenged, but then you won't be equipped, so you'll probably be frustrated. But yes, just go there and see what. Go in there is where it starts. See what the Lord tells you to do while you're there. Amen. But go in there is of value. Of course it is. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number, but the equipping, that is the crucial part. Challenge has been around a long time. The equipping hasn't been done very much, and it's a crucial component. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mary, movie star famous, or the local waitress. He's all over the road.
Right.
He's not out there trying to hit a home run and make a bunch of money. I mean, he
went from the king of rock and roll's daughter,
and,
to a
and
waitress.
Michael Jackson's ex-wife.
Yes,
which
was
don't
strange.
forget that. Whatever you do.
Yeah.
But I like him in any movie. I don't know why. He's just one of those guys I like.
But apparently now the stories make sense. Y'all did a story in the kickoff. Did y'all do the kickoff hour or not? We didn't do the story, so none of us did. Nicolas Cage, they said, was drunk.
Yes.
It's a Las Vegas wedding.
Yeah, they show him in
in
the line going to get the marriage license, and he's drunk.
Well,
he's got some bizarre jacket on.
He sobered up and has now asked for an annulment after 4 days of being married to Erica, and I can't say her last name. I don't know.
A whole 4 days.
A whole 4 days. And he's saying, if y'all won't, he said, if y'all won't give me an annulment, I'll just go for divorce again. But this is why Nicolas Cage can be in a blockbuster or a B movie all in the same week.
Yeah, he owes so much.
And I hate to say this, and I don't. It seems selfish because we know that marriage should not be treated this way, but it's one of the things that's kept the Eagles together too.
Yeah.
I mean, when
on the road to pay for all them wives.
Don Henley every time he got divorced, you knew the Eagles were going back on the road.
Yeah, you two were coming out.
Right. So, but anyway, it's not the way we want it to happen.
No, it shouldn't be that way. Rick.
It shouldn't be that way.
So in this particular case, basically he said, I sobered up and realized, what have I done?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
But you know what? It may give him the idea for a new movie called Vegas Marriage.
There you go. He's got leaving Vegas.
Now, granted, that plot has been in a lot of movies. I got to. But it looks like he played it out perfectly.
Him and Kevin Bacon. I want to know who's in the most movies between the two of them.
I'll go
They're
this
in
far.
more movies.
Let's talk about modern day.
Let's look it up.
Let's talk about modern day. If you go to your Netflix, your Apple, your Amazon Primes, your Hulus, they offer an option that you just put in the actor or actress's name.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the memory. I think if you put names like Nicolas Cage in, they just come back to you and say, we'll give you what we can find.
Hey, y'all forgot about Ghost Rider.
Greg, I don't believe they can produce all the movies they're in. I think they'd say there's only so much streaming we can do.
To no surprise.
And like I say, he'll go big budget, low budget. It don't matter.
And Greg, you can relate
Don't
to this.
forget when
Rick,
he got in the new Left Behind and how bad that was.
Rick, I forgot about that.
All right, go ahead.
Pilot.
One of Mac Daddy's favorite movies of all time.
That's Helmsley's dad, by the way.
Nicolas Cage starred in. And that is Raising Arizona.
Now, I got to raise my hand on that one.
That's a good one.
One of the funniest movies.
That is a good movie.
Go upstairs and get me a baby. Golly.
Guys, it doesn't get much better than that.
That movie is fantastic.
Y'all,
Rick, I'll be taking these Huggies and whatever cash you got in the register.
Greg,
I mean,
so good. So good.
Y'all, he was in Moonstruck, too. Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Oh, that was like early.
Yeah.
Moonstruck.
Back
right
in 81, it's the first time he was in a movie. He's been in that long.
Remember, guys, he had a run where he was up there in the biggest names. I mean, he was only in the biggest movies. He had that run.
And he's his name is Coppola. He's from that family. He changed his name. Francis Ford Coppola. He's one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, look at you. You did your little body movement when you have something too. Yeah, I did. I got a little robot action.
I don't know if y'all heard this.
Rick, I got certain body movements when I think I got something.
According to IMDb, he is credited in 165 things.
That's a lot of movies.
11 times as a thanks, 1 as a director, 6 soundtracks, and 13 times as producer.
But see, you married 4 women, though, that still ain't enough.
No.
It still ain't enough. Let's go back to this, okay?
How many's Kevin Bacon got?
Well,
pull him up. Let's compare the two.
Because those
that's
two
a playoff.
Guys are when you say a working actor, they are working.
Well, they're working. They're always working. Now, some of you in the audience may know this, and y'all can help me. There's a movie I really like of Nicolas Cage, and it may be one of my favorites, but I don't know the name of it.
Okay.
And that's the one where he he wakes up and he's like he goes back.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not talking about the Peggy
Family
Sue.
Man.
I'm not talking about the Peggy
Family
Sue
Man.
one. Yeah, because Peggy Sue and that one's not
I
as
didn't
good.
like that.
But I'm gonna tell you, the Family
a
Man.
great movie.
Family Man is a great movie.
Yeah, and Don Cheadle is the
Yes.
Where he's the dad, he
y'all
doesn't
have-
remember being
Yes,
the dad. Yeah, that is good.
If y'all hadn't seen Family
I
Man,
haven't. It's good.
put it down for this weekend.
That one goes on one of his upper ends.
All right, I got Kevin Bacon here.
What
Let me
about
try to
Gone
pull
in
it
60
up.
Seconds?
I love those.
That's a good movie.
That's a good movie.
Greg,
yeah.
you know what you have? You have the
Memphis Rain.
Listen, you have the Nicolas Cage movies that you respect him as one of our better entertainers. Then you have a movie you feel sorry for him in.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
Rick, he's got-
And he gives you both.
There was one that I saw because, like you say, with Amazon Prime stuff now, I don't even know what the title was.
Right.
And he was the
Is that
main
the one?
guy.
Is that the one Blake was in? You know, my son was in one with him. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right. So as we work our way back, much to cover on the program today. And, some of you, of course, I've already got the email. The folks on Wikipedia say the Genesis history movie goes against all scientific facts. What I would say to all of you is if I'm going to watch a documentary that is designed for an evolutionist to convince me that these are scientific facts, why wouldn't I watch one that counters some of that and says, but here's another theory, because they're all theories because none of us know. And so I would just gather information from all the sources, and then I would, search for myself and come to your own conclusions. But we've always said this, to take creationism and throw it out as another possibility is to me just as dumb as to take evolution and other theories and refuse to teach them.
You're right.
Teach them all, and then let them stand on their own merit.
Well, I was telling you the other about a little clip I saw the other day. I don't remember where it was. We go through so much looking for show stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a guy, and he basically had said, look, we know from Adam and Eve to Adam was about 2,000 years. And he broke down the all of that. And then he looked at who came off the ark, and he broke down average numbers of kids that they would have, and,
Right.
and of course there's some margin of error there, but he rolled it out to about 8 million people, which is about 8 billion. I'm sorry, what we say is on the planet right now.
Right.
And that was about 4,000 years.
Yeah.
When he did the numbers out, so that would say we're sitting at about 6,000 years from the point of the beginning of creation, according to the Bible, if you go with his number counting, which I thought that was interesting.
Well, and there's not a person in this video that is not a scientist. I
Yeah,
want everybody to
yeah.
know that. He's not sitting around talking to a bunch of evangelical preachers, okay? He's going to scientists who are just as big experts in their field as anybody else in their field that disagrees with them,
Right.
and they've come to a different conclusion. And I would say, to Bubba's point, I do think that there is an opportunity to say, and you're going to see this documentary, they're talking about the age of creation.
Right.
Now, they'll call it age of the earth.
Right.
But I will tell you, there is another option out there that isn't talked about as much, is the age of creation of human beings and animals may be different than how old the earth is.
Yes,
Because-
that may be why we see old Earth data and we see new Earth data. And of course, again, I don't think it's one of the major points for Christians,
No.
but it is interesting.
Yeah, some people
And
let everything ride on young earth.
Right.
I really don't, because I think we're using the word young earth when we may be talking about young creation.
Right.
But that's not the same thing.
That would be a theory that would show you how both of those could coexist and both of them be correct. In other words, the earth
Right.
was created, it sit there for a while, and you can go back and some people are going to say, no, you can't read that into it. Some people say, yeah, you can. But you could see where the earth could have been created and could have sit here for a few million years before creation actually took place.
Right. And there are those that have the theory that that God has had the earth longer than He's had animals and human beings.
Yeah, a lot longer.
And that I'm not saying that's true, and that's what I believe.
But
I'm
that
just
could
saying
be the void and without form years.
right? But you have to also
talk because we don't know
It's interesting.
We don't know how many years between Genesis 1 verse 2, 1 and Genesis 1 verse 2, and there's different theories, and that's all they are. So I would take issue with somebody on Wikipedia saying that this documentary goes against scientific facts. So we have people that say it's factual. They were here when this all started, and they've counted the years, and they've lived all this. None of it's facts. It's all, this is what we think. Now, I will tell you this: if you watch it, the evolutionist people, they've got some real fossil problems. I mean, some big fossil problems.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, we've seen microevolution due to your environment.
Yeah.
But macroevolution, we've never been able to prove with a fossil record.
Yeah. So, if I was someone trying to figure all this out and I hadn't come to my own conclusions, I wouldn't just watch documentaries that keep feeding me the same thing. I'd watch multiple ones.
Yeah.
From all sorts of points of view, and then think, well, you know what, that is, you can't really argue that, or wow,
or that's a good point. I wonder how that fits in.
Yeah, don't get in this mind where you say I'm closed off. And I would say this even to followers of Jesus with biblical worldviews. It's still important to know what the rest of the world thinks and why they think it, so that when you get into discussion, you're able to actually defend what you believe. Now you got to be careful because you can, be sure you don't let them influence you. But we should always know. I mean, the writer of Hebrews and Paul to the Ephesians is constantly telling us that we're still in this world even after being redeemed and as part of the church. So we need to know how the world works. And it says, walk as the wise, not as the unwise, and be aware that the days you're living in are evil. So understand what's going on. And I think sometimes some of the followers, modern day followers of Christ, don't do really well in debates and in discussions, is because they're a little bit naive of what the world is doing at the time they're living in it, and to be able to stand against it, and proclaim. But the bottom line is this: we chase all these rabbits, and I just did a lesson on it Sunday when Paul is talking to the church at Corinth in 1 Corinthians 15, and he's saying, but remember that when I taught you, because they've had a new bunch come in that claim the resurrection never happened, and he says, remember what I taught you, and I taught you that the gospel was of the utmost importance. Of all the other things I taught you, the gospel is the most important thing, and y'all are drifting from the gospel. And of course, the first proof that he claimed that they were foolish, which I thought was hilarious, was I thought y'all all said you were justified by the gospel that I preached. In that gospel, Jesus is resurrected. Mm-hmm. So if you claim to still be justified, but now he wasn't resurrected, then you would no longer be justified. So you're now competing against your own justification by claiming he wasn't resurrected. And then he goes on and talks about the eyewitnesses, and then he goes on to talk about how he appeared to Peter and to his half-brother James, and then he goes on to talk about, and look what he did to me. Look how much I've been changed by the resurrection, and I saw him in his glorified state. So don't get too far off, because the gospel is still the center of it, but these things are interesting.
Well, even our hard science has a problem, Rick. That's why they've had to come up with this theory of dark energy, because the universe is accelerating as it expands.
Correct.
And all of that, we got a problem. That can't happen.
And the earth before the flood and after the flood, that's important to understand too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your nephew. He was in one where he was against. There were Russians.
Okay,
there were
I
Russians
haven't seen
after,
that one, but you're
and
right.
it has something to do with the first name time they put it out. It was named after what you call a Russian pistol.
Yeah.
Then they changed the name of it because nobody could pronounce the name.
That's right.
And they called it something else. And it's one of those kind of movies where you look and all of a sudden my son's standing in the pool room and gets hit with a pew cue or something.
By Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, by Nicolas Cage.
I do
It's
remember. I haven't seen that one yet.
I don't think it's very good.
Can you see Blake in it?
Yeah, he's in it.
I don't know.
They
I saw him get hit in the head
refer
with
to
a bottle.
these as self. I don't know exactly how they classify that. 228 credits.
To Kevin Bacon?
Yeah.
So it's 228 to 161.
Bacon's walking off with it.
But I
He's
don't
been in a
know.
lot of
I don't
stuff.
know if that includes just him acting or somebody
the other.
referring to him or something. I don't know how they categorize this.
Your phone calls
He's
are
been in a lot of
next.
movies.
More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Bubba, what's the name of this artist?
Rick, I'm not familiar with this artist. I said Little Nas X. Now it's NAS. That's Nas.
Yeah.
To me.
No, well,
Has
I hear
Nas.
you.
I would say little Nas X.
It's Nas. Just think.
How's that Nas?
If it's NASA, it's NASA. So
Right.
if you take the A off of it, it's Nas.
Nas.
Right?
Little Nas X.
It's like little gas X.
You got to be
But
careful.
I think it
it's an
needs
N.
an extra S.
But
for
yeah,
Nas,
yeah,
but
I agree. If he wants to be called Nas,
Right.
but we do spell gas, GAS.
We
So
do.
it's
We
Nas.
do.
But you said it's Nas. That's how he wants it said. Little
So that'd
Nas
be
X.
N-O-Z.
Little Nas X. Well,
Like Boz is B-O-Z.
it doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
I'm going to say Nas just because I don't want to slip up and say something I'm not supposed to, like Greg did in the kickoff hour this morning.
Well,
I bet he did.
our intern can say it. He's familiar with him.
Yeah. So how do you
Skunk
say it?
Baxter.
Skunk, how do you say it?
Which is also difficult to say, and you may end up saying something there.
Lil Nas X.
Yeah.
Lil Nas X.
Little Nas X.
Hey, it's Lil Nas X. I call it Lil Nas X. Hey Gwen, we listened to Old Town Road. We liked it. so his song Old Town Road got put on a country.
Well, it
What
debuted.
happened? What happened with Lil Nas
Rick,
X?
It debuted on Billboard's Hot Country chart at what, number 19? Is that what the story says here? And it has been taken off. And Billboard has said, upon further review, it was determined that Old Town Road did not currently merit inclusion on Billboard's country charts, but there's some people calling foul.
All right, let's
I
hear
got a little bit of it if you
Let's
want to
hear
hear it, Rick.
We got to hear it.
You can whip your Porsche. I've been in the valley. Riding on a tractor, lean all
An expert on how they do this by any stretch. Billboard has what they call reporting stations, and that used to be how they did it. It was a big deal.
We assume it's the same way.
If you were selected as a reporting station for the genre of music that you play, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you were like our flagship station is a country station, if they're selected as a reporting station, they send to Billboard what their what their playlist is, what they're playing now, and they compile that with others, and they used to mix record sales into it too, and then they would put out their chart. So it was a report of what country music was playing. It's not them directing country music what to play, right? So if country it's the problem.
Well, people are upset because they do play crossover songs a lot and put them on the country chart while they are on another chart.
There are a lot of country songs that are more
I'm
down that
telling you.
way now, and as you mentioned, Florida Georgia Line. There's been others. I mean, Cowboy Troy. I mean,
and that old guy that was the UAB
Yeah.
quarterback that puts out in his voice.
Sam Hunt.
I walked in, I said, "You sitting on the table?"
Yeah,
And, you know, it does.
country sounds different than it used to.
It does,
and it's always been evolving. That's the point.
But they're saying not country enough. He's been removed from the country chart.
But
But how did he move to number 19 without country play?
If Billboard is reporting what country is doing, how can they just make the decision it doesn't belong on that chart? That's what I don't follow. And again, I'm not completely versed on
What
the
about
process
Cowboy
nowadays.
Troy?
Well, that's
What about Cowboy Troy and Here Comes the Train?
Oh, I know. That's one of my favorite songs. He said Tim McGraw liked the change.
Yeah, he did. I walked in and then
we discussed it earlier. I'm like,
Greg,
I
you're
don't,
right. You
I
were
don't know how
right.
they track
Yeah.
it. I don't know. I thought if
How do you get to number
crossover meant stations that normally don't play your music started playing it. Therefore, you jump to that chart.
Right.
You're in both charts, right?
That's what I thought. Let's say that there was
the old days.
The Billboard reports what's going on. They don't tell stations what's happening. I mean, what to do. I mean, that's how it used to be.
I'm riding on my house.
Remember the dreaded
Horses in the back.
the great crossover hits people would have.
Yeah, sure.
And Top 40 had the same problem with Funky Town. Remember, that was a big controversy when it came out. Lip sync, remember?
Well,
it was going up the charts, but you know, some stations and the one that we listened to growing up wouldn't play it.
Well,
Because they didn't feel like.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us today. Coming up this hour is Coach Bruce Pearl, who is going to talk to us about a musical that he is sponsoring. That's the topic coming up later in the program. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, we've got Biden clips to jump into to start the hour. Biden
Where to
clip
go?
me. Biden
Where
clip.
to go?
Everybody. Everybody to Basement Joe. So here is the leader of the free world. One of our favorite categories is always on Biden clips. Is Biden versus the teleprompter. So here we go again. Clip number one. Let's see if we can figure out what the president's trying to read.
An ordinary minister, he pursued a righteous calling that through him brought him back here. I was going to say threw him back here, but it brought him back here. It kind of threw him as well. Back here to Washington.
Who's he talking about?
All right. This is when he gets confused on the teleprompter and he looks away and starts coming up with stuff
Then he
on his
can't
own.
keep-
I can't see it good enough, so
then he
it
can't
moved
get
too fast. You think it's going too
Yeah,
fast?
yeah. Then he can't get back on.
I think
Gosh almighty.
they're giving him something to keep him going, and you can't just give it to you every day.
Right.
And I think they try to take their off days and come off of it a little bit. I mean, I don't know if it's a B12 or what
It's
kind of
probably a
juice
little
they're
stronger
coming
than
out
that,
with.
yeah, but I hear you.
Let the off days
you-
be
you-
when he's on vacation. He's on vacation 40%.
Well,
of the time.
that's what I'm saying. But I don't think. I think there's sometimes that he ends up too many days he has to be in public, and they can't just keep him on.
Right.
It,
Gotcha.
They
The
gotta
doc
take a
says
break.
every other day,
and
not every day.
And that's some days he starts talking.
Well, and also, and I know we've touched on this a lot. He has a podium with microphones on it, but he brings his own.
Yeah.
And he does a handheld, which is always odd to me. Why
An
does he carry
ordinary
around with his
minister,
hand- Who's
he
he talking?
pursued a righteous calling
That's so true.
that through him brought him back here. I was going to say threw him back here, but it brought him back here. It kind of threw him as well. Back here to Washington.
Do you think they give him a handheld because he'll wonder?
Yeah.
It
like a
could be.
security blanket.
Yeah.
It could be that, and I don't know.
It
Is
won't
that
look so bad if he wanders off without the mic.
is that the house
See what I'm
mic?
saying?
In other words,
standing off mic
Yeah.
trying to talk.
Right, right.
are the other mics like built in for I don't know, media or whatever, and that's the house mic he's talking to?
I don't know, buddy. I don't.
That's just weird.
I don't.
Why not just put that with the other one?
You know how they
I
would
think
give-
you might be right.
We're
Ralph,
through
what you're
him,
saying.
but we.
I think you guys have mentioned this, but they would give Bob Dole a pen for that.
that
For
funny
something
hand.
to hold on to.
Well,
Or
don't
that
say
hand.
funny hand, Greg.
Guys.
But yeah,
Did you just say
you're right.
funny hand?
Yeah, don't say
well,
funny.
And he just showed
It's
it
not
too.
called funny hand.
Well,
Greg,
it's not
what
nothing
is
funny
wrong
about
He's got
with
one
you?
that ain't
maybe
right, and he
but
gave.
funny means like
they gave him
it
something
ain't
to hold
normal.
to.
Sure.
How about injured
I know
hand?
what you mean.
Yeah, thank you, Rick.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Thank you
That's
for
what I
cleaning
meant.
that up.
I
think-
meant that.
I think that's what they do for Biden.
All right, next he's going to forget the name of the DHS secretary. This should be fun. The Homeland Security. Not going to be able to come up with that name. All right, here we go.
Secretary of Homeland Security, a guy who took the job. Thank you for taking the job, pal.
Good. Stalin.
Man, guy, buddy.
That sounds,
pal.
that sounds like
serious.
that sounds like me at church every Sunday. Hey, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, everybody's buddy to me.
Yeah,
My
try-
brother in Christ. How you doing?
Can't think of everybody's name. Struggle with names. This time, no handheld mic. He's talking to the microphones on the podium.
That's a good.
Well, he may have it in his hand, Rick. That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Okay.
Good,
It's the
good
same
be.
deal, isn't
Secretary
it?
of Homeland Security.
And are we in a hurry with
the guy
Homeland
who
Security?
took the job. Secretary of Homeland Security, the guy who took the job. Thank you for taking the job, pal.
Can't think of his name.
buddy.
Can't think of his
I'm going to
name.
ask somebody.
And it's a complicated name. That's a good one to skip.
Somebody on staff needs to work on their body.
I want to
We
get
need somebody. To
I
do
want
it.
to get 2A and B in here
I'll
because they
work
go
on it.
together so good. Now, keep in mind, this administration are going to try their best to terrify all of us over COVID again. I think it's going to be tougher to do this time. I don't know if y'all seen all the various people are sending me things to sign to say we will not comply this time and all this kind of stuff. There's all of that's going on. I don't think you're going to get, especially the heartland and the South, to comply again. You may get some of the other places, but we're about to be told that all of us have got to wear a mask again. You're going to hear Karine Jean-Pierre say they're coming up with another vaccine that we're all going to take. But watch how serious they really are on the way they behave. Watch Biden and see if this guy's trying to keep people from catching the virus. Watch him right here. He's coughing into his hand and then shaking everybody's hands. Look,
well, he coughed into his left hand.
And so here he goes.
I don't know where I am.
Yeah, so
that's okay.
It wasn't as bad. I mean, I thought he was coughing in the hand.
I did too. I thought he was coughing in the hand.
But he's still coughing like within 6 feet of him.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, that's Dr. Jill there. I thought she'd be in surgery or something.
Now let's go to Karine Jean-Pierre. This first vaccine that they guilted us all, and some of you were forced to take, that's really gone well, and all the mini boosters that followed, all still just putting spike protein in you just as much as they possibly could. Side effects everywhere. I have friends, unfortunately, and they're having things happen that are tied to the vaccine. Of course, you can also have side effects from the actual virus. Of course, we know that too. But let's watch Karine Jean-Pierre, and I'm sure this really comforts all of us. Here we go.
The president said in Tahoe that he had tentatively decided to recommend everyone get the new vaccine. When is he going to decide finally?
So I think you've heard from the FDA and CDC. They've made an announcement on the new vaccine. So certainly they said that there'll be an updated vaccine mid-September, I believe. So we know that, as you all know, vaccinations against COVID-19 remains the safest protection for avoiding hospitalization, long-term health outcomes, and death, which is why we are going to be encouraging Americans to stay up to date on their vaccines.
That's not true. You did hear, though, that she's trying to. They're kind of done with saying it won't keep you from getting it.
Yeah, well, we've had to skip over that because nobody believes that.
We've had to skip over that one. So really, what you're saying is y'all can give me fake spike protein or the actual spike protein, and then when I get COVID anyway, I've doubled the spike protein in my body. But this is actually better for me than just catching it naturally and developing a natural immunity to it.
Right.
When the death rate, especially on this latest one, is minuscule.
Right.
And most people aren't having a tough time with it really at all. To any other than some people say, for me, I was really sick for a few days and didn't feel good. But I don't know about y'all. I had the flu. I don't know that I've ever had the flu.
I had it last year.
But it's.
I had it one time where you were in the bed for a week.
It's not very much
that's
fun.
That's not.
You don't feel good.
Well, I've never had that.
I don't know this. I've been sick before and didn't feel good.
Yeah.
For a couple of days, and also we have throughout our entire existence, as I said a few days ago on the show, you've had kids in school before, and you've heard, "Hey man, the flu's breaking out at school." Did they stop school and put masks on kids and all that? No. Hey, there's a stomach virus going around the school spreading like wildfire. We had 100 kids out there today. Did they stop school?
Every now and then
you'll
see one close for Thursday, Friday.
A reset.
Yeah, and kind of reset, get everybody back on the page.
The damage we have done to people with these rush to market vaccines, putting children and people in masks for long periods of time, the at-home learning, and the damage we've done, what we did to the economy, what we've done to people's livelihood. If we go back and do all that again, we must be the stupid, dumbest people that have ever lived, and we deserve every disaster it brings. You cannot let them do this to us again, especially if some of it may be surrounding around the 2024 election and trying to get us into some kind of hysteria where they can justify things really that have no merit and have always been problematic, which is why we don't let people do it. So I just hope we don't get duped again. So this is the new and improved vaccine. Anybody want to tell us what that means? What do you mean it's new? What's different about it? What have y'all done different this time?
I'm sure they're trying to evolve it to take care of these things now, which points to the fact that what they have currently on the shelf is not covering what we're up against now.
Yeah.
I mean, by their own, they're telling you that it doesn't work.
Yeah, that clip we played yesterday, Biden said, we're working on a vaccine, quote, that works. So you're saying the old one doesn't?
Well,
that's
well,
what
not
you're
anymore.
saying.
It's the disease has evolved, and it's really not in its wheelhouse anymore.
But here's the problem. As you know, I'm not a virologist and didn't study at the Wuhan School of Virology, but I do know those that are, they tell me that viruses mutate. And so as soon as they get out the new and improved one that says, hey, we think that we've got that up to variant 20, well, then variant 21 is going to come out.
Right.
Variant 22.
Right.
We need to learn to keep ourselves as healthy as we can, keep our immune system strong. You're going to get these things. You're going to get sick. Praise God, most of us will get better. We certainly should protect the elderly or the immune compromised and work with them as best we can. But everybody else has got to go on about their business, or we'll never get through any of this. We're doing more damage than good. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Who's
fit their format?
Believe it or not, think about this. The first time I heard Zach Brown, I thought, well, I don't know what format they are.
Yeah.
Because I didn't think they were country and all.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Without looking,
6'8".
Listen,
I'd be impossible around him.
Without
Look,
looking,
Rick.
without looking, how much do you think it costs if you order one of everything on Taco Bell's menu? And we're talking 40 items.
40
Well, I know
items.
this. That's
Oh,
one of
my
the cheapest
goodness.
place to eat on the planet.
I know. Don't get
I'm
ahead
gonna
of me.
average
He
it.
hasn't looked, so I want him to guess.
$96.50.
116.
Boy, you're close. 120.
Do you realize you can eat the entire Taco Bell menu
Everything
for $120?
they got for
The
120
entire
bucks.
menu.
How about that?
Guys,
Now
I've
that's a deal,
guys,
right
I've
there.
gone there with $8
That is
before
a
and bought
deal.
half the menu.
Yeah. And I'll be
The only
honest,
thing close to that is Golden Corral, where a party of 6 can eat for $20.
and it's unbelievable. There's so much food laying out there.
But
They
it's,
cutting 3 meats. They got. I mean, it's unbelievable.
so the world's strongest man said he ate the entire menu, but his stomach hurt really bad.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you know the tacos and all that, they're not that filling. So if you're a big guy that can eat like that, he probably blew through that like 90 going north.
He said.
I don't
he
know. I
said
think all that cheese stuff would be heavy on you.
Greg, he
So
said.
what you getting the burritos?
Everything, burritos, chalupas,
Yeah,
guada,
yeah.
whatever.
I'm just thinking about what I normally order.
You
and
better
I
take
just-
a good stool.
I could
Salty.
honestly, I think I could sit
That
down,
cheese.
and if I did it, I bet I could eat 50 tacos.
Bless you, Taco Bell.
I'm not going to.
I'm same
but
way.
I think I
could
could
too.
eat 50.
the
Yeah,
calorie,
same way.
the calorie
Soft shell?
content on this meal.
No, I want it crunching.
I do too, but the soft shell, I could probably eat 80
yeah.
of those.
What do you think the calorie content of those 40
Oh
items?
my goodness. Oh, I don't even know.
No.
That stuff.
25,000 calories.
Hello.
Twice what he normally
Hello.
eats in a day, which is 12,000.
Which is
He said the sauces.
unbelievable.
He said the sauces is what got to him. If he said if he just eat it all.
back off the sauce.
Well, he said like the sauces that even like come on it sometimes.
Did you just say he eats 12,000 calories a day?
Yes,
Guys,
yes.
that's
He's eating as much as Bubba.
crazy.
That's a lot.
Rick,
That's a lot.
almost as much as well.
I can't do 12. I can't do it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
experience it is, a show about anything. Thank you for being here. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up later. Bob, I'm a little surprised that you haven't mentioned this story today.
I think it's a little thin, Rick.
Well, I will say this. Some people are telling us that Calvin Parker has passed away. We cannot confirm that. Who the guy called about and asked about a podcast with him.
Yeah.
There's a Calvin Parker that has, but we're not sure it's the same one.
Yeah. According to Powell, it was.
Yeah, well, Powell said that, but Powell could be wrong. I've noticed the Powells in the audience, so they'll get out ahead of themselves a little bit.
How about I
sometimes.
text Calvin Parker and see if he responds? We'll know then.
Ooh.
Yeah, we will know then.
Or the aliens just came back and got him.
I'm doing it right now.
Who knows
Did
that?
I tell y'all? Did I ever tell y'all that when you remember when the great Steve Farrar went on in? That
Rick?
That so Steve Farrar, passed away. I guess it's been a little over a year ago now.
Yep.
Heart attack. Well, he and he was a great mentor of mine and was very helpful with all this. And I loved his writings and his teachings, just incredible teacher. And I'm riding down the road probably a month after he passed away. And all of a sudden I look up on the screen in the truck and it has Steve Farrar's calling you. And I was like, oh boy.
Wow. You better don't let that one go to voicemail.
I thought to myself, all right, so I don't know how Steve pulled this off, but he may have news for me. But I answered, and it was his wife who was trying to find all of his contacts in his phone to ask about something that they were going to do. But when I first saw that, I was like, oh my goodness. It throws you a little bit. It throws you a little bit when somebody goes on in and all of a sudden you get a call from their contact.
Yeah.
It throws you a little bit.
Yes, it does.
All right.
Hold you up for a second.
So, Bubba, we have someone who's saying that we already know that there was life on Mars because 50 years ago we found life on Mars. This, of course, is Dirk somebody. And he says that we had life, but NASA accidentally killed it.
Well, he's saying the Viking explorers that landed on Mars back in the 70s were they were there looking for life. That was one of their primary missions, and they could scoop up some of the soil and test it and one thing and another. And part of the test, they had to add water to it so they could, get their reading on it. And he is saying that he believes that there was life in the dirt, and when they ran the test, it killed it. Now Rick, again, he's one voice on this. I don't think that is actually correct. If there were microbes in the dirt and they killed it by running the test on it, wouldn't all of the rovers have been able to pick this up? We've had several rovers up there going around. They've been testing dirt and digging in rocks. Seemed like they would have picked up on this. Right?
I didn't even know I didn't know we got on the surface of Mars back in the 70s. I had no idea.
Viking 1 and 2, I believe.
I didn't know.
It may have been in the 70s.
I don't remember when they went.
Where was it really, Greg?
If you buy that,
Vikings landed on Mars?
Viking 1 landed in 1976.
That kind of
and Viking 2 was a little bit later than
See,
that.
I thought what we just did was the first time we'd ever landed.
No, as a matter of fact, these went in. They did a full landing. They had the big rocket engine to land, kind of like we did on the moon. And they took some really good pictures for that time and sent it back. And of course, it looked just like it looks now. There's red and there's rocks, and the sky's kind of hazy, red, orangey looking, and we don't see anything.
Well, this guy says we found life, we killed it.
Killed it
right there.
I think that's probably his opinion on this. It'll be interesting to see if anyone will come forward and say they agree with his theory on this.
Do you know this cat?
No, I don't.
Some scientist out of Berlin, is that right? The Technical University in Berlin.
Like I say, the Viking landers landed on Mars
talking right
in the 70s.
No, he doesn't.
And they kept transmitting until the mid-80s. 82 for one and 80 for the other.
Well, these conversations, I usually can't bring much to the table. I exited this one really quick when I didn't even know we went to Mars in the 70s.
Right, I didn't either. I had no idea.
So I knew I had nothing to bring.
Damon?
It was some really good high-def pictures they sent back for that time, for the technology.
Yeah.
I think the jury's out on this.
Right.
He may be a lone voice with a dissenting opinion unless somebody jumps in and goes,
do you think is this a classic case of trying to be sharp?
It may be a little of that.
Yeah,
now,
Stanley Kubrick.
I think the rovers would have found something too if there was. And I'm not saying there's not life there, and it couldn't be underground somewhere, but at least not in the dirt.
What, a worm?
We haven't found any microbes or anything.
If there is life there, they're not real motivated.
Yeah, they don't want to be seen.
It is strange though. You look at the planet; it looks like there were flowing rivers and there were some oceans there just by the rock formations. But whatever was there obviously is not there now. So.
Now, is Mars flat too, or is it?
Yeah.
No, it's a ball.
Is it?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
Well, we can see it from here. It's round.
Well,
we can see it.
You talking about fake pictures?
No, I mean just looking at it. It's round.
Well, some of these people.
Now, is it an optical illusion? I don't think so. But that would be your only hope.
I've noticed though, like with some of these flat earthers, it's almost like if I had the money, I don't. I'm not even close.
Right.
But if I had the money, I think I'm ready to blast some of them up there and say, y'all go look for yourselves.
Well, one of them tried and he killed himself, remember, when the parachute opened, don't take off?
Yeah.
It looked like the Snake River Canyon jump.
Exactly.
If you think all these pictures, I'm talking about mounds of pictures that we have, are all false, and you never have really walked out how they're gaining by the falsehood, we may need to get you up there and let you look for yourself.
Well,
can we get the official spokesperson current day for flat earthers? Send them up there and let that person come back and go, all right, I saw it.
Yeah. SpaceX just launched 21 new Starlink satellites.
Right.
That gives them a total now of 3,970 that's orbiting the Earth.
Holy moly.
Providing
That's kinda
internet
crowded up there.
providing internet service.
So crowded.
You cannot orbit a plate. You can't do it. There's no physics, there's no science, there's no math that says you can stay in orbit around a plate.
Yeah.
You can around a ball.
Yeah, but it's a dome. Like a snow globe.
Domes don't count either.
Right, like
you can't orbit a dome. The numbers and the gravity's not there.
Oh, Bubba.
Sorry.
You're going to get Adler started because he's with you on this 1,000%. Both of you, your frustration with flat earthers, I'm in third place, but Adler's 1, you're 2.
Yeah, let's send them to space and just leave them there.
I think they may be on to something.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, Bubba, you shared with me the Rolling Stones news in your office, but I just realized it's April 1st. Could this be a Rolling Stones April Fool's joke?
Well, I don't know.
Guys, it's finally happened.
You got to be careful on old April 1st every year of everything you hear.
It's finally happened. Old men, little kids, and girlfriends, and multiple wives everywhere. We kept wondering, when will the day come when the Rolling Stones will be deemed no longer indestructible, and it's happened.
Yeah, they announced over the weekend that their sold-out leg of the U.S. and Canada tour that they're on will have to be put on hold, as looks like Mick has got some health problems.
Now, they said the doctor...
Did they say what was wrong with it?
They're undisclosed.
Uh-oh.
Said in a routine scan they found something that's going to require some attention, so not a lot of details.
Now, this is something you don't hear a lot except in Rolling Stones world.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba told me we walk in and they say Mick, though, is spending the time after hearing the news with his 2-year-old child. He's 75.
Yeah.
Look, Greg.
There you go, Mick.
Bubba did
now the blonde behind him is his daughter. And the brunette in front of him is the current girlfriend.
We're trying to figure out which one's which.
Then there's a little daughter.
Yeah.
She's 2. She's spending time with her 75-year-old father.
Boy, Mick.
Yeah, and of course, then they gave us an update where all the Stones are, and you look, and there's a bunch of old men with just little kids running.
Oh yeah.
Ronnie Wood's got about 6 of them.
Yeah. Said twins not too long ago.
Of course, they had a picture of
he's 71.
Of Keith Richards with no shirt on, hanging over the rail of the hotel, drinking,
looking good.
Yeah,
looking great,
looking sharp. They don't know what to do now because now they're all in Miami Hotel, and they've been told U.S. tour over.
Hold.
Put it. So they're delaying it. So this is the first time that we realize will the Stones finally their age?
Eventually it's going to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think as they get in their 70s.
But again,
75.
it's not like they have made it this far as athletes or people who are out, walking or running every day and taking care of their health.
They're not
they play hard.
Oh, yeah. They're rock stars. They've been rock stars a long
Keith
time.
Richards, Ronnie Wood. I guess Mick might be the closest, but I'll say Ronnie and Keith with zero reservation. They're not on the Tom Brady diet.
No,
they don't live his health regimen.
And think about the era.
No,
think
they
about
don't.
the era we're talking about that they came on stage to
Oh,
begin
sure.
with.
Yeah.
They were in the British invasion with the Beatles
in the 60s.
And they did what the Beatles couldn't do, and that is get along.
Stay together.
Stay together.
Even if you don't get along, it's good to stay together because you're making a lot of money.
And they've stayed together. They're still performing, still selling out venues.
Yeah.
I mean, not concert halls, stadiums.
Stadiums all over the world.
Stadiums. And, the Beatles, long gone, most of them passed by now.
Yeah.
One way or another.
Don't forget, they said they had to postpone the sold-out U.S. Canadian
Yes.
tour.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But,
you couldn't find a ticket unless you been pay for it on StubHub.
Now, Bill Wyman, the bass player, he checked out. I mean, he didn't die, but he quit.
You're right.
It's been a lot longer probably than I remember, but he must have just ran out of gas before everybody else. He said, "Look, I'm too old for this."
Right.
But the others just keep right on trucking.
Right. It's amazing, but Mick at 75, they won't tell us what it is, but as Bubba said in a routine checkup before the neck, Greg, before the neck.
Come on, Keith, put a shirt on.
Wait, zoom on out a little bit. There's more. Out. Yeah.
Good gracious alive.
Wow.
Yep. That man right there is in his mid-70s.
And he plays to a sold-out house every night.
That is a rock star, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is. Now, and again, don't miss, they haven't lived this healthy life.
No.
Yeah. And so
Not even close.
But they found something. Mick,
They're indestructible.
Mick's got something that they're going to deal with, and it was serious enough. They said you don't need to go on the road.
Wow.
I hate to tell
So they're
you.
hung in the middle. They don't know what to do.
I've got a theory on this. I don't know what Mick has or what they're going to have to do to address it, but I think the thing that will kill is to take him off the road.
I guess
Sometimes there's something to that.
Yeah.
There's something to that, by the way.
But if you're the person booking the tour, this is a possibility every time you send them out.
You talking about when Mick's 75?
Yeah. When you look at the roster and check their ages, you go, guys, one could.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us again today. If you have been hearing on the show today, we've been promoting and even started promoting it in the afternoon promos yesterday, that we would interview Coach Bruce Pearl, basketball coach, Auburn University. You're probably thinking we're going to interview him about basketball, but oh no. This show, you never know on this show. You never know. We actually have Bruce Pearl as our guest, and we're going to talk to him about a musical. Did anybody see that coming?
Usually basketball,
Right.
occasionally tornadoes,
Right.
and lake life.
Yeah.
But today, a play.
Coach, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, buddy?
You know what? I agree. We could be talking about tornadoes and meteorology, and we could talk about insurance companies and trying to get your house fixed. We could, talk about basketball, the SEC. Football kicks off this weekend. But no, Rick and Bubba, we're going to talk about an incredible new American musical called "We'll Meet Again."
So you must tell us how this happened. How in the world are you now pulled in to be an ambassador for the musical "We'll Meet Again"?
Last August 30th, Brandy and I went to Opelika High School. Kate Larkin invited us, a dear friend. Says, you know what? You love our country. I understand you're Jewish and you might know something about the Holocaust. I think you're going to enjoy this. So we go watch it, not knowing what it's going to be all about. We leave there never being more proud to be an American, proud of a small town in Alabama, Opelika, Alabama specifically, and hear a story about a young immigrant boy that was welcomed to this part of the country and lived an incredible life and was just incredibly grateful to this country, to the community that he grew up in, breaking down every stereotype of what would you think a Jewish family would be existing in rural small town Alabama. but he had scars, and he had pain, and he had memories. And this musical tells a story of Henry Stern's life, and it resonated obviously with me. But I think it also resonates with anybody that is proud to be an American. And you know what? As you guys know, we should be teaching our kids in schools more stories like this to be proud of living in an amazing country instead of just constantly throwing at them how pathetic we are.
Well, I couldn't agree with that more because I don't have any problem, and I know you don't either, Coach, of America telling our full story, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But what's happened now is all we hear is the bad, the ugly. We don't even hear the good. And what you see here is we may all have different roads, like Henry Stern, had things he had to overcome that not everybody has to overcome, but this country allowed him the opportunity to overcome it.
No, there's absolutely no question. And, guys, we've talked about this before in the show, but years ago when we were, combating, whether or not teams would be out for the national anthem because we were concerned that students would, voice their opinions about some things going on with our country and kneel for the anthem. And, I was saying, don't blame the kids, blame us as teachers, blame us as that next generation for not teaching the kids enough about the importance of that flag and what it means and the opportunity. And certainly, look, I'll tell you what, I spoil my children. I spoil my players, but I will slap the spoiled right out of them. I'm just telling you right now. Okay, we're going to give them everything we can possibly give them. We're going to love them. We're going to support them. We're going to encourage them. We're going to hold them to a high standard, and we're going to make sure that they understand in this country, you can do anything you want to do, and you can be anybody you want to be. There are going to be roadblocks. There are going to be obstacles, okay? But it's a possibility. And Henry Stern lived that life in Opelika, Alabama.
How about that?
And, Bruce, I know when Kate Larkin gets involved, you can't help but be involved and go wide open.
She going down the road. Kate's going down the road. You got to go with her, move slightly to the side, or get run over. I mean, it's happening. She has taken on this project along with many other incredible volunteers because I think what we're talking about, people like Kate Larkin get. And so here's the deal. What Brandon and I said after watching the show, Bubba, we just all right, more people in the state need to see this. And it's so cool because the kids get to see it during the day. So, at Opelika High School yesterday, we had students from Beauregard High School and Opelika High School. They all had 800 kids in the auditorium hearing about the Holocaust, which is a tough subject to talk about, but it makes you cry. And then also seeing the story about our country at its greatest time when we rescued the world and the sacrifices that we had to make. And then in the evening, it was, a paid an audience to basically help pay the bills. This week on Wednesday and Thursday, it's going to be at the Goose Center. We're going to be at Mountain Brook on Sunday. You guys have got the schedule. Yeah. This is going to throughout the state of Alabama through the month of September. And I just encourage people to come out and see this because it's something that you're going to want to see.
So meetagainmusical.com is the website, but if you're just watching the show and listening, it's in show notes at rickandbubba.com. So you talked about Auburn is actually sold out tonight and tomorrow night, tomorrow night and Thursday night. But Decatur on September 6th and 7th, you can get tickets to the Princess Theater there. Florence, Alabama, another strong market for us. LAY there, 100.3 The River in Decatur. You can get that. It's going to be at the Norton Auditorium in UNA. Then Mountain Brook on the 9th and 10th at the Fine Arts Center. Athens, Georgia.
That's right at Mountain Brook High School, yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool. And then Athens, Georgia. Yours is coming up on September the 14th at the Classic Center. Then Enterprise, Alabama, 19th and 20th at the Performing Arts Center at the high school there. Bruton, Alabama, September 21st at Woodfin-Patterson Auditorium. Mobile, the 22nd and 23rd, Davidson High School. And the Montgomery, Alabama, coming up on September the 26th at the Montgomery Performing Arts Center. All those dates and all the links to get tickets are at meetagainmusical.com or just go to show notes at rickandbubba.com. But it's going to cover our home state pretty solidly, so make plans to go out and see it when it comes near you.
Coach, are you excited, I guess, for football kicking off, because that means basketball is just around the corner?
Well, I agree with half of that, and that is I'm excited for football kicking off. The basketball right around the corner, we got work to do. So, but it's always a fun time of the year for us, because I do love practice and I do love preparation, and I do love getting a team in the summertime and working through the fall and figuring out, how we can become a great team. I like my team, one of the hardest working teams I think I've had. We can really shoot the basketball. Guys are very locked in. The culture is really, really good. We got great kids. And I think we'll be competitive again. I think we'll be a team that will compete in the upper division, and the league is really, really strong. And I'm excited for Hugh Freeze and our football program. I'm so proud of the Auburn family for stepping up, and we're already sold out in our first game against UMass. I know that, Coach Freeze had to, I don't know that I've ever seen anybody in 1 year do as much in the area of coaching and recruiting to be able to recover, what was really a very depleted roster. And they've managed to, they're going to put out a competitive, football team. Coach Freeze is the closest thing I've seen to Pat Dye since I've been here. He's cut out of some of the same cloth. He gets it. He's got the combination of two things. He's a brilliant football coach, and he also is a tireless recruiter that people just want to be around. You want to be around him. And he's also got that faith-based in his core. And that certainly, fits him as a leader, and it certainly fits here in the Auburn family.
Coach, there was a video that went viral last week of one of your new recruits coming in, hitting 21 three-pointers in a row. Are we going to see a lot more outside shooting this year? Is that what you're talking about? We can shoot the basketball?
Hey, listen, as long as that 3 is worth 1 more than that 2 and 2 more than that 1, we're going to step out there and shoot it. I mean, I was not a math major, but I'm just telling you, as long as that shot's, another step out is worth more, we're going to shoot it. And so, yeah, that was Denver Jones, Mountain Brooks, Leora Berman, Aiden Holloway. There's KD Johnson. We're going to put 4 guys on the floor that can really shoot it, and I'm hoping that our 5-man, will be able to stretch out a little bit. Now, that's going to change some things in transition, long shots, long rebounds. We're going to have to do a good job with our transition defense, given all that. But it does spread the floor, and if you could put 4 or 5 guys out there that can shoot it, that means people got to extend. They got to guard. That opens up driving lanes and posts up, and ultimately that stuff's hard to guard.
Well, if we'd have had the 3-pointer in the 70s and 80s, Bill Bubba Bussey would have had a whole much different career.
Yeah, I got in with about 5 seconds to go, and I had a lot of half-court shots. So
yeah, let me tell you, they wouldn't have kept him on the bench on B team if we'd had the 3-pointer. They wouldn't have been no way.
Let me tell you something. The thing about Bubba is right now, he can get you open. And like he go set a screen and he gonna get you a shot. Now,
yeah, I'd screen 2 at a time.
Yeah, he went from the guy who was making the shot, now he's more like the guy that sets the pick.
Hey man, it's a team game. Everybody's got to do what they got to do. You got to know your role.
Coach, I just hope you can get KD Johnson fired up this year. That's all.
Coach, yeah, man, he's had a good summer. He giveth and taketh away. I just need to giveth a little more and taketh away a little less.
Coach, thanks for being with us. Once again, go see meetagainmusical.com. It's going all over Alabama the rest of this month and into September. And you can find that link at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Coach, thanks for taking time to be with us. See you, buddy.
Can I get 10 seconds of shameless plugging?
Yeah.
10 seconds?
Yeah.
I want to thank Jimmy Rain and Yellowwood, for being a presenting sponsor, with the Bruce Pearl Family Foundation. I want to thank Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama and Stone Martin Builders located right there in Opelika, Alabama, Alabama Power, and the Scott Bridge Company. Those have been our primary sponsors, and we're grateful because those are some great Auburn folks. That was some of the easiest phone calls I ever had to make. And as a result, this show is going to be throughout the state of Alabama to educate our kids and make us all feel really good about and proud to be Americans.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you very
We'll
much.
meet again.
And
We'll meet again.
I know. We'll be talking more. Hang in there. And if you need any help with this thing with Bubba, let me know, okay? All right, so we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At any moment.
Y'all, we used to have a parody song that was based off the Steel Wheels tour, which I saw.
Yep.
And it was called the Steel Wheelchair Tour.
And that's been
over 20 years ago.
That was 20 years ago. Unbelievable.
Still going. Yeah, we laughed about them then.
And they're in their 50s.
Right.
These guys are in their 50s, still rock and rolling. That 50s don't feel so weird anymore, does
No,
it?
it does not. I'm glad they were at it.
All right, we got a lot to unpack. There's our first one for the week. The Stones U.S.-Canadian tour canceled because of health issues with Jagger. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you are a college basketball fan, we now have the Final Four. And when you look in the Final Four, there's two teams there that have never been. And if somehow they were to pull off winning their games, we would have two people playing for the national championship who never have. But there's one big obstacle still to climb. If Texas Tech and Auburn go home today, though, they have defied. I mean, everybody, like Bubba was just saying in the break. I mean, this has already been a Bigfoot moment for these two programs to get there. And the games, from what I gathered, were unbelievable. I mean, there were things that no one thought would happen.
I think you could actually say the same for Michigan State as well, being a 5 seed, and they really weren't supposed to beat Duke. And the people,
well, at least they got a
beat,
history, though.
They do have a history,
Yeah.
but this year it was not supposed to be their year.
Understood, but Texas Tech and Auburn.
Oh yeah, I know.
In basketball,
I
I mean, they've never even smelled the Final Four.
No.
Yeah, right.
No.
You know, Texas Tech got good when Bobby Knight was there for a while.
Yeah, but Final Four, no.
But no,
I think they
it's-
Sweet 16 once and maybe twice, and that was it.
So, but yeah, you're right. See, I didn't follow it, but when I see Michigan State up there, it doesn't give me that same reaction as Auburn.
No, not certainly,
Texas Tech.
but-
I'm just like, whoa. I mean, and matter of fact, that coach at Michigan State's a great coach.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
I think you can say
isn't that where Magic played?
Yeah.
Wasn't that Michigan State when they played Bird at Indiana State?
And I think you
He was
can
in the
say,
house.
I think you can say now, controversies aside, Bruce Pearl is a fantastic basketball coach.
Yeah, what a job he's done. Wow. You know, that it was a basketball weekend for sure, Rick, and Auburn has had a very good run. They had a good season. They've had several good years now with Bruce, but I tell you, heading into Kansas, I thought, well, you know, this may be where the luck has run out, so to speak. And man, they got after them, then got after North Carolina. I thought that was one of the most amazing games, the North Carolina game, because a lot of people thought North Carolina was the best team in the tournament. And they'd beat Duke a couple of times, and boy, they were running and gunning, and Auburn ran them out of the gym. It ended up being like a 17-point win. I mean, I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah, we
really.
saw that. We saw that you couldn't believe it.
Yeah, did you like all those?
That is
that was Friday night. I think I was real tired.
Well, either that or real drunk.
No, there was no consumption this weekend.
Somebody was around me when I was watching, and I screamed, "He's Baptist! He's Baptist! It's all good! It's all good."
Well, you know, Dick Vitale's it's an easy imitation to do, and everybody does it, and it's fun to do too because of the way he talks, and especially if it's at the end of a very long day.
Well,
but then to Kentucky, you know, this weekend, I thought, well, you know, Auburn loses arguably their best all-around player, Chumo Kiki, and a terrible thing, and you just hate for him, man. That was he was playing lights out and goes down and tears an ACL. Matter of fact, we'll have surgery with Dr. Andrews tomorrow. And you think, you know, Kentucky, they throttled Auburn the last time they played by 27 at Rupp Arena, and you think, you know, history's on their side, and you know, Auburn's had momentum. They've got the longest winning streak in the country, which goes back. Their last loss was that loss at Rupp Arena. And you remember that was the one that Bruce Pearl apologized to the Kentucky fans for how bad they played. So for them to come out, and early on it looked like, hey, here we go. Kentucky's easing out there, getting ahead, and, you know, they just turned it around. And I was shocked. I was on the phone with some of my Kentucky friends, and we were talking about it, and it was quite a victory. I've never seen anything like it, really. I told Rick, I said it was kind of like Bigfoot. I saw him outside, and he wasn't even running away from me. He posed for a picture. He said, "Here, which side do you like the best? I'm gonna pose and let you get a shot."
So yeah, it was looking at the Final Four. When you think about the
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
Here we go. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Thank you so much for taking time out for old Rick and Bubba today. It means a lot to us. All right, so Bubba, a couple of options. We can talk about the silence that always comes from the left for some reason against Taliban. And they always give these fundamental Muslims a pass that they don't give fundamental Christians, which I still don't understand. I'm telling you, if you're in the bind, you'd much rather face a fundamental Christian than a fundamental radical Islamic Taliban.
They might give you a track and disagree with you. You know, the Taliban, they're going to whack your head off or throw you off a building. I'm with you. I'd rather face the track and a few Bible verses than I had the axe.
Yeah, I mean, we can go down that road, or we can do something. We can do something as simple. If you'd like to, of watching a porcupine take on a jaguar.
Which that's good. But let me ask you this:
his armor.
Rick, we had the discussion earlier about Calvin Parker. Did you ever?
Yeah, whatever happened.
Get any closure on that?
I didn't. I could
call back.
You want me to cold call him? I texted him.
No. I'm just wondering if you'd heard anything.
No, he.
Wait a minute. I deleted that email.
Oh no, that's not him. I did text him and said, "Hey, your name came up. We just wanted to check, see how you doing. Been a long time since we talked. Just something simple."
One of the most intriguing guests I think we've ever had on the show.
Yeah, his family.
And I said, Greg's still a jerk, in case you're wondering.
Right.
You know, when I was looking
now, which one's him
to try to find out if that was true or not. A story from it was 2019. A lady came forward named Maria Blair and said she actually witnessed this abduction from a distance off. She was waiting on her husband or dropping him off to get on a boat to go out to work, and she saw all of this, and it scared her so bad she didn't mention it to anybody until 2019, and she actually met Calvin Parker and
told
I remember
him
her part of the story.
Sorry, spend too much time. I'm not buying that.
Greg,
you ain't gonna wait 2019 before you do.
Greg,
Rick, she said she was scared to death.
Terrified, Greg. But 2019 to when was this? 70?
Think about how traumatic that must have been for her to wait that long.
I think about a good 6 years I'd have been telling it.
Well, this was a different time. Now in today's deal, the person would have about 8 TikTok videos about what happened.
That's true. They'd be out in front of you.
It was different then, wasn't it?
It was. Well, especially if you saw something and you thought they might come back and get you, you might be quiet about it.
So, Bubba, would you rather talk about Taliban? Would you rather watch Porcupine versus Jaguar? Or, I'm interested in this. Ex-NFL running back Stephen Ridley is going to show his race with Kevin Hart.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one because I was wondering about the Kevin Hart thing. You know, he had the video clip. He was in the wheelchair where he got hurt trying to race.
A lot of language.
But we never saw the actual video.
Yeah,
and we may not want to play the audio.
Kevin Hart was funny, but we couldn't play the audio because it was riddled.
It was a lot like his stand-up routine.
Yeah, but can we see this one, Stephen Ridley showing the actual race? We can do this one.
Yes, racing down the street.
Who's Stephen Ridley?
He's an ex-NFL star.
All right.
There's and you can see
you star lightly.
Yeah.
And
he was hanging in there.
He was. They raced twice, evidently, and on the second race, Kevin Hart said age 40 caught up with him right there, and he is in trouble.
That was like when you and Speedy ran that day.
That is the worst feeling.
Yeah.
The worst.
Where in the world are they at?
He said he pulled so many things he didn't know the name of all of them.
And I love what
so bad he's in a wheelchair.
I love what he's got on himself. Why would I do
Wheelchair.
that? Yeah, wheelchair. Okay. He's asked the question, why would I do this?
Yeah,
I mean, what did I have to prove?
I wish so badly he didn't use bad language. In that,
I'm gonna say
he is funny.
I was just about to say.
I
know he uses bad. That's a funny man.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's hilarious.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just like a lot of them. He's just funny.
And would be funny
he
without
don't need
it.
all that. He don't need all that.
Yeah, he just uses Greg language, but man, I wish we could.
I don't use that.
He goes a little further with
He
that.
does. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well,
I made the mistake.
Greg
of
in the break room.
I made the mistake of thinking I'd watch one of his stadium tour.
Oh, really?
No, he didn't. The good news is though he doesn't cause you to waste any time. He gets nasty real quick. So you're able to
you
go.
know what you're up against.
You're able to go.
I'm gonna
Okay,
be honest.
I'm out.
I think he's funny in movies, but his stand-up's not that funny to me.
And there it is. And maybe because of some of that.
I don't know. It just
I
wasn't. I mean, I'm not saying
To me, he's more funny if you put him in situations.
Oh, he's hilarious in movies.
Yeah, and also just in interviews and stuff. You know,
Yeah.
but if you come up and say let's do stand up, of course there's people packed in every seat in the arena that disagree with us.
Oh, Rick,
sure.
you talking about the Philadelphia Eagles stadium that was full?
Yeah,
while he was up
but
there?
could he pack them out if he wasn't also a movie star?
Nah, probably not.
Well, you remember Seinfeld talked about that though. He said they give you a pass on that for about the first. What did he say? 5 to 10 minutes of your routine, but then you better be funny.
Yeah, then you got to get with it.
Then you better be funny.
He said the age of 40 is real. I tore my lower abdomen. My abductors are torn. I don't even know what that is, but I tore them.
Yeah, that's not good.
Then he said, F to the F, F to the F.
Thank you, Greg.
And a couple of MFs if you didn't like those.
Put him on top.
Right. But I was
Take a seat.
I made the mistake one day at a football practice of telling the team if they could beat me in one sprint, we wouldn't run anymore. And
Oh no.
don't ever do that again. My body fell apart so fast. I mean,
sprinting will find the weak points.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. Well, you're
Yes.
not designed for that anymore to explode. You can ease into a run,
Yeah.
which is what I do now. I ease into
And
it.
ease out.
Yeah, and ease out of it. But what we have forgotten when you get old, the muscles it takes to explode, they're not ready.
Things start giving.
Yeah, they can't handle it. It's almost like a ship that comes apart. It can't handle what you're asking it of.
No.
Asking of it. It was bad.
I think the 40s when my back problems really started.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
I think
40's a marker.
I still have a hole in my quad.
Took Speedy out.
I look at young guys all the time and go, I hope the Lord lets me live long enough to see you get plus 40.
Yes, that too.
Right, yeah.
But then you have to ask what Kevin Hart was asking. Post 40, why are you even racing anybody?
That's what he's asking.
Well, why?
Got the mouthing off. You know?
Why?
Yeah.
I had no business racing Adler that day.
No,
Why?
you didn't. Top of the hour.
'Cause I would beat you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I know, Helms, you put something in text to all of us because, even though I don't follow college basketball, I still know the traditional programs that are still considered to be the elite
Talking about
program.
the Blue Bloods.
And so when you have a Cinderella story, they're always interesting. They always are. But in this particular case, you've got a Cinderella story with Auburn and to a degree Texas Tech. But Auburn has to beat Kansas, North Carolina, and Kentucky.
Yeah.
To get there,
Yeah.
and that makes
That's
the
murderous row, Rick.
that makes the Cinderella story even more amazing. Because sometimes when you're a Cinderella story, you get fortunate and somebody knocks somebody off for you. But in Auburn's case, they didn't find a back door; they had to go through the front door to get there. Now it may all fall apart in Minneapolis, but I mean that's what I'm saying. When you're in the situation that they're in, you've already defied. No matter what happens, I mean, I mean, nobody. Do they even have a center? I mean, I don't know much about it, but I mean, I never hear anybody really. Don't they? Does Auburn even have a tall person?
Well, they do.
I mean,
they kind of play by committee. There's not that traditional center that you throw it to, and he's always going to get you a basket.
But isn't the game? And I say I don't follow it, so I could be being very stupid right now. But hearing people talk about it and watching highlights here or there. Has the game evolved that the big man is not the big deal it used to be?
Virginia plays that way. They have the big man.
They still have the big
so
man.
You're going to have, when Auburn plays Virginia, you're going to have two different ends of the spectrum, one that wants to go really slow and one that wants to run and gun.
And LSU was kind of that way this year, too. They had some incredibly big people inside. And if you get into that kind of game and slow the game down, LSU beat Auburn pretty handily down there this year. But if the speed team can get them running, they can give them fits too. It's really who can control the tempo.
Because you remember
got some 7-footers.
When I was young and I would follow college basketball, when you heard the matchups, they would simply say this big man versus that big man.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole hype of it all. You know, I've got Ralph Sampson's going to play Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
You know, and you would be like, oh wow, you know, and that's all you ever talked about. Now you don't hear people talking about the big man much.
Well,
at all.
the 3-point shot,
the
3-point shot has been a game changer.
Understood.
A game changer, and I think everybody thought it would be, but it took a little longer to get established. And now you have teams like Auburn that live and die by the three. They will go down the floor and pass up a layup to throw the ball out for a 3-point shot, and that was not the way we played when we grew up.
Well, I figure though, for the longevity of the sport at that level, it's a good thing, because it seemed like when I was young and followed it that if you didn't have a big man, you had no chance.
Yeah. Rick, you have to have the stop and pop.
Yeah, but now you can
He's
say,
also
you
Bernie
can say,
Sanders, by the way.
He is.
It's the same imitation.
But what I'm saying is, you can say we're the type of program that's never going to warrant the big man.
Yeah.
So, but we still got a shot because we can go recruit players to do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it offers more options to be good, and from what I can, deduce from what I'm hearing and watching. So anyway, so the Final Four is set, and Bubba, I know that you have a daughter at Auburn and you have a son that's down at Southern Union that's also a big Auburn fan. So I guess this affects your house.
It does. It does. It was a crazy weekend. I mean, you just every game when it's over, you're kind of shaking your head, going, "Hey, what's next?"
Now you're not an Auburn fan. You just look like one.
Yeah, right. That's it.
Is that what it was? Huh? Because you look an awful lot like one, which there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't. He does a good job of that.
Why do you not just want to say that? I've never understood that.
Well, different times, different things.
Rick and Bubba.
So Adler is back from Italy, and he said they didn't have any major problems that happened and all that. So he's back in the mix. And is there anything else from the trip you need to hit? I know you told us about Rome.
When did you land, by the way?
When did I land? Where?
Back here.
I landed.
You seem still a little maybe like you're in the air.
But y'all missed. He about tripped walking in here. He hit me. He ran into the guitar.
Sorry.
He came to work in his pajamas.
Yeah. I'm sorry. These are the only clothes I have that don't smell like an airport. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, right.
I'm wearing sweatpants right now and a free Birmingham iron shirt. Okay.
For Joan.
Not your size.
For Joan, Adler.
I forgot. That's right. Right. I forgot to set the scene here. I twisted my ankle very badly a week before this trip started.
Oh, black and blue.
So the first 4 days, I was really hurting. My ankle was bad. I'm limping around the city of Rome. And
you know what's good
Florence.
for a twisted ankle? Cobblestone.
That
works good. Yeah, that's a good combination.
We looked at the stats on Aaron's watch that tracks all that stuff as far as what we walked. We averaged over 10 miles every day.
Oh, wow.
So my feet were the bottom of my feet just felt like pulp of paper. They were just smashed to pieces. I was just adding socks.
Rick, I'd be like, I'm out.
That's right. Do you remember, because you were the one who said it because you knew you were about to leave, you looked at my shoes and said, Rick, they look different.
Rick, those shoes, the tread is different than when before you left. We did a ton of public transit, subway, the tube in London and all that stuff, but we also would take it 2-3 miles away and then kind of walk back to catch all the sights back to where we were. Mm-hmm. But
how many cameras did you have at the Airbnb you stayed at? Do you know?
How many? Mine or
did you in the room hid?
While you were gone, I think I emailed the story to you. I don't know if you saw it. The number of hidden cameras in bedrooms.
I did see that. I didn't read the article though, considering I was in an Airbnb when I saw it. So I decided not to open that email.
Minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, 80-man Adler, all here for another hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much.
No, it doesn't. Bubba, you know that we are, when we pulled out of Afghanistan, wasn't that pretty? Didn't that go well?
It reminds me of a dumpster fire.
Yeah. And apparently, there's, I don't know if you know this, but when we did our ridiculous pullout at Afghanistan, 13 Americans, of course, were killed. Many Americans left behind. And I think today in Congress is a hearing where the parents of one or more of those that they'll are wanting someone to be held accountable for the loss of their loved ones or their loved ones who were left there. I'm sure the Biden administration will just own up to that and say our bad.
Yeah.
But Taliban moved back into control. You're familiar with that, I'm sure. Taliban's security in Afghanistan will now be blocking women and girls from using a public park. Would you like to know why they're being punished?
Why is that, Rick?
Because they have not worn Islamic headgear properly. While they're claiming that the women don't need sightseeing, according to the report, the Taliban demanded that women start wearing, I can't pronounce it, I never have pronounced it right, the NIQAB.
Yeah.
And this is the loose Islamic headdress that covers the entire body from head to toe with a slim exception for the eyes. The burqa, which covers the eyes as well, was stated as the preference. The move became one of the many that are targeting the freedoms of women and girls since the Biden administration withdrew in 2021. I just can't get enough of the straightforwardness of the morality czar who said going sightseeing is not a must for women. Women are now banned from a chain of 6 lakes in central Afghanistan. Women are not permitted to travel more than 45 miles without a male escort. And they usually, because of this, just end up staying at home. And so they said the 20 years of progress that was made in Afghanistan all has gone away.
You hate to see the
waste.
investment that was made in that,
Right.
and you tried to change the culture. And, of course, it just defaulted right back when we left.
Now, keep in mind,
But
they were wearing the covering, but,
Yeah.
but the morality czar says not enough.
Not enough. We can see your eyes almost.
Think about this. The ones that, were there before can certainly, they knew what they were going to be facing again. But people the females that were born during that 20 years, you're a 20-year-old female, and you've lived basically a Western life.
Right, true.
And then all this comes back in.
Taliban also, if you remember, banned higher education for girls.
Right. Well, you can't let them learn anything.
Of course, they had it. Now
Right.
To your point, you realize that for 20 years, you say, well, what was accomplished? Well, there's one thing. We had 20 years worth of Afghanis that lived with freedoms they'd never had before. Of course, that's all gone now.
Yeah, it's a sad thing, but there's a side too that we had to deal with here in the American Revolution. Until you crave freedom to the point you're willing to die for it,
right?
You
True.
can't get it, and that's eventually you can't depend on somebody else to pull you out. Now we had help, obviously,
sure,
but give me liberty or give me death. I mean, those speeches were heard and lived out on this continent, and that's really the only way you ever get away from tyranny.
Yeah, because you and then you think about risking your life, and then you have to kind of examine the life you have, and you go, well,
much of a life.
What am I? What's all this safety about? It kind of goes back to, I mean, on a much lower level, but it's just like the pandemic, where these people that locked themselves away, afraid of catching a virus that had a 1% death rate. At what point, what life are you protecting? You don't have one now. Yeah. So
it's sad. I hate it for them. I think it was a mistake to pull out the way we did. Eventually, you want to turn that country back over, but we were in there to make a difference, and Trump wanted to get out of there too.
Sure,
but I think there's a way to get out and start a structured withdrawal and let them kind of take over. Of course, we still have giant military bases in Japan and Germany. I mean, when everybody was saying bring them home, I'm like, well, we still got them there. So what was the big rush? And Afghanistan was really a good surveillance point for China and other places there in that part of the world. So we lost that foothold, and I don't know. It just the whole exit thing was just nutty.
Well, like you said, it's twofold. There's first of all the discussion of whether we're going to withdraw.
All right.
Then once you come to that conclusion, in which I don't think happened here, you got to have a next discussion on how we withdraw.
Right.
And that part to me was fumbled big time.
Yeah.
And you wonder if these parents will see any recourse at all today. They're supposed to go before Congress today, I think, and
Yeah,
start.
The withdrawal we tried was everybody that can grab a hold of an airplane try it.
Yeah, right.
I don't,
Hang on
I don't
tight.
think that's a good plan.
Literally.
That was the craziest thing I think I've ever seen.
Sadly, Bubba, we can confirm that Calvin Parker did, in fact, pass away.
Did it really?
Yep.
Y'all owe the caller an apology.
Yeah, so it said friend of the family reached out to Speedy and confirmed. And his wife hasn't put anything on Facebook, but so not many people know yet. But Calvin Parker has gone in.
Wow.
Yep. There he went.
Do we get any last words, you think?
Well, you remember back on the Bigfoot thing where you have one group of people that say the guy who was in the Bigfoot suit confessed it on his deathbed.
Right. Then another group says he did.
Then another said he didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of
Patterson film. But and so if Calvin Parker, which I just don't, he goes into the category. I'm not just saying this because he's passed away. I'm trying to be respectful.
Right. Oh, we said this all along.
Yeah, I've said this all along. I think he was a credible witness. I don't know what happened to Calvin Parker or where it came from. I have my theories, but I don't think he made it up. I never have thought that.
No,
And
I don't know what
fraud.
happened to him, but something happened to him.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. And I think there's people that you hear that are completely making it up, and then there's people you hear that may say
Something
what happened to them is incorrect, but something did happen to them.
Right.
And I think even on the Bigfoot side, you get some of that.
Yeah.
And I did have some people say that Bigfoot people hear our demand for new evidence, and they said they're trying to come up with something for it.
Well, I'd like to say something because we hadn't had anything really
Yeah,
significant.
the
since
clanking on a
Patterson film.
tree out in the woods,
and a branch bent
Yeah,
over.
we need some Patterson level.
Yeah.
Something.
And I will say this: Speedy owned me yesterday because I would have done this in a second. The dad who got him a Bigfoot suit, now it's not a great one, but it's good enough to scare your kids with.
Yeah.
That was
And
funny.
the kids were out there by the pond, and he came walking out of the woods. Golly,
They started
really
screaming.
good.
You got to make sure none of them have guns.
No, that's true.
You don't want that.
These
Do,
were
do we
tiny
have
enough-
video of that?
Yeah, I can get it to
Yeah,
Adler.
oh, yeah. Well, you can tell that
I heard the screaming when it was being
the
watched.
kid on the four wheeler. He buys it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah, he was very.
And then
And you know how these pranks can go bad, Rick. You and Scott Dawson.
okay,
Adler, I just
They can go
sent
real
it to you
bad.
on Instagram.
they can go. They can go real bad.
I
So
don't know what that is. It looks good.
you shouldn't do these kind of things.
Huh? If you're just joining us, the Bigfoot doesn't
Thank
look
you.
good to Greg.
Right.
Greg's
There's
talking about
actually
dessert
something on
on
TV.
TV.
Blurted
Hey,
out.
were you
Does that not look
dreaming?
good?
That was a good night. That was a good night. Look at
It
that.
just came out of my mouth. I was just talking. All of a sudden, I said, "Man, I don't know what that is, but it looks good."
I mean, they came running right at him out of the kid. But I tell you, the one of them got it. He just ran away. I tell you, it looks good.
Well, I'll tell you what it is, Greg. Somebody might have thought that you thought the Bigfoot suit looked good. You know?
That's true.
Yeah.
All right,
This
so you
one
got
did not. But yeah.
three sons, Rick. One on the four
And two dogs.
and one younger boy is
And a
just
chicken.
in the little
Yeah.
pond there, and then
What
there's
a
an
good
older
one.
son. The mom is recording from her,
Porcupine and a jaguar.
yeah, and a couple of dogs, and dad's off in the distance. Here we go.
Look at that one.
I swear.
The older
one, he
he's
didn't
laughing. Well, there's what you're worried about, the throwing. Yeah. So they finally realize it's just dad, but their first reaction, they were terrified. Their first reaction, they were terrified. And but
I think he got that suit at Party City.
well, still, but I mean, but
But the face though is just
Bigfoot! It's Bigfoot!
Oh, look, I mean, he is.
for real.
What the hell is wrong with you?
I swear. little one's out.
Look, the dog is not even concerned. Look.
Yeah, wagging his tail.
Then they realize it's dad and throw rocks at him, which is the thing you have to worry about.
Yeah, what if it popped him in the head?
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. This opportunity for you to chat about anything, the topics we've already discussed. Bring up your own topics, ask your own questions. All that's available to you now as we take all 10 lines here at the No Name Studio and we open them up for you. You program the next segment. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix become film stars over there, and they don't know it.
That's good. Well,
So there.
Well, okay. All right.
Interesting
Well,
pause.
you remember European
saw you-
vacation. You remember what happened.
Exactly. They looked at their own poster.
I watched you just then ponder what you were going to do with that, and I think you made a wise choice.
Yeah, for sure. That's age. That's wisdom.
Look at you getting some wisdom.
Yeah. So
the proper answer would have been, I hope they got my best side.
Yes.
Okay, so
There's good bad news here. Look at us. We're trending. Anyway.
Wow.
There's a lot of jokes there. I'm letting them go.
we got to Rome, and it was like 3:00 that time, but 6 hours later, 1 or something like that in the morning. I might be doing that wrong. I have no idea where I am or what time it is.
Are you
right
okay?
now.
You were 6 hours ahead of us.
Okay, yeah. So there you go. Long day. Red eye flight. Slept like an hour on the plane. You know how it is. My wife and I knew that we had to stay awake until sundown in Rome. Otherwise, we're
Now you
gonna be
really
in
mess
a
up.
lot of trouble.
Yeah.
We were saying to each other so many times, I was completely asleep just then, like many times over. I was completely we would say that 3 and 4 times within a minute at times. But we stayed awake. Lasted through that day, went to sleep, and started early in the morning because even though it wasn't peak seasons, the summer is the peak season for.
I can't imagine what's like
tourism.
there during peak season.
Oh my gosh, yeah. We got up early. We got up at sunrise pretty much every day to go try to hit as much of the stuff as we could before it got crazy. Because 900 people standing around something that you're trying to get a look at, and
thumbs down,
and that's every 300, 400 feet at times during the middle of the day. So. Wow. We got up early and we hit like the Pantheon and the Roman Forum and walked outside the Colosseum. Found out the pass that we had to go inside the Colosseum wasn't actually that. Luckily, we're going to be in Rome at the tail end, so we caught the Colosseum on the inside on the tail end.
Have nothing.
The tour groups, Rick, that you did, I think are more expensive, but man, it is
it's worth every dime.
There's a lot that's helpful.
So we had a guide and just the 4 of us and the guide, and that was it.
I got so sick of the guys on the streets that were trying to peddle stuff,
Oh, yeah.
or they throw you a bracelet like, "Here's a gift to you, man," and then you're like, and then they follow you, and you're like, "Hey," they're asking for money, and you're like, "I don't want to owe you anything, buddy. I didn't even ask for this bracelet."
Yeah.
In fact, we were in the Duomo in Florence. Is this crazy cathedral it's just amazing looking. It doesn't look real. And we were there at sunrise one morning, and there's this dude that had a bunch of like crumbs in his hand and all these pigeons walking around with him, like just pigeons going crazy. And he's trying to peddle these crumbs. Yeah. And so he just comes up to you.
Feed the pigeons.
And so you feed the pigeons, but then you owe him money for the crumbs, the crumbs that you just gave him. It's all a scam. You got to watch the scam.
I finally got him to stop messing with me when I said the following. I said, let me enjoy my trip. I just got out of jail for killing a man who tried to get me to pay for something that he said was a gift. And you know what? They're like, hey, man, you're good. Good, you're good. Yeah. I killed a panhandler. I just got out.
Move along. That's it.
That's good.
So I'm limping around on my swollen purple foot, just adding socks day by day.
Yeah. And everything nothing's even.
No, the cobblestones.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's amazing, but. I got to 3 socks. I found that was the perfect deal, and one of my feet looked very swollen, but that's okay.
Yeah.
You do what you got to do. We're in this. We're in the square. The pigeon guy comes up to my wife, who is very scared of birds.
Did
He's got
not
a
know
bird
that.
thing.
Wow.
And this man has a cloud of birds around him.
He's bringing a cloud of birds to a bird.
Well, a whole lot of anything scary.
Yeah, it is.
And so the birds are going crazy, and the guy's trying to give the feed to my wife, and now a bird touches my wife's arm. She freaks out and screams, "No!" And it echoes through this square. And the guy's like, freaks out. And
oh my gosh.
And I'm like, hey, man, you got to leave us alone, dude. The birds freak out. My wife freak out. The guy freaks out.
Did you say dude?
It was almost an international incident right then and there. But, man, Florence was cool. The Duomo was definitely the big draw.
Duomo.
It was a little bit of. You went to Florence?
I did, but I don't remember what anything was called.
It was
I wasn't paying attention. I remember the thing I liked the most in Florence.
Are you saying Domo? What did you say?
Duomo. Is that where I saw all the statues?
And the green and white striped building that was just crazy green.
Oh yeah,
the green and white.
Oh yeah, the gigantic thing. They talked about how they built the dome and all that. I couldn't remember what that was called.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the phone troll music. First phone troll of the day. 866 We Be Big. The lines are available. Are you ready? If so, come on. Calvin Speedy Wilburn takes your phone calls right now. It's your opportunity to do it. You can see Calvin Thursday night at Protective Life Stadium, Birmingham, Alabama, stadium guy with the UAB Blazers. But Blazer fans, this is not the time for you to visit with Speedy. This is time for you to be on the show. So call him right now at 866 We Be Big. And at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will end the call, which means now if you're getting in line and calling us, lines are available, easier to get in, and you won't have to stand in line very long because we keep the line moving very briskly. This is almost like we took a phone segment and put Chick-fil-A in charge of it. So dial us up, 866 We Be Big, and we will hear from you as we continue to move. Let's start with Jeff in Glencoe, Alabama. He's got us on Z93. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Bonjour. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
What's up, guys? Hey, in honor of football starting this week, y'all need to have a little paper football tournament on Friday. Let people call in the rest of the week. Have a little contest to see who plays for who. And whoever picks the winner gets a little prize at the end, but that would be awesome, man, because y'all get a fight.
I don't think with our competitive spirit that things like that would go very well. I think
it would be killer.
Yeah, it would get out of hand pretty quick. It was what was it? I saw a special. Who was that special on? And it featured a guy. Both of the husband and the wife both were athletes, both in sports. And her quote was, when they asked her how was that in the home, she says, we couldn't play board games. She said anything we would try to play. We even tried to play Sorry, and it turned into a free-for-all.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and you can be, too competitive.
How do you feel about your paper football skills?
I haven't worked on them, so I'm probably not very good.
I remember in high school we played it a lot.
I was good in high school.
Yeah, at one time we all were pretty good.
Well, we were playing it more when
I
we were
don't
doing
even
our
know
work.
that I could fold one up appropriately now.
I used to be really good at that.
I did too.
What, paper football?
Took pride in it.
Do you think this name? Do you think this name right here, Bubba, is Hayes?
Look, Bubba's gonna fold us up.
I can't
It's
see
it's
it.
It's HAZE is what's on the board. That had to be Hayes, right?
Yep, I think so.
Hayes, welcome to Rick and Bubba, Madison, Mississippi. Go ahead.
Is that Speedy on the phones and can't spell my name right?
Yeah, what is your name?
It's Hayes. It's Hayes.
I got you.
I mean, it's purple haze like Jimi Hendrix.
I got you.
But
Speedy
no,
was thinking about Blaze.
I wish this is the best of. When Speedy was outside, the day y'all brought Big Boy back to the old studio, and Speedy is out there yelling at people with the microphone, hey, y'all want to see Big Boy? And y'all are like, Speedy, we don't need to be yelling that at people, because he was yelling it at women. I laugh every time I think about that. And it's
Hey, don't be yelling that through a bullhorn.
Curtis, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Curtis, go ahead.
Yeah, there's this guy, I've seen him a couple of times when I go to the post office. He'll have his mask on his chin. He'll go in the post office with the mask on his chin. He'll get his mail, walk out. As soon as he opens the door and he's outside, he puts his mask on.
Do you think how sometimes
got it backwards?
You know how sometimes you can start doing something in the wrong order? Do you think it hasn't dawned on him that he's doing it in the wrong order?
That's good.
I don't know. And the other thing is on the flu shot, you might as well go ahead and go to the casino because there's so many variants. You can take the flu shot.
Yeah, the thing that everybody's missing right now, and I hate to bring this up, but there really has never been a time in our existence since the fall of mankind that we're not exposed to multiple things every single day.
Oh, I know.
There is no life on this earth where you are exposed to nothing.
Yeah, that's the beauty of your immune system.
Yeah, that's why we have that. Are we trying to play paper football now?
I just want to see if I can fold one
Speedy.
up.
It's been, Helmsy, that's been a while. That field goal.
Kind of hurt my finger.
Yeah, that looked a little rough. No way you can make a field goal this far. You know it. Yeah.
I got to get something stable.
Yeah.
What about your skills getting to the
teeing
edge?
it up?
All right. Oh, that was right down the middle.
That was a good one.
Now that looked better.
Well, I needed a practice kick in there.
How about the old
Kenneth?
That felt good, boys.
If you want to join us, 866 We Be Big. Kenneth is up next. Kenneth, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, you guys. I'm doing great. Love you guys.
Thank you.
I'm absolutely of the opinion that
Adam was created about 6,000 years ago. But as far as the maturity of the universe, a great way that I heard a long time ago that makes perfect sense is the fact that we can see light from the stars that takes billions of years to travel to Earth means that God created a mature universe and then put us here on this Earth.
Yeah, I've heard all the different theories too. Yeah, and that certainly makes sense. And most of what you see in the Genesis account of creation, you do see that God is creating everything already complete, but then
mature.
Yeah, mature. That's the better word. And that's why we say there's certainly adaptability that God placed in every kind. But as far as there just is no real strong evidence that we have any transition from one kind to another kind. It's just not in the fossil record. It's not there. And then the age of the Earth, same thing. So the key is when you get, and Bubba's talked about this before, when people start measuring time, I hate to say it, you first of all have to legitimize the measurement they're using.
Right.
Is that accurate? I mean, and some of these things have been proven not to be accurate. And so
they have a margin of error in them that we haven't been around long enough to fully identify. One, we're assuming light is constant, okay, and we're basing everything else on carbon-14 dating, which I think is a good way to do it scientifically. But you got to be sure that you're dating the right thing and not something that contaminated it or something else that's in there.
Todd in Alabama. Todd, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Bubba.
Buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Listen, I'm trying to find out about Skinwalker Ranch. How do I find out and get in on at the beginning? I've never been able to find it, and I need information. Can you help me out?
Go to the History Channel app, and you can start at season 1. And I think we have 4 complete seasons now.
There you go. Done.
Yep.
Awesome.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Let's go to Dan in Harpersville. Dan, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba?
Yes.
This is Dan. How y'all?
We're good, Dan.
Good. I just want to let y'all know. Hang on. They sent me up there to catch that goat on 459. I didn't have no kind of luck with it, though. I couldn't catch him. He kept running away from me. He wasn't like the other monkeys I caught the other time,
That's the worst Dipping Dan impression, I think.
The spit was about the
It
only
was,
thing
it
he
was
had.
so bad, I didn't even get it till he spit. Did you?
When he said Dan Harpersville, I thought that might be where we were going with
well,
it.
and it killed me because I saw the topic in the place. I was hoping somebody saw a wild goat in Harpersville, and I was going to say, have they pulled it over for speeding yet?
Yeah.
That's
better
what-
not be moving too quick.
That's what I had ready to go.
Oh, don't get me in trouble.
Well, I'm just telling you. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Old buildings.
A lot of old buildings. Old place.
You're going to see a lot of old buildings.
And did you get up to the view?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, man.
Got up into the bell towers. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Really cool. We're Florence was cool. We just spent a day or two there. And then we get to Venice, Venice is.
Did you see David, the statue?
We did. We saw that. Is that in Florence? I forget where all this stuff is too.
No. Florence is where the fake David is. The real David's in Rome.
Okay.
That's right.
That's right. So we saw the real. We did see the real David.
But you see that it's kind of a letdown if you go to Florence first, like we did,
Right.
because you see fake David. That's just a replica of real David standing out there for anybody
in
to
the
see.
square outside.
Right,
That's
yeah.
right.
And
that's
then
right.
everybody kind of tries to build you up in Rome. You're about to see the real David. I'm like, he looks just like the fake
It's
David.
the same thing.
Yeah.
Looks exactly like it.
Right.
Except I had to pay and stand in line.
Right. Yeah. And I'm almost certain David's Jewish, but I won't get into that again.
Yeah. Right. I mentioned that to Erin.
Yeah.
And she thought it was pretty funny that you asked that
Started a whole conversation with the guy.
To a group. Yeah. Venice is crazy. There's just canals everywhere. There's not really streets. It's instead of hopping on a bus, you hop on a boat to get across the
I've
city.
never been to Venice. How was that?
It was cool. It was really cool. It was my wife's favorite of all the.
Was it your favorite?
It was a little sterile, kind of food courty. It kind of felt like a food court. Does that make sense? Is that
Sadly,
weird?
it does. Yeah.
Did it smell musty?
It didn't smell bad. It smelled okay. Smelled
I
like
thought with all that water in there,
smelled like the ocean.
I know. Some people have said that if you go the wrong time of year, it can be like that. But you didn't have that experience. It was clean. It was nice. So you would rank Rome, Florence, Venice, or Rome, Venice, Florence?
I would probably do Rome, Venice, Florence. Yeah.
And your wife would go Venice, Rome, Florence?
Maybe. Rome and Venice are close too. Lots of seagulls in Italy. Didn't realize how many seagulls there would be in Italy. Really? And our Airbnbs, a lot of times in the homes in Italy, there's not a big air conditioner factor because you just open the windows and it feels good, almost like at the beach kind of thing. So that means that we had to sleep with our windows open. Seagulls don't really seem to keep the same hours as everybody, all these other birds.
So they got their own deal.
They got their own deal. It's like there'll be like one or two rogue ones that just stay up all night doing God knows what.
Well, you know what? They were the young ones. They're loud. They were the young ones out partying.
Okay, that's 3 hours of what's going on out there? Do I need to call somebody? So, but yeah, it was crazy. It was amazing.
Loved it.
Really cool.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this. Welcome back, buddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. Now, we don't know a lot of times because now you can't believe anything, whether it's true or not. So what we were led to believe is that Chris Rock was hosting the 50th NAACP
Awards.
I never had how to get all these letters in. NAACP Image Awards. And what the rumor was and what the stories were that he'd been told that he should not make any Jussie Smollett or Smollett jokes, that he shouldn't do that. Now, undoubtedly, he didn't care what anyone said because he does it anyway. But can we confirm that he really was told not to do any jokes about that?
That was the reports that were out last week when they listed him as one of the presenters.
Well, he went ahead and did them anyway, and
yeah.
So
I think he mentioned it and got such a response from the crowd. You know how the crowd will get you in trouble.
Look,
and they started laughing, and he had to go with it.
I can speak to that. All right,
here's a little bit of that audio.
I guess I gotta present an award. They said no Jussie Smollett jokes. Yeah, I know. What a waste of light skin, you know? You know what I could do with that light skin? That curly hair, my career would be out of here. Running Hollywood. Yes, no, just... I ain't never gonna know you're Jesse from now on. You don't even get the you no more.
Not when he came in with a...
Told him they wasn't going to believe what happened to him on the way there. He was supposed to be in a meeting with his lawyer, and they were talking to the people at Empire about getting him back on the show.
Right.
And it opens up, and they're sitting there, they're going, I don't know where he's at. And then he comes busting in. He's got a MAGA hat on and a bag. He says, you ain't going to believe what happened. And he starts pulling evidence out of the bag. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, so whether Chris Rock was told he shouldn't make the jokes or not, he did.
Yeah.
And he said that was a waste of light skin.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today as we work our way back. I do want to point you to our friends at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, America's #1 meal kit. Nobody does it better to answer the question, hey, what's for dinner? The folks at HelloFresh.com/Bubba can take care of that. They have meals for many lifestyles, family-friendly, to fit and wholesome. They even have, if for you vegetarians out there, they do have something for you if that's your thing. If you're in a hurry, you can choose for also the 15-minute meals. That's another quick and easy options that are there. They send you what you've ordered directly to your door. You get, of course, the ingredients to make the meal. You get the recipe card to prepare the meal, and you get free shipping. And we're getting you 50% off if you use HelloFresh.com/Bubba and the code Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba with the code Bubba. You can also find the link to get right where you need to be at RickandBubba.com, right there under the sponsors button. Put America's #1 meal kit to work for you today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and dinner planning has never been made easier or more delicious. So, Bubba, we all love to hear from our old friend John Kennedy, and I don't mean the past, the one Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana. And you know, he sounds like all the uncles and granddads that we sit around with, and he is going to be taking on in today's clip, and it's a long one, so I guess I can come out of it if we think it's too long. It's 4 minutes, but here is Senator Kennedy talking about the things we mentioned early in the program, all the evidence of what looks like a Biden crime family. So he's going to be taking that on, the Huntergate, and he tells us why we have Huntergate. And there's really 2 words that describe it. Here we go.
Well, it seems to me, Sean, that Huntergate is about 2 things: privilege and sleaze. First, the privilege. President Biden and many members of the media lecture us incessantly about the injustice of privilege, especially so-called white privilege. But to me, that's like being lectured about gun safety by Alec Baldwin. Because when they lecture us about privilege, they never mention Hunter Biden, who is the epitome of privilege. How did Hunter Biden earn these millions of dollars? Is it because he's so smart? How smart is it to turn over a laptop with incriminating information to a stranger? How smart is it to try to deduct your hookers on your federal income tax? Did the Ukrainian and Chinese companies pick Mr. Hunter Biden because they were impressed with his resume on ZipRecruiter? No. It was his daddy. It was always about his daddy. Hunter Biden is just a vessel. He's just a lucky sperm. And the next time that you are lectured, we are lectured about privilege, I want people to remember that. Point 2, if you are fair-minded and have any sort of moral compass, all this sleaze surrounding Hunter Biden and President Biden and their family has got to make you want to gag. Now, I know what the official White House line is. The official White House line is that, look, President Biden is just a good family man who talks to 6 out of his 7 grandchildren every day, and who is such a swell daddy that he regularly calls into Hunter's business meetings to talk about weather. Now, if you believe that, you will never own your own home. At a minimum, the evidence brought forth by the House and by Senator Grassley, by the way, in the Senate, is clarion clear that President Biden was well aware of what his son was doing, and he aggressively enabled it.
And
that's sleazy.
And he also got enriched. What does this mean for our country, Senator?
To me, it can mean one of 2 things. It can mean justice if the House is allowed to just get the truth. I want the truth. I'm not accusing anybody of a crime. It'll be up to the courts to decide if someone did something illegal. But in no universe, is this right? I don't care how you pretty it up. If the House is allowed to get the facts and show them to the American people, I think it can be good for our country. But if the Justice Department just says, oh, we can't talk about it, we're investigating. They've been investigating 5 years. And it's beginning to look more and more like Mr. Weiss, the U.S. attorney, is severely compromised.
So there it is, courtesy of Hannity and Fox News. That's pretty straightforward. This is the same senator that said if you put Joe Biden in charge of the Sahara Desert, he would run out of sand. It's funny.
He's pretty much a straight shooter. Isn't he?
He always delivers.
I mean, the things he said, they're just so logical and easy to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 866 We Be Big. Amber says there's a new trend that has started with teachers. Bubba, we have another teacher that is in trouble for drinking. Amber, go ahead.
Goodness.
Good morning. So I grew up listening to you guys. My dad listened to y'all every morning, driving me to school. So it brings back a lot of memories to listen to y'all. And it's great to listen to somebody that's not just crazy in their minds. But yeah, main point, the teacher, there's a teacher that's been arrested. She works at the middle school. And there were suspicions of her being intoxicated. So the resource officer went to go check it out. Turns out she was drinking on the job. She was intoxicated. And then on top of that, they found prescription pills in her purse that did not belong to her.
Well, I'm not trying to make excuses for these teachers, and they should be held accountable. So don't hear me saying anything else. And Amber, thank you for your call, and what a great dad to raise you on Rick and Bubba. But if I had to go to the government schools and had to deal with the crap that the Department of Education puts on these teachers,
and have no discipline
and how they have to
whatsoever.
go into this world, like Bubba said, with zero order, zero discipline, and they've basically been put in positions that makes it almost impossible for them to do their jobs. I can see how that drive you to drink.
Oh, I know.
I mean, and I'm not making excuses for it. It shouldn't happen. They have to be held accountable. But
It's
I
not an excuse, but it is a reason.
But we're probably going to see more of this. What the position we place teachers in right now, and how we've allowed it to happen, is crazy. I mean, can you imagine trying to go into one of those places right now and actually have class and have order? And you feel like you have no recourse if somebody decides to rise up against you.
You don't.
And
the 18 states that still allow some form of corporal punishment. Several of the national organizations are calling for that to be done away with.
Yeah,
and they don't use it much now.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when there was a way that everybody worked together, and if you decided you didn't want to behave in a class, coming from someone that at times didn't, they would break your will to continue that attitude,
Yes.
or you would be removed.
Yes, one or the other.
One or the other was going to take place, and now we've taken all that away and just put teachers in really harm's way, because it always gets a little more violent and a little more dangerous. When you let it go, at first it starts out with somebody that'll talk back to you. Then before you know it, when that's not called, then before you know it, somebody gets up in your face. Then somebody won't sit down when you tell them
throwing something.
Yeah,
at
and
you.
then next thing you know, they throw something at you. And next thing you know, they're attacking you.
Taking a swing.
Yeah, it's a crazy. But that is sad that that's happened again. But I'm kind of using it for an opportunity to say, hey, I understand. Even though it shouldn't happen. There's if you've done that, you got to be removed. You can't go to class drunk or on prescription.
No,
probably
can't do
not.
that. Can't do that.
You may desire to, but you can't. Yeah,
Fight it.
Back to Senator Kennedy. He was on Hannity's show? Did he have a live audience? And is that who was
Hannity
laughing?
did.
Yeah, Hannity's got people up in bleachers now.
Yeah,
He's copied the golden ticket.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, he does.
Wow, it's been a long time since I've been over there.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah.
But I've seen a couple of clips, and he has a studio audience.
Okay. I love that they were getting tickled.
Oh, look. You bring in Mr. One-Liner. He's going to slay the crowd.
You will never own a home.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Skin and his curly hair, he'd be running Hollywood.
That is funny.
And he said he wouldn't call him Jesse anymore. He's now going to be reduced to Jesse.
Chris Rock just loves the topics you're not supposed to touch.
Oh, yeah,
that
of course.
sure.
And Jesse, it looks like everybody in the crowd does too.
Yeah. Jesse was not there at that event, by the way.
He was nominated for an award.
There it is. Is there any language possible in this?
I don't think.
Well, he don't
can't
pay
ask
attention
Greg
to that.
What killer?
You're still alive, Jesse.
Only because I fought back, because I'm the gay Mike Tyson.
You see what we mean, Lee? We can't keep this guy around.
Wait, let's just see what's in here first, okay? Crest white strips. Whoa, what do you think that means?
I don't know. Maybe it's because you're black.
All right.
That's fun. What do you think all that means? So, talking about the weekend, so Helmsy and his family stopped by the farm while they were visiting Gary to see baby goats. So we go through that ordeal, and and this is something, and I will say this, and Adler will be the one to see if we can keep the streak going. I've had the pleasure of being around all the dads here, their kids, when they were this age and then older, and everybody on this show have raised well-behaved kids, and Helmsy's kids very respectful, just like Greg, your kids, Bubba, your kids, Speedy, all through the years, very, very respectful kids, and they handled themselves great. They were not a handle. They were not a bip. They were a lot of fun, and that's a credit to you and your wife. They really seemed to have a good time, and they were very respectful. But then Gary, keeps worrying over us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because he's worried about turkey hunting, and but then so part of what you did was baby goats, right? Y'all went to baby goats.
It was.
And then y'all came over and took. Amanda wanted to do some pictures and stuff, and then you and Braden, and then the girls got to fish too. And I think, well, I won't bring that up.
Well, Caroline did catch the biggest fish,
I'll bring that
and
up.
she rubbed it in to me and Braden
Right.
the rest of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So, and rightfully so, it was a very nice fish. We all caught fish.
Mm-hmm.
All of us caught 3 or 4 really good fish, really good bass.
Mm-hmm.
But she had the better one of anybody.
Well, she's a competitor.
Yeah.
She is, no doubt. It doesn't surprise anybody in our family.
Right, because she gets after it.
Yeah.
But then, so this finishes up. It's a nice day. Everything's great. And so I go home, and, Sherry's there at home, and we're talking. And then you start thinking about what's happening next. And, Brody, that's our 17-year-old. He's coming in tonight from Guatemala. That's right. He'll be here tonight. So I probably let him sleep in the morning. I got this. I'm teaching class. This is my weekend to teach. I'll be telling you, okay, we're doing this. And don't forget, we got that thing after church. I'm sorry, what? Well, we're going, and it's a friends of ours, a younger couple that we know, and they have a little girl who'll be 3 this Thursday, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Well, I got us those tickets to go down to such and such farm because Sherry's has kept her before, and they've got a little relation. She's like a unofficial aunt, to this little girl, and she said, "Well, I told her I would take her to see baby goats," and I'm like, "Did you say baby goats?" And she said, "Oh yeah, we're and she hadn't forgot it. If you tell, don't ever tell a little child you're going to do something because they don't ever forget it."
Right.
And so there's even been videos sent to Sherry of going, "When are you going to take me to see baby goats?" And all that. So Sherry's like, "I got to take the baby to see baby goats," and I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out how I'm in this. And she was like, "Oh, because the dad's going to." I said, "Oh, okay, so we'll go have a good time." So I'm like, Helmsy's kids were looking after baby goats. What's this baby goat thing?
Yeah, what's the run on baby
when
goats?
did everybody start saying, "I want to go see baby goats"? When did that happen? And so
She got a big one on the line there.
That's the one.
Yeah, so we're looking at the pictures there from this weekend. So anyway, so I'm reluctantly headed to this farm to see the baby goats, and so we get there, and of course there's goats everywhere. I mean. Yeah. This farm has so many goats. And we actually got to see the goats break free one time. Like they actually were having to herd them like a picture.
Yeah.
I'm not exaggerating. Picture about 100 goats running by in a big mob.
Oh, yeah.
So I got to see that.
A lot of goats can be scary.
Yeah. So when we get there, the you're right. They can
overtake you.
The little girl is we're just like this. We're having some good goat experiences and then not so good because one of the things, and you never know what little kids are going to respond to. The goats give you this. And it scared her. She's, "Oh, that's too loud."
Especially you got a pack of them.
And so, anyway, so I go to try to see if I can, deal with the goats. And so Sherry starts this with me. "Rick, pick up, see if you can hold the goat."
No.
I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know goats." And
I don't do a lot of goat holding. How do you want to pick the goat up?
No. Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Hey! All right, so to wrap it up, Bubba, we have something outside of space world, right?
Somewhat of breaking news today.
Uh-oh.
Courtesy of the Daily Mail. They say that a Harvard physicist says he now has recovered hundreds of tiny fragments he found at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean that are from outside our solar system. The fragments came from an object that crashed in the Pacific Ocean in 2014. He is describing them as 700 or so tiny metallic spheres that have, through initial analyzation, that it contains alloys that do not match any existing alloys in our solar system.
Has he got anybody else on board with him, or is he out on
Well,
limb
he's
right now?
rolling all that out today, so we may see more reports on this. They said it's a historic discovery. It represents the first time that humans have put their hands on material from a large object that arrived to Earth from outside our solar system, he wrote. The remnants came from a meteor-like object that crashed off the coast of New Guinea in 2014. He is suggesting he thinks they're part of an alien spacecraft.
Of course he is.
Of course.
What if they find out that they didn't realize it, but artist Liz Otis did a cannonball and it's some of her outfits?
And then she called other people fat.
It's not of this world. I bet it's not.
No, it's not.
Because I don't know who made those costumes, but they are not from here.
No, you're right.
They're saying analysis it doesn't match anything on Earth or even found naturally in our solar system. So we'll have to see.
Where are you on this?
I'm sure it will be highly scrutinized.
Yeah, where are you on this?
I don't know.
It's a weather balloon. You remember everybody always say that? Weather balloon.
It's a big nothing.
That's always our fallback position, weather balloon. We're obsessed with weather balloons explaining everything. You know?
Well, we put a lot of them up.
So how do we know, like, can we check that quick in New Guinea that there's nowhere in this whole world that has this?
Yeah, well, they've been able to break down, what it's made of, and they said it doesn't exist. There's 4 different laboratories now doing studies on it.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain.
By the way, I had somebody get on me, and they're 100% right, because I've not forgotten, but it needs to be more at the forefront. They said when that piece of gold was produced by you, Rick Burgess, in an interview where he thought he was talking to Bubba,
Yes.
and he said your frequency of use of it is way too low. And I you know what I said back? You're absolutely right.
You're right.
He said there's been so many moments that Bubba has said something and should have gotten that you haven't given it. And he's right.
Yeah.
I think he's completely right.
I wish you could.
Not tried to
up.
force one right there because I feel like
That's
I owe
okay.
something. Yeah, right.
I wish that you can't because the switch. If you could do that and then followed up with Bubba's ding dong comment.
Greg, no. I'm not. No. I'm not. No.
That'd be awesome.
No, I'm not going to do that, Greg.
Is that not in there? You put it in there. Don't blame me.
I'm not playing.
I didn't just say
So you put it in there not to play.
It's the last time he had one.
You put it in there not to play.
Right.
No,
Is
it's
that what
just-
you did?
I'm not.
Picture if he went and
How?
back.
Hey, only in Greg Burgess' form can he turn it on
That's
me.
the first thing that popped in my mind.
I'm not going to do that.
I might have deleted it because I can't remember.
I don't think you. He
Do
might have
Bubba
deleted
Ding
it.
Dong on that.
No,
It'll come
no,
up.
no.
It's a snack cake.
I would like
I know
to
it
see
is.
that followed by the other clip.
Okay.
Which
It's
one?
gonna be tough.
Well,
Which one first?
Doggone, we're out of time.
Ding dong first. then-
First?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. I think it'll be another order.
Really?
Yeah.
I want him commenting on the fact that Bubba commented.
Well,
that's the
I
whole
got
point.
you. I see it.
Let's try it both ways, and then
Wow.
and then we'll it's gonna be. They're both.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you can get it quick enough.
No, it's gonna
Only
be
we
tough.
would put
Hey,
these
we might have to
segments
hotkey
together.
Shatner.
It's gonna be difficult.
hotkey
It's gonna be difficult.
We need to start using both of them.
Right.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
It's impossible.
no,
It's
yeah.
impossible,
So-
guys.
Yeah,
and
why
it-
don't you hotkey Shatner?
I don't know.
Just-
I don't know how to
Do
that.
this for me, Rick.
I don't know how to do
Play
that.
both of them now, and I'm recording in there, and I'll fix it to where we'll have it tomorrow.
Hang on. Speedy's gonna help me. All right. Okay.
All right.
That will help.
See if it's there real quick.
Okay. Let's see. All right.
Bubba,
Yeah, it's there. Okay. All right. Now I got to get this one ready.
You know how to punch it up? It's just Bubba and then ding.
I got you. I know what it is.
What is it?
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Bubba
No,
is just
other
down
way
the
around,
ball.
Rick. Do that other one.
Bubba's
Do that
already
one
done the
first.
show today. First?
That's the only way it's going to work because you hotkeyed the other one.
Doggone it.
You know what I'm saying?
Now I can't go reverse.
Well, you want to hotkey?
Would you
that
mind?
one?
Would you mind?
Careful. We may have another sound bite.
Putting because if you hotkey them, I can do it.
Rough call.
Okay. All right. Here we go. We'll try it both ways.
Doggone, we're out of time.
We'll try it both ways. All right. Here's option.
Segment's over.
Here's option one.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
All right, now do it the other way.
Which is going to be my favorite, by the way.
You made me laugh so hard I gotta go. Okay.
Y'all understand that immediately came to my mind.
I know, but that says more about you.
It does.
Yeah, right.
I can't remember the last time.
All right, here we go.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
I think that is the better way.
That's better.
I think that is the better way.
I like that.
I think
like
that is
that.
the better way.
Now, don't do bad with me after that.
No. I'm not doing all that.
Sorry, Mr. Allen. I don't know that time I had to.
No, we've done
Don't
enough.
stop. Don't stop talking.
We've done enough.
Don't be mad with me.
So this is where something's gold, and we can't. We'll just leave it and let it stand on its own.
And if you tuned in late, this story was about a Harvard physicist who says he has found pieces of metal from outside our universe.
Start with
outside
Greg
our
saying,
solar
"Good
system."
night. Look at that."
Okay, now you're getting out of
Let's
hand.
just stop.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
I can't remember.
What kind of mind thinks of that over there, Greg?
That just immediately came.
Did you see how quick it came in his mind?
Well, Rick, we're always working. You know what I mean?
We are. I turned it off because of my Lizzo comment. I'd already checked. Yeah, I'd
Do
already
Richard Simmons. Live like you're dying.
Isn't it about time you take a day again, Greg?
Right. Can't you get another stray dog pregnant?
Yeah, I don't know. Can't you? Rick, I messed up. Got her fixed.
Dang it. Y'all care about the ACC expansion on the way out?
Nah,
Bubba, to try to
nobody
buy
cares.
you
Talked about
a lot
it
of
already.
teams.
We're gonna try to get that off the. A lot
They're
of
gonna
people.
have to change.
What do you think about it,
They're
Bubba?
gonna have to change the name of the conference, no doubt. You can't be the ACC and have two teams on the West Coast.
Right.
Is that what you really think, Bubba? Man, go. Bubba, you are.
No. Can I
You know what they could do though? They could call it the American Coastal Conference,
They could.
and then you got both coasts.
Does it feel
And you
weird?
don't have
like
to
it.
change the letters.
Does it feel weird to y'all when somebody
Watch
like,
them come up and use that now.
Yeah, and I've seen people do it, and I know that we're all a bunch of SEC prudes. I got it.
Yeah, that's what we're
But
used
is it weird when like you'll see somebody bring up some historic game out of another conference and act like that it was like the greatest game ever, and you're kind of like, I mean, it's almost like can you really compare any kind of I remember that time that Pittsburgh was playing, and you're just like, does that fire y'all up? I mean,
well, there's some good games I remember.
I said I was a prude. I acknowledge that. It's almost like Urban Meyer.
They feel the same way. Yeah, Urban
Meyer said it.
I know.
He said when he got to the league that the sound of the tackles and all that was a different sound. I tried, Bubba, to get. I mean, I tried to move us all along.
Now I'm picturing all the bank nines we can put with it.
Oh, yeah. It's never ending.
He had beautiful hair.
There I am doing it. We're all doing it together.
What was that got to do with that?
At 1:30, I'm just picturing all of it being in a row.
Right.
You could just play every sound bite in there back to
Instant
back.
replay out. Let's back and forth.
Yeah. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you got more, enjoy it. If you'd like to learn how to get more, go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.